Hey guys, you are watching your Monster Izuku fanfiction. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Deku had a quirk that could only kill but wanted to be a hero. Here is short summary. Zack Sasuke possesses a quirk called Death, which can only kill, making him an unlikely candidate for heroism. As he enrolls in UA, he faces the challenge of mastering his deadly power while striving to prove that he can be a hero despite the darkness of his ability. Follow Zack's journey as he transforms from an outcast to a true hero over the years. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. 8 years ago, it's a new quirk, something we haven't seen before, the doctor standing in front of Zack said. He was one of 4 in the room, all of them looking interested in the boy whose head was bowed and eyes pointed straight at the floor. His right hand was covered in an oven mitt, wrapped in duct tape tightly to his arm to prevent it from coming off. This quirk, Death, is a very dangerous one. You must take special care not to let your son use it again. We have determined through testing that he needs to use his right hand. We understand, a low voice said over Zack's shoulder. Zack could not turn to face the tall man next to him. And once again, Titanium, we're terribly sorry for this unfortunate situation. There was no way of seeing this coming. Is my son free to go? The low voice behind Zack said, making the child bite down on his bottom lip. The way his father worded it sounded like he had been in custody of those scientists and doctors who had done tests to see the extent of his powers over the last few days. The doctor in front of the man and his son seemed hesitant, but then he nodded his head. Our research team will develop a more suitable replacement for that mitt, Zack. The boy lifted his head and stared at the doctor, his eyes bloodshot and his lips trembling, blood coming out of where he had bit down on the bottom one. The doctor, who tried smiling at the boy, froze at the sight of that trail of blood, at how hard the boy must have been biting down to draw it. And, it's not your fault, the doctor added, making Zack stare through his glasses with eyes turning huge. It could have happened to anyone present. Zack took in a deep breath and shook his head around as he reached the entrance of the school. Class A, he thought, stepping into the school building and looking around at the halls he would be spending the next 3 years. He gulped before starting his walk towards the classroom. I'm out of my league here, all the others are going to have such powerful quirks. Tied for last place on the entrance exam, last place of the accepted students though, he reminded himself of all the ones who did not even make the hero course, but it did not help. The distraction of thinking of his classmates was pushed aside by what he had just been thinking on, and his look darkened once again. He tried to mask it by smiling as he walked towards his classroom, but he felt his chest ache. Dad didn't see it that way. 7 years ago, Zack walked out into his living room in the dead of night. He had a thick mitten over his right hand, something he only took off to bathe, sleep, or wash the mitten itself. The apartment in Musudafu was not small, but it was cozy. The living room was connected to dining room and kitchen, and there were only 2 bedrooms with a bathroom in between them. Zack walked into the living room where the lights were off, but there was light coming from the television still on and at a loud volume that had been keeping him up. The 8-year-old walked over to the coffee table in front of the couch and he picked up a few empty beer cans. He lifted them as softly as he could so as not to wake the man on the recliner chair to his left. He cleaned up the room a bit, then walked back towards his dad and looked at the can still loosely held in the man's hand. He thought about grabbing it, but he shook his head and then turned to the TV. The remote was sitting on his dad's lap, but if he was not going to risk waking him by taking the beer, he was not going to risk anything that might. Zack lowered the volume with the actual TV buttons a few notches, then he waited for the sleeping man to adjust to the lower volume, before turning off the TV. Zack stood up and took a step back towards his room. What are you doing up? A voice asked in the darkness behind him. He looked back and saw a shadow stand up from the chair. You, who killed your mother? The man getting out of his chair fell back on it and over the armrest farther from his son. The boy heard the crash, but he did not make sense of what was happening. After he heard that voice saying those words, he spun around and sprinted for his room. He was crying as he shoved his head in his pillow, using it to muffle his sobs. "Mom, I'm sorry." Present. He never did talk about that night. Maybe he forgot about it, or thought it was a dream. Or maybe he just didn't care anymore, even back then. Zack clenched his eyes shut tight before opening them fast and glancing around. He spotted a couple of girls walking his direction down the hall, but one of them who he thought might have been looking his way turned back to her friend and said something with a smile on her face. Zack let out a sigh and continued walking. Get it all out now at least. When class starts, it's time to make friends and learn and train to be a hero. Because I can be one. I can be a hero. He told me so. 7 years ago. Zack breathed in heavily, and he breathed out in staggered breaths like he needed to breathe in again while it was all coming out. He was hyperventilating, but he took a step forward anyway. He brought his other foot forward too, so that both of his feet were on the ledge. Zack stood on top of his apartment, and he thought of the last time he thought he saw a fall this far. His heavy breathing slowed down as he imagined that day, that fall that seemed so long ago but was fresh in his memory. He knew that this drop was farther though. The 8-year-old knew what a drop this far meant. He lifted his hand and pulled the mitten off of it. Then he reached below and grabbed the specially designed glove made just for him, and he peeled that up and off his hand too. He dropped the glove off the roof, watching as it fell. It blew in the wind and he gulped but steadied himself. I'll forget one day. I'll wind up doing it again. How many close calls have there been in a year? What if it starts happening with my left hand too? His feet slid farther towards the edge, then a gust of wind hit him and he threw his arms out to the sides for balance. He wobbled back and forth, half hoping that the wind would succeed and take the choice out of his hands. Zack did not fall though, and that made him bare his teeth and scrunch up his face. Tears came out of his eyes, and he clenched his right hand so hard that it hurt. "Mom," he whispered. Someone screamed down on the street below, right as Zack closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." "Stop. Oh my God. Someone stop him, oh God." "Ah." Zack fell from the roof, and then he felt a strong jolt. Was that death? He thought, his eyes snapping open in shock at how little it hurt. His heart started speeding up, and he sat there in the arms of a muscular man in a mostly blue costume with some red and yellow to it. The man who always saved people with a smile, All Might, was staring down at the boy he was flying through the sky with a sad and confused frown on his face. "Dee don't." Zack's voice came out hoarse, and his eyes darted to his right arm that was being held against his side by the way All Might was carrying him. His heart started racing even faster, panic rising through him, and he screamed, "Don't touch me, All Might." The hero shooting through the sky finally landed on the roof of a building not far from the apartment the child stepped off of. He continued holding the boy in his arms even as the kid struggled, but as he opened his mouth to start speaking, the kid screamed again, "You'll die." Is this All Might looked to the child's right hand that the kid was clenching so hard into a fist to prevent from accidentally touching All Might. All Might put the boy down and then stared down at the top of his head and his short spiky black hair. The hero with bright yellow gloves and hair to match them kept frowning for a second while looking at the boy, then a smile broke across his face. "Young man," he began, his voice motivational, inspiring. Zack's head flinched and then lifted up to see the hero before him, hands in fists on his sides. He was smiling. Zack's eyes opened huge and the tears already filling them stopped spilling out as confusion took over him. What? Zack said. "You are far too young to take your own life. Though you will never be old enough." All Might bent down on a knee and reached forward. Zack tried pulling back, but All Might put a hand down on top of his head before he could. "Don't you have a dream?" Zack froze and his face filled with shock. "My dream," he whispered. He closed his eyes and tried looking down, but All Might had a hand on his head so all he could do was dart his eyes to the floor when they opened back up. "I haven't thought about it since that day. How could I even consider being a hero? After what I did, I don't believe that," All Might said. He laughed loudly and then lowered his hand from the boy's head to his right shoulder, making Zack flinch and look at the hero's face in fear. "All Might, you can't. You're Titanium's son, aren't you?" All Might asked, his voice knowing even before Zack reacted with huge eyes. "An unlucky one," All Might continued, and Zack could not tell if the man was talking about him or his father. He continued though while looking straight into the boy's eyes and squeezing his shoulder a little tighter, even moving his arm down to the top of the boy's arm as well. A very, very unlucky one. So much misfortune, for such an innocent child. And you are innocent. Zack's lips started trembling and his eyes teared up again. Hearing that from the world's greatest hero, it made his heart pound and the tears to spill back out and cover his face. What is your dream? All Might asked. Children have dreams, and you are a child, so tell me, young man. What is yours? SNF I. Zack clenched his fists even tighter at his sides, and then he snapped his head back and screamed, I want to be a hero. And that, All Might said, making the boy snap his head back down with huge eyes that he just yelled that. All Might was smiling wide at him still but leaning farther forward now so their heads were closer together, before he finished, as a magnificent dream. Present. All Might's going to be a teacher here this year. I wonder if he remembers me. Zack saw his classroom up ahead, and he spotted a boy with spiky yellow hair and another whose red hair was even more crazy heading into the room one after the other. He thought about his own black hair and how he had considered switching it up and slicking it down for the first day of class, but he now realized that the short spikes in it would not stick out as much as he had once thought. FWEW, he let out a breath of relief. Hey there, a girl's voice said on his right. He turned his head and saw a girl his age with pink skin slow down as she got to his side. The fact that she was slowing down meant she had jogged to get up next to him, and Zack looked at the pink-haired girl in some surprise. What class did you wind up getting into? She asked. Class A, Zack replied, his voice quiet, one notch above a whisper. The girl in front of him smiled at his response though, and she said, me too. I'm Ashido Mina, she greeted, spinning to face him fully now that she knew he was in her class. Thanks for the help at the entrance exam. No, thank you, Zack said, and she looked at him in surprise while Zack turned back forward and frowned after saying it. If I hadn't done that, if you didn't need the help, I wouldn't have gotten the points I needed to get in. I barely made it at all, he added in a softer voice. Nice, Ashido fist pumped and Zack glanced back at her in confusion. I thought I owed you one, but let's just call it even then. The girl had thin horns sticking out of her wavy pink hair, her eyes were black with small yellow irises, and she did not look very human. She smiled at him though, and Zack smiled back and nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, even, he said. They reached the door and Ashido ran in first and right up to a desk in there where she saw someone else she already knew. Zack paused before following her in, looking up at the 1A sticking out of the entrance. All Might, he thought, looking back down and imagining if he had the number one hero as his homeroom teacher. I know you save everyone you can. All Might is the greatest hero, but even he can't save everyone. Suicides don't just stop because of a great hero. So I don't blame you at all. You stopped me from ending my life. Sometimes, you can stop them. 2 years after that day though, I would start living on my own. Zack glanced over to the two making a lot of noise on the first day. He sat close to the windows on the far side of the room and right in the middle of the row. He had considered going to the back, but he shook away the thought just as fast. I need to study twice as hard as everyone else, focus more, be better in everything other than the practical ones. A bead of sweat formed on the side of his face and he turned towards the windows. Zack stared up at the sky, not the practical ones, huh? How am I going to be a hero like that? The two arguing on the other side of the room stopped and everyone spun towards the door where another new student just walked in. One of the two arguing seemed to know him, and the tall boy with glasses started marching over while talking about the elite middle school he was from. Zack sighed and looked back out the window again. I may as well be sitting here quirkless. No, that's not true. I've worked hard for this. Every day, since All Might told me, since I started believing in my dream again. 5 years ago. You sure you don't want to come, Zack? One of the three boys on Zack's right called back towards him. He turned and walked backwards while cupping one hand to his mouth, and the boy who got off the bus with his friends at Zack's stop called to his neighbor, I just got the new Hero video game. It says on the box that All Might voices his own character. Another of the boys shouted, and this made Zack freeze and spin to them with big eyes. Really? Zack exclaimed in excitement. He froze after calling it out, then he shook his head around and frowned. Well, maybe another time, yeah. He called back. I can't today, he said. His classmates just shrugged or told him, okay, then they continued off to go play games. Zack started running towards his apartment though, and he ran up the stairs all the way to the top floor. He then ran to an empty room at the back of the floor that the landlord used as storage, and he ran across the room in a nicely made path that was still cluttered with random things to not make it so obvious. He ran to the balcony and outside, to the fire escape. Zack climbed up the ladder fast, always afraid someone would spot him and shout at him to get down in this moment, as it was the one time when people could have a good view of him. He made it up the ladder without issue though, onto the roof which he ran to the middle of to avoid being seen from the sides of the building. The apartment was a tall one, and he was in a more suburban area of the city where there were actually a bunch of houses around the complex. That meant that there were not any tall buildings around him for people to look out windows down at him. He was in the clear, and he started getting changed into his gym clothes that were already in his backpack. Zack got his workout clothes on, then he started up his stretches. He looked over at some stuff he had left on the roof and he pulled the tarp off from over them. Since he was leaving them up here, he needed the tarp to protect the exercise equipment when it rained. He learned that very soon after he started leaving things there, as it rained often in Musudafu. There was yellow tape down in a box around the roof that did not get too close to the edge of the building but still gave him a nice track, and after stretching he started his run around the roof. 120 times today, he decided as he started the run. That's more than last week's high, but I have to make the warm-ups harder if I'm taking everything else more seriously too. Soon I'll be in middle school, where it really matters. The black-haired boy ran around the roof, training his body after school as he did every day. Oh crap, he said, coming to a stop as he realized something. I forgot to pick up stuff for dinner. He remembered how the fridge was almost empty the night before, and how that morning he had fully emptied it, even dumping the last of the milk which had just expired too. Well, I'm only 12 laps in. A run to the convenience store and back up here would be what, 200? 300 laps, why not just make that the warm-up? Instead of taking a break to go get food for dinner, Zack ran back to the fire escape and climbed down it so fast that he felt like a monkey. He ran through his building and out onto the street, and he ran down the sidewalk with the wind rushing through his hair. He turned a corner and started running down a different road, and when he reached Main Street he started smiling. The other people on the sidewalks, the cars going by, the televisions through windows where he could see heroes in action, they all made him happy. The scene he saw through one window showed heroes fighting a villain on a main road just like this one. And as much as he did not want a villain to appear, what he would give to see heroes in action up close like that. As he ran past another store that he looked into to see a manga his friends had been talking about earlier that day, he heard a shout up ahead of him. Zack stopped and looked towards them, then looked to the sky where someone was already more than halfway across the street up above. His eyes opened wide, as for the first time in over 2 years, he caught a glimpse of All Might. The hero was gone over the top of another building in a second, but from that day on, Zack's afternoon warm-up run would take place on the streets. He would get farther from home each day, and on occasion, he would see heroes. Present. Zack stared out the classroom's window and thought about where he would go to get food for dinner tonight. We called your aunt here. She'll be taking you home. Aunt May still blames me for Dad. She didn't argue when I said I didn't want to move, and she's fine with me living on my own. She prefers it this way. She stopped visiting after a few months though, I guess even seeing me was too much. Zack heard a commotion near the door and turned his head from the windows back to the boy with dark green hair, the tall boy with glasses, and a short girl with brown hair who were standing at the entrance. A figure stood up on the other side of them and Zack stared at the man with a confused expression. He looks kind of tired, Zack thought. Is he really a pro? The man with long black hair, short stubble on his face, and an overall exhausted disposition began. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. Zack said. It came out on its own, just as it did for everyone else around him who were having trouble believing what they just heard. It's kind of sudden, but put these on and go out onto the field. Die. That guy's nuts, Zack thought, though he was watching the softball soar up into the sky with an explosion trailing after it in as much awe as everyone else. He's strong though. First place on the test, while I got last. He looked down at Bakugo and then turned to Aizawa as the teacher started talking. Know your own maximums first. Aizawa turned and lifted a device showing Bakugo's throw distance. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. 705.2 meters. That's insane. Zack's jaw had dropped and the others around him started talking about how amazing that was. Ashido clapped her hands together on his left side and leaned forward. What's this? It seems fun. Aizawa's head bowed a bit and Zack looked closer at the teacher who frowned at what they were saying about the physical fitness test. It seems fun, he asked, and the kids in front of him quieted down with uneasy feelings about his tone. He rose his head and spoke in a low voice, you have 3 years to become a hero. Will you keep that attitude like that the whole time? He smirked and his face looked scarier as he said, all right then. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential, and will be punished with expulsion. Oh man. Zack's eyes kept widening while everyone else around him exclaimed in shock and started complaining about how unfair this was. On the first day, really? Alright, I was in first place in these events back in middle school. Just because we can use our quirks now, won't mean. Well, I'm not in last place, Zack thought, but he gulped while looking towards the nervous boy who did have the lowest score. The boy was panting with his hands down on his knees and his head bowed. He didn't use his quirk on the sprint or long jump either, and I still just barely beat him in those. What's his quirk? Zack walked towards the boy but when he got close he slowed down. There was a strange noise coming from near him, and he noticed the other teen had a hand over his mouth. Are those words? The sounds made out some form of thought, but they were being mumbled so quietly and pushed together that he could not understand a thing out of his mouth. Hey, Zack said, trying to break the awkward feeling he had standing in front of this boy who did not seem to notice he was there. The boy with longer green hair snapped his head up in surprise that someone was talking to him, as he had yet to notice how close the other boy was. I'm Zack, he said, then he motioned back towards the side steps where the last of the class were finishing up by using their powers in some cool ways. Tiring, right? He said, as he had been panting too after giving it his all to get a high score on that one. He had gotten higher than a few others too, including the invisible girl and the guy with blonde spiky hair, as well as the guy with the weird belly button laser, but he was far from one of the higher scorers. Midoriya Izuku, the other boy greeted, and he stood up and took a deep breath to calm himself down. There are still tests left. I can still do this. Zack leaned back a bit at how intense the other boy's face looked. I know how he's feeling though. I want to leave a bigger mark on at least one of these tests, but even if I can't do it, I just don't want to get last. Why am I over here though? I'll just feel worse about it, if he gets last and gets expelled. You haven't used your quirk yet either, right? Midoriya asked. Zack nodded, and the boy in front of him looked even more frustrated after he did. Is there a reason? Midoriya wondered. It wouldn't have helped with any of them, Zack replied simply, keeping it honest without getting too specific. What about yours? Can you use yours to get a higher score on the next ones? The boy in front of him went wide-eyed then looked down with such a thoughtful look on his face. It was so conflicted that Zack regretted asking, though he regretted it for another reason too. Is that why I'm over here? Did I come just to figure out if he would do better than me on one, and I would wind up getting expelled? That's not a very heroic. Everyone back outside, Aizawa called out after marking down the scores for the last 2 in the class. It's time for everyone to do softball throw. That Bakugo thought he was quirkless. But, that was an amazing quirk. Everyone at my middle school thought I was quirkless too. It's what I told people, but I decided not to try that here at UA. Zack stepped up to do his softball throw while everyone was still going on about Midoriya's. If he has that as his remarkable one, what am I going to do? What if I come in last place? What if I get kicked out? Midoriya turned from the others around him and looked towards the circle where Zack threw the ball. The same worried look Iida had for him earlier came to his own face this time. He watched as the ball landed far off, for a normal high school student. It was a record farther than Midoriya could hope to reach without his power, longer than the top of his class back in middle school had, but it was still among the lower numbers of their classmates. All of his scores have been in the lower numbers, while the others who have low scores each time all have a high one by now. Zack stared out at the ball, then he turned towards Aizawa. The teacher was frowning at him, but he did not start scolding or giving harsh advice like he did with the boy before him. Damn it! Zack turned and walked back towards the rest of the class. Just like the entrance exam, my ability has no use here. I can't complain about that though, because when will it ever in combat? Exclamation mark. I can't use it. I can never use it. He looked down at his right hand that he clenched in front of his waist. His entire body tensed up in the blue workout uniform the school provided for him. I always knew that though. I really thought we might have been alike, but unlike you, I really am quirkless. I can't do a thing with it. He turned his head, then his intense and angry look wiped from his face as the boy he was going to look towards was looking his way already. Midoriya eased back at that look, but Zack softened it right away while looking away again. No, it's not his fault. It's no one's fault. I just have to try and do as best I can in the remaining categories. 20 minutes later, Zack stood with his hands running through his hair over and over again. He had a worried look on his face that he could no longer hide from his classmates. Sit-ups and the sit and reach were both just average scores. This is it though, my best. Long distance run. Zack lined up on the start line with the others in the class. He stared out over the fields they would be running, and along with being the final test, it was going to be the longest one too. He looked down the line a little towards Midoriya who was starting to look worried again. He didn't do well on the sit and reach, Zack thought, recalling how he had seen him at the spot next to him having trouble because of the pain in his broken finger. I doubt he did on sit-ups either, and telling from the pain on his face, he's not going to handle this well. As long as I get a good score here, I can stay above him for sure. Sorry Midoriya, but I don't want to be expelled. Zack's feet pressed down harder as he leaned forward and got into a running stance. Prepare for the start. Be ready to push off. The first moment is as important as the last. 3 years ago, you want to join cross-country as a first year. The teacher advisor of the team questioned the short boy in front of her. He was a head smaller than the rest of the runners, but she looked down at his legs below the cutoff of his shorts and she lost her small smile. His leg muscles are pretty defined. For a short guy. The team captain did not need to give it as much thought. He was the fastest runner on the team last year only as a second year, and he smirked as he walked towards the kid. You think you're fast enough to make the team? I don't know, Zack said, leaning away from the upperclassman who laughed at his answer. Probably not, he added, lowering his voice and looking down. Then why are you here? One of the other guys nearby asked, annoyed at the kid for wasting their time. I run after school, Zack answered. Most of the people there started staring at him in confusion, then he lifted his head and continued while facing the third year who just asked him his reason. So I thought this would be a good place to push my limits. Hey, good answer, Zack started turning back to the team captain who was grinning down at him. But if you want a place on the team, or even just to practice with us, you've gotta be fast. I'm fast, Zack exclaimed. Here, I'll prove it. Present. Begin, Aizawa called out. Zack pushed off his front foot hard and lifted his back while taking a long first stride. Everyone else was behind him, his eyes widening and a grin spreading over his face. Then on his left side down the line, a trail of ice shot across the grass and a boy with half white and half red hair slid across it. It did not take long for Iida to sprint by him on his right, a focused look on his face while the engine sticking out of his calves pushed him forward ahead of everyone else. He got worried as even Aoyama shot ahead of him with his belly button laser, but the blonde boy fell and then got up and started running normally, a gross look on his face like he regretted trying that. Zack passed him again, but Bakugo shot by using explosions to propel him forward. He used them intermittently, a furious look on his face though despite how he was using his powers. He looked over his shoulder with that enraged expression, but Zack ignored the glare he knew was meant for Midoriya. He could not focus on that, when more and more people were passing him each second. The frog girl hopped at a steady pace not far to his right, and he saw her look in towards him. He glanced back at her while they were rounding a corner on the grass field that had a pole on it with a sign pointing where they were supposed to turn. Suyu Asui made a "Jero" sound that had Zack's eyes opening wide, then she hopped ahead and curved around the pole. Still not that many of Zack's thoughts got cut off as some tape shot towards the pole and wrapped around it. Honta Siro raced by with the tape shooting out of his elbows, then Rikido Sato sprinted past Zack on his left with a crazed look on his face. Zack stumbled to his right as the larger boy stormed past, and he started running again while angrily staring at his classmate's back. "What's wrong with you?" he called out, but Sato must not have heard him or just decided to ignore him as he kept running ahead. "No, why am I focusing on him? Just keep going. Keep a fast pace that won't wear me out. I can do this." "Ninth. Is ninth good enough?" "Whoa, you're so fast," a voice said behind him. Zack spun while panting slightly and he looked at a girl who was panting heavier behind him. Although she was also panting, she had the control over her breathing that indicated she was not as exhausted as some of the others who were still running into the finish line one by one. And when Zack looked at her, he was more looking through the girl behind him. Did I beat her? He wondered, thinking he might have looked past the floating uniform the first time he did a check around the finish line. "I was chasing you at the beginning," the invisible girl began. "Because I'm a little worried I'm going to get last." She sounded nervous to him, and now that Zack thought back on it, he could not remember any events that she had done spectacularly well in either. "Maybe I have a better chance than I thought." Instead of getting a relieved look on his face though, he said with a small smile, "I'm sure you'll be fine." "Hagakure Toru," she said, and her sleeve lifted up in what he thought might have been a wave but could not be too sure about it. Zack Sasuke," he trailed off and turned towards the finish line where the final person just ran through only to collapse. Zack and Hagakure both felt a little better about their chances at the sight of the boy exhausted and gasping for air on the ground there. "You okay, Midoriya?" he asked. "Yeah," Midoriya Izuku gasped out, sticking a thumb up while he continued panting. The boy on the ground did not look it though when he started getting up. The worry was strewn over his face again, as once again he had gotten last place in an event. At least Zack thought he had, until he looked back up and spotted a short boy running towards him with exhaustion covering his face. The kid with purple balls on his head that he had been popping off for some of the events had apparently not conserved his energy, and Zack tried not to shake his head as the boy gave it his all to run the rest of the way. He had grinned earlier because Rikido Sato had arrived to the finish line after him, right before collapsing into a deep sleep. Apparently the power he used made him tired, and Zack remembered how the larger boy had been staggering forward sleepily when he finally passed him again on the course. Zack himself was not a very tall person, closer to Midoriya's height at only 5'1". He was broader at the shoulders, and though his uniform covered up his arms and legs, in the locker room his classmates had seen he had defined muscles for his height and age. Then again, so did almost all the guys in the room at the time, so he had not drawn any attention. Zack was hesitant as they all started gathering up to see the results. "I didn't use my quirk once. Is that okay? Is it okay to be a hero without being able to use your quirk?" "Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results." Aizawa stood in front of the class who had gathered, many with hesitant expressions on their faces. A few of the ones who were more confident that they had received good scores still looked worriedly at the others, wondering which of their new classmates was about to be removed. "The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll just show you the results all at once." Zack glanced back towards Midoriya. The boy had his right fist clenched hard in front of him, his index finger swollen and his eyes closed looking like he was praying. Zack spotted the short boy with the purple balls all over his head biting on his fingernails nervously. He looked back at the teacher right as Aizawa pressed a button on a device in his hand that made a hologram pop up in front of him. There were 2 columns of names on the hologram with one more in the center at the bottom since their class had an odd number of people. They all scanned the list for their names, while also checking the name at the bottom too. Zack looked down the second column and his eyes widened when he saw his name. Oh man, that was close. He looked at the number 20 spot, and he felt annoyance mixed in with the relief that the short kid he had beaten by so much in the long-distance run still beat him by a single place. His sidestepping was really good though, using his power he destroyed me on that. Still, at least I was 20th, not. Zack started turning back and he felt bad for being relieved at all, at the devastated look on Midoriya's face. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, Aizawa said. Everyone froze and their eyes opened wide. The teacher grinned at their reactions and continued, it was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Several of the people in the crowd shouted. Of course it was a lie, a girl next to Zack said. He turned to her in surprise and asked, you knew? How could a school like UA be known as so prestigious if the members of its hero course were expelled so easily? She replied like it was obvious. Aizawa looked towards her and smirked, going to let the girl believe that if she wanted to. In fact, she was making his lie about it being a lie even more believable. But I see potential here, he thought, before looking to the one who Yaoyorozu had spoken directly to. His eyes lowered to the boy's right hand, and the black glove it was hidden inside. Aizawa thought back on the sheet he got with all his students' names and quirks on it the other day. He's barely scraping by, but with a quirk like that he's here at all is shocking. What kind of idiots named his quirk, Death? It sounds like they were trying to make him into a villain. Zack let out a long-needed breath of relief and glanced back again to see the relieved look on Midoriya's face. He spun back forward as Aizawa told them their testing was over and to return to the classroom to get their syllabi and course information. He was going to go over and mention to Midoriya how worried he was going to be last, as he thought they could relate there, but Aizawa reached the green-haired boy first and sent him to the nurse to get his finger healed. Oh yeah, recovery girl works here. I guess that means they're going to put us through the ringer without having to worry about us injuring ourselves. A grin spread over Zack's face, but then a hesitant feeling hit him again. But against people with quirks, letting us go all out really only helps the others. Sure, I'll be getting experience to be a real hero, but I can't use my power. If I have to fight these people, Zack's expression hardened and he shook away his hesitation as he started walking back towards class with the others. Then I'll win. It's what I've been training for, all this time. 3 years ago. Cross-country is harder than I thought, Zack's neighbor Jenny said as she walked down the sidewalk with the boy who lived next door to her apartment. She leaned her head back and let out an exasperated and overly dramatic sigh. The captain said, last lap, at least 20 times, and I don't know why but I believed her every time she said it. Zack laughed a little then said in a lower volume than her, we went running out in town today. The captain let me pick the route, so I used one of my old ones from the summer that I still do on the weekends. You run too much, Jenny said in a deadpan voice. He laughed again and scratched the side of his head, then the girl with long red hair tied into pigtails started walking backwards while a little in front of them so they could speak face to face. You want to come over for dinner tonight? Mom's making spaghetti. Can't, he said. I've got. Excuse number 43, Jenny asked. And Zack just smiled apologetically to her. She sighed again then turned back and started walking at his side once more. Don't overdo it. I won't, he replied, right as they were reaching their apartment. The two of them headed up, but Zack walked past his floor. His neighbor and best friend smirked after him, and she chided, don't get caught, Mr. Hero. Zack tried not to feel embarrassed by that nickname she only called him when they were alone. I still can't believe she caught me, he thought, recalling a weekend a few weeks back when she had started shouting up towards the roof from the street. I never thought that since I was getting taller, the tape where people used to not be able to see me wouldn't have been accurate anymore. So stupid. He had scolded himself over it enough already though, and he had fixed the problem too by closing in his exercise area on the roof to a smaller part of the center of it. He had not been able to avoid telling Jenny what he was doing up there and why though, even if he had lied when she asked what quirk he had. It's easier, if everyone thinks I'm quirkless, he thought, clenching his right hand hard while he jogged for the fire escape to the roof. He was cautious as he got out on the balcony, then he scampered up the ladder so fast it was unnatural. He always laughed to himself after diving onto the roof from the top of the ladder to get down fast, imagining how he must look if anyone ever saw him do that. The whole point of doing it so quick though was to prevent exactly that. His laughter went away and a more serious look came to his face. He walked towards the tarps he had on the roof, weighted down to prevent them from blowing away as they had in a windstorm, as they had once before. He had to get a lot of new equipment after that, so he had learned his lesson well. Aunt May gives me an allowance from the money my parents left behind. She never mentions it when we have our occasional phone call, so I guess there's still enough left to keep the apartment and give me the allowance. If she ever runs out, I wonder if she'll make me move in with her and Sura. I'd have to move from Musudafu, and change middle schools, and I would be farther away from UA. My dream school. Zack shook his head around again and looked down at the equipment in front of him. Before I can get into UA though, I need to be ready to become a hero. I need to be strong, even without my quirk. He stood up the training dummy in front of him, and he placed bricks around the base of it to prevent it from moving around when he was punching and kicking it. He pulled out his phone and searched the newest video on a series he was watching where the main star was a hero who specialized in martial arts. Today, we're going to learn a new technique. This is meant for fighting villains, and for self-defense if you need it. Don't use it on your brothers or sisters, Zack said, finishing the phrase the man said at the beginning of most of his videos. The videos were directed towards a younger audience, but the techniques were the real deal. After saying the end of the phrase at the same time as his online personal trainer, Zack put his phone down on top of an air conditioning vent sticking out of the roof near him, close enough that he could watch the screen while balling both of his fists. Zack looked at his right fist and frowned at the black glove over it. If I break through it, I'm really screwed. And the material's not that thick, for my convenience. It's not meant for fighting with. But since I can't take it off when a fight starts, there's no point in training with it off. The boy with short spiky hair started his techniques on the dummy in front of him. He was all stretched out and warmed up from cross-country, so he got straight into fighting. He had a weight day yesterday, so he left the tarp over his weights alone. They had been difficult to get up the ladder, especially the heaviest ones he took up there with him, and there were even heavier ones still in the storage room on the top floor that Zack could not risk carrying up the ladder, yet. For today, he was doing a technique-only day. He wanted to master the ones he already knew, learn others, and become an all-around better fighter. The best heroes don't just rely on their quirks, he said, while faking a punch with his left hand and then getting in close with his right. He bent his arm and slammed his elbow into the solar plexus of the training dummy, putting all his power behind the attack. Just like All Might, he thought, while bouncing back as he imagined the reaction he expected the dummy would have done if it was a real opponent who did not go down fast. He's the best hero, not just because he's strong, but not because he can fight either. Being a hero is more than that. The reason that I need to be able to fight is what will make me a hero. And that's simple. The reason is he thought about all the times he had run through this city. Every street he ran down with children on it playing in the road. All the people he saw talking and laughing through the windows of cafes and restaurants. He imagined the heroes he saw and all the people who cheered for them when they beat villains, people he cheered along with as happy as they are. Because I love life. He grinned and slammed his left fist forward, smashing the training dummy straight in its face. I am. Every student in Class 1A looked to their doors with eyes growing wide. Their smiles spread over their faces, their chests started pounding, and the man threw open the door and leaned inside. Coming through the door like a normal person. Behind Zack's desk and to the right one row over, Kaminari's face lit up and he exclaimed, "It's All Might." Half of them let out similarly amazed gasps and excited noises, and many of them had been doubtful that All Might would really be there in person. "He's wearing his Silver Age costume," Zack whispered, then Suyu mentioned the same a few seats away from him but in a more confused and louder voice. Jiro Kyoka leaned to the side after hearing the boy in front of her say that, and the look on his face made her sweat drop. "Didn't take you for the fanboy type," she remarked as the boy who had been quiet most of the day in front of her had a look of childish excitement on his face now. Zack spun back to Jiro, then he turned away from the girl with earphones sticking off of her earlobes. He tried to better compose himself with a small blush on his face, but he could not stop from smiling wide at the hero who walked in. All Might stopped behind the podium in the center of the front of the room and he put his fists at his sides. He wore an old-fashioned red uniform, with white lines on the front in a cool style, cool yellow arm spikes and wrist guards, and a cool blue cape. So cool, Zack thought, as every part of the uniform looked cool to him. He looked at All Might's face as the hero turned and stared into the room. "I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most credits of this course than any other here." All Might tensed up and twisted his body, then, "Let's get right to it." He slammed his arm forward with a small index card on it labeled, "Combat." "This is what we'll do today. Combat training." Everyone was getting excited, but Zack started staring up at All Might with his smile lowering down a bit. "Combat training, right now. Against each other probably," he glanced around the room nervously. "And to go with that are these." All Might pointed at the wall on his right where panels started sliding out to reveal numbers on each other. Zack looked at the number, 13 feet where he knew his costume would be inside of. As much as it excited everyone else in the class, he kept staring at All Might while the rest of them looked to the wall. Even after All Might pointed, he kept looking ahead, and there was only one student still looking at him as he said, "Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests that you sent in before school started." All the students started getting up, and All Might continued, "After you change, gather in ground beta." "Yes sir," everyone called out at the same time. Zack stayed quiet as they all called it out. He started walking for his costume, while a strange feeling churned around in his chest. Does he not remember me? Zack did not see the recognition he had hoped for in All Might's eyes, and his smile lowered while he got his costume out and looked at it. He was so excited when he had designed it, even asking Jenny to come over and help work on it with him since he did not consider himself very artistic. It came out looking amazing, and his smile lifted a small bit as he looked it over. "I shouldn't be surprised. How many hundreds, no thousands, of people has All Might saved over the years? I thought though, since he knew my dad he might have, I don't know." Zack started for the locker room with the other guys, trailing behind just a bit. He noticed someone walking pretty far back near him, an anxious look on his face, but he did not look his way. The boy next to him, thinking about his costume, and on how he was going to manage combat training, glanced to his left and stopped muttering to himself. Zack had not even noticed Midoriya's muttering, his thoughts too jumbled and his emotions out of balance at what had just happened. Did he recognize me? We made eye contact, for that brief second. He probably made eye contact with everyone in the room at least once, but he would remember me. If not for my face, then my quirk for sure. Midoriya relaxed a little at the look on the boy next to him's face. "You're pretty nervous about this too, aren't you?" The darker-haired boy turned to his classmate, and he hesitated then nodded as he tried refocusing on combat training, which he was also having tough feelings about. Midoriya looked like he had another question to ask, but he stopped himself and glanced at the costume that Zack was carrying with him. His eyes focused on Zack's right hand, and he realized while his eyes widened that the other boy was always wearing that glove, even though he did not have one on the other hand. "Sasuke. Call me by my first name," Zack cut in. "And we should really be focused on combat training," he added, picking up his pace to catch up with the rest of the guys. "I saw where you were looking. He doesn't look like one to be nosy, but at this point people have to start getting interested. I haven't shown a quirk yet, but I denied being quirkless. That was the first step towards telling people what it is." "Gah, Why is this so hard? Zack slowed down when he was right behind a few guys talking about how cool their costumes were, and they all headed into the locker room. When people asked about my glove in middle school, I had such a good excuse. Telling them it was contagious fungus, a genetic disease, I could make up as much crazy stuff about it as possible and it was still believable. I told them that just taking my hand out of my glove would have been dangerous, so for any of them to try taking it off of me would have been suicidal. Literally. I can do this. Maybe I'm making assumptions too fast. All Might could come talk to me later. He might not have wanted people to know about how he saved me. Yeah, that must be it. After that day, only Dad ever talked to me about it, and only that one time. All Might could have only told him. Actually, that's probably what he did do, at least, that's what I hope. Zack's hands tightened around the uniform he was holding. I tried to kill myself, but he saved me. In more ways than one, you saved me, All Might. Zack rubbed an arm over his eyes and bit down hard, clenching his uniform even tighter in his hands. So why am I so mad at you right now? Knock 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 knock. 5 knocks, Zack thought while getting up from his dinner table. What do you want, Jenny? He asked while walking to his door. No one else knocks so many times. Zack opened his front door and his eyes opened wide and shot up to the tall man standing in front of him. The muscular hero in the same outfit he wore to school that day, stood in front of Zack with his arm held up in a fist ready to knock again. He brought his arm down and smiled wide at the boy standing in front of him in the doorway. I am here, All Might said, though in a whisper. May I come in? Zack realized the teacher and hero probably did not want to be seen, which was why he knocked so many times and was speaking in a low voice. Why yeah, All Might. He moved back and let the hero step in through the door. I can't stay for long, All Might began. A few more minutes in all today, still so much I need to get done. He had a rushed look on his face and began speaking rapidly to the boy who had yet to even close the door behind them. You did a fantastic job at the combat training today. I was surprised by your technique, but on my way here I saw some things on the roof. I had my suspicions, but you really shouldn't be using your building's roof as a place to train. Also, I had a look into it, but now I am fairly certain. But do you live here on your own? Thanks, and I guess since I'm training at school now, I won't need to go up there as much. I heard there are plans for another apartment complex just down the street that's going to be bigger than this one too, so I'd have to stop anyway. Zack trailed off as he thought back to everything All Might said, wondering if there was a third thing before the final one he did not really want to talk about. I'll take that as a yes. The half cup of instant ramen on the table is not a good sign, but I see signs of healthy eating in the kitchen. A cabinet in the kitchen was partially open and All Might could see some brands of food he had suggested for Izuku Midoriya to eat as part of his training regiment. Then the ramen is likely a result of how he was feeling earlier. I apologize. I did not want to. No, I get it. Zack exclaimed, before lowering his voice in case his neighbors would hear him through the wall talking to All Might. I'm glad you didn't say anything to me, but I'm really just glad you remember who I am. I remember everyone, All Might said. Zack's mouth curled up into an even bigger smile, as the doubts he had had that All Might could not remember everyone he had ever saved were wiped away by that single declaration. Well, I will see you in school, young Sasuke. Thank you, Sensei, Zack said, feeling a weight off his chest from that small conversation alone. All Might started walking for the door behind Zack, but when he was at the boy's side, Zack looked up at him and said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to become a hero. All Might's smile grew even larger as he looked back down at his student. He stuck a thumbs up at him and said, go for it. Go beyond. All Might opened the door behind him and bent his knees, then he shouted as he leapt out and away from Zack's apartment, plus ultra. Zack shouted it at the same time, plus ultra. He shouted and ran out the door to watch as All Might soared off, then he let out a long sigh of relief. All Might said that I did good in training. I earned that. Zack saw something out the corner of his eye and slowly started turning to the left. Standing outside the doorway of the room right next to his was his neighbor with long red pigtails falling more than halfway down her back. Jenny's jaw was dropped and she just stared into Zack's eyes with an eerie silence hanging between them for a minute straight. She had come out because she was going to go check on him and see how things were at UA, as she had not heard enough about the #1 Hero Academy yet from her best friend. Her jaw was dropping farther and farther and her eyes growing even more huge, which made Zack feel nervous about what was about to happen. "Don't," he said, running over and lifting a hand to cover her mouth with. He stopped himself though when his arm was only half lifted, then he brought his right arm back down to his side and reached forward with his left. Zack grabbed her by the sleeve and pulled her back towards his apartment, while she looked on the verge of screaming. He had wanted to cover up her mouth at first, but he realized she was way too frantic for that short-term solution. All Might was in such a hurry, I wish he would have just checked before jumping out my door. Zack closed the door behind him all the way this time, then Jenny shouted, "That was All Might." "Shish." Zack shushed loudly at her. "Why was he here?" Jenny shouted, almost as loud. "Well, didn't I tell you?" Zack began, trying to come up with an excuse. "All Might is a teacher at UA," he said it, then realized immediately how ridiculous an excuse that was. "But why was he at your apartment?" Jenny asked, her voice still loud but calming down as this was turning into more of an interrogation. The way he responded the first time made it seem like he was hiding something from her. "Don't tell me, you got in trouble. Did he find out about the roof?" "Well, he did, but," Zack started it, then he froze and his eyes opened wide. "But he didn't treat it as just some unsafe training I was doing. He said it was breaking building codes, and even counted as trespassing." "Oh no." Jenny held a hand over her mouth. Her skin turned bright blue and she asked in a worried voice, "Did you get expelled?" No." Zack shook his head, and Jenny's skin flashed a warm yellow before shifting back to its usual beige shade. "He just told me to keep my training at official facilities for now on." Jenny sighed and relaxed before giving her neighbor a pout. He leaned back at that look on her face, and she said in an annoyed voice, "If that's all it was, then you should have texted me to come over. You get to see All Might all the time now, so it might not be as big a deal for you, but you know I want to meet him." Zack looked at her apologetically and scratched the back of his head, promising to do just that if All Might ever came back. She frowned for a few more seconds, but then the corners of her lips curled back up and she said, "Now tell me, what kind of exciting things did UA have you doing today?" "Oh, you would not believe it. Rescue training," Zack thought, looking around the amazing interior of USJ with wide eyes. He was listening as 13 talked about how important rescue work was, and he was smiling wide while wearing his costume and hearing all this. The most important part of being a hero. His fists clenched at his sides, his right in the black glove, and his left in the thicker white one. Zack's entire costume was white. He had long sleeves on his arms and pants that all matched the same white color. He had a silver belt around his waist as well as silver wrist guards, and steel plating scattered on different parts of his body. On his knees, his elbows, and on the white glove of his left arm, Zack had hard pieces attached to his body with softer sides on the interior to prevent the damage he normally did to himself fighting only barehanded. "Today's when I show my stuff. The reason I'm here. The reason I'm becoming a hero. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others." 13 stopped talking and then bowed, followed by a chorus of cheers from the students. 13 knows what it's like to have a power like this, Zack thought while looking at the hero in a puffy white costume ahead of him. While Zack's head stuck out of the white collar of his uniform though, 13 had a black dome over his head so that Zack could not see the teacher's expression. I wonder if those black holes ever hurt people, right when his power developed. He says it's one that can easily kill, so maybe it has. But he can at least use it in other ways too. I can't learn how to use my quirk in a way to save lives. But he's right, we don't have powers to harm others. They're for saving people. Zack threw an arm up with the others and shouted with some classmates, though it was his left arm he threw up with them. When the clapping and cheers started settling, Aizawa pointed his finger at the area behind where he stood at the top of the stairs. Only he and 13 were there as teachers with the students, as All Might was missing for some reason. Aizawa began to the class in front of him. All right then, first. Aizawa stopped talking as the lights on the ceiling cut off. Zack looked up in confusion as the entire building dimmed a few notches darker. Huh, he looked down to check if Aizawa was smirking at them, and this was just part of it. When he looked at Aizawa though, he saw behind the teacher, and his eyes opened wide. Aizawa started turning his head with eyes growing in size, a bad sign for Zack, who could see that expression even as he focused on the swirling purple circle at the bottom of the stairs just in front of the fountain. The swirling circle exploded out in all directions, 2 yellow eyes appearing on the top of the largest part of the purple shadow-like being that just appeared. This is part of the training. They're trying to scare us. A hand reached through the shadows and pulled them to the side, and the face of the figure behind it moved forward. Zack looked into the single eye showing behind the strange hand attached to that man's face. Those eyes, he thought, right as the man walked forward along with others stepping out of the dark shadows at his sides. They're the same. 2 years ago. Everyone stay back, Zack said, holding his arms out to the sides as he saw movement behind him. But Captain, one of the first years began. That's Best Jeanist. I want to see what he can do. The police haven't arrived yet, Zack said. In a situation where villains arrive, civilians get in the way too often. Hey you, he shouted towards a couple of guys running towards the area across the street. They stopped and spun to the boy in a pair of sweatpants and matching gray sweatshirt who had a serious look on his face. Don't get any closer. There could be a calm. Out the corner of Zack's eyes he saw him. His head started turning back towards the smoke that was coming out of what he knew was a Chinese restaurant. He knew it because this was a path he and his cross-country team took at least twice a week on their runs. Best Jeanist must have arrived in seconds after I heard that first blast, but it hasn't been that long. He must not have seen this guy. Zack leaned back, as did all his teammates. The man running towards them had a body made of steel, a brutish look on his face and a muscular body to match that made him look like a bodybuilder. He had a panicked look on his face too, as any criminal would when one of the world's best heroes showed up to stop them. His feet left marks in the ground with every step, and he was holding a bag in one hand and a gun in the other. A gun. Zack saw the weapon and then yelled, "Move out of his way." He saw one of his teammates, a third year who had not voted with the others to make him the team captain since he was only in his second year. Nagiso, don't, Zack began, but his upperclassman got in the way of the villain anyway while the others moved to the side of the sidewalk. Zack looked farther down the road and saw Best Jeanist looking their way, but he was a good distance away from them. There were not any other heroes in the vicinity yet, and Zack heard the sirens but still did not see any cops. His left hand shot to his right wrist, but his hands were both shaking as he grabbed his glove. Move, he shouted at himself, trying to run up to Nagiso's side. He looked past Nagiso though, into the eyes of the glinting silver man charging at him. The man punched forward without hesitation, using the arm he was holding a bag with that looked like one of those sacks in bank robbery films. His fist slammed into Nagiso's chest, pushed in, and came out of the teen's back. Nagiso just smirked though at the villain, who got a confused look on his face at the feeling of the boy's insides. The villain decided to keep running, even as his arm got stuck inside the boy's mushy body. Nagiso opened his mouth. My quirk is jello, but it's not as awe. His feet came off the ground as the villain kept running, using his excessive strength to drag the kid with him as his arm was stuck lodged through the boy's chest. This is bad, one of the third years on Zack's right began. Nagiso's got his limits. He can't. Zack could hear his heartbeat pounding in his head. He was just out of the way enough that the villain would run by in front of him, taking Nagiso with him. The older boy had a terrified look on his face as he realized what the villain was doing, and then that terror intensified tenfold as the villain seemed to decide he didn't want this extra weight. His other arm with the pistol in it rose up, and Zack started yanking his glove off while stepping forward. Nagiso had looked towards Zack in a desperate way, and when Zack saw the look in his eyes, he stopped thinking about what his power would do and what the consequences would be. He saw the gun lifting and he started pulling off his glove, and then he froze, and the villain slammed into the ground. Zack's eyes opened huge, while Nagiso pushed against the arm in his chest to slide off of him. He pushed himself away from the man who just slammed into the ground, strange blue fibers on his legs and back. Best Jeanist, Zack finally whispered in relief, as he realized what had happened. He let out a deep breath and took another step forward, then he reached down his left hand for the older boy sitting there and staring at the struggling victim with a terrified look on his face. "Nagiso, are you all right?" Zack asked. Nagiso turned his head and looked at the younger boy's outstretched hand. He was a year older. The main reason he did not want this kid joining in the first place as a first year, why he did not want him to be captain. Seeing that outstretched hand should have made him angry, but instead his gaze shifted from Zack's hand slowly to the other one, the one he saw Zack running towards him while taking off that strange black glove he always wore. Zack stood up fast, realizing what Nagiso was thinking of. The perfect lie he had used for years now. He wondered how many of them had seen through it with that one action alone. So many of them were focused on the villain though and their own fear. He started finding it more surprising that Nagiso had picked up on it during that intense situation. "Zack, you kids there, get back," Best Jeanist ordered as he ran towards them. There could be other accomplices. The students all agreed and started running off, Nagiso scrambling to his feet on his own. They ran while the cops went the other direction, all of them talking about how crazy that was. Some of them started telling Nagiso how brave he was to stall for Best Jeanist, but the older boy said nothing about it. He just felt stupid for thinking he could stop a villain, felt terror that had not subsided even after the villain had been taken down and disarmed, and he felt angry that he had not been able to do anything. And he felt something else too as he looked back towards Zack. Zack had his eyes pointed at the floor as he ran. He thought about how Nagiso would confront him over this. He thought about how he had almost used his power, after swearing that he would never use it again. He had made that promise and reminded himself of it every day, yet right there he almost broke it. In a single moment, his conviction to never remove the glove in a fight was shaken. And he knew why it was shaken too. More than anything that happened during the action, during the moment when he decided to run forward, one thing stuck with him. It filled his mind and he shook as he ran, wondering for the first time in years, if he really did want to become a hero. That hesitation was because of what he saw when he looked in that villain's eyes, a look he would not see again up close in person, until rescue training at UA. Present. Gather together and don't move. The others who did not realize what was going on yet turned to their homeroom teacher in confusion. 13. Protect the students. What is that? Hiroshima asked, getting nervous for a second before calming himself and leaning forward. The boy with spiky red hair said in some awe, "Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started?" "No," Zack said on his left side. "That's not it." Hiroshima glanced next to him and got some more sweat on his face at how afraid the boy next to him looked. Midoriya made to take a step forward and get a better look, but Aizawa commanded, "Don't move," again in a much stricter tone. They looked towards him and watched as their teacher grabbed his specially made yellow goggles for his costume and put them over his eyes. "Those are villains." "That's a villain too," Zack thought, staring at a monster that just walked out of the portal. Its skin was black and its body muscular, and its brain showed on top of its monstrous head. It gave him the creeps as bad as the man next to it who had gray hands all over his body. "These are all villains." "Wow," Midoriya said, his voice hushed mainly because of his awe. "Sensei's actually good at fighting by himself against a lot of people, huh?" "Aizawa-sensei, he's awesome." Zack looked down in amazement from a little behind Midoriya, but not yet chasing after the rest of their evacuation class. "That quip about not having just one trick to be a hero, that's exactly what I heard in all the training videos. As awesome as some heroes' quirks are, they need to train in all different things too." "This is no time for analysis," Iida called back to the two of them. Zack started stepping backwards, nodding his head before spinning and running as Iida kept calling back, "Hurry up and take shelter." Midoriya started running too, and they all ran as a whole class after 13 back down the long path from the doors to the top of the stairs. It did not seem as long while they were running it, but before they even got halfway, a black swirling vortex opened up in their path. The blackish-purple shadow guy from before shot out of the ground and rose up twice as tall as the tallest student. "Nice to meet you," he began, his yellow eyes his only feature other than the black mass swirling around him. "We are the League of Villains." Never heard of them, Zack thought, but he was no less afraid knowing that it was an unknown group than he would be if they were well-known terrorists. "It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath." Zack's breath caught in his throat, but his scared look started going away. "They, what?" His eyes narrowed and both fists clenched hard at his sides. "They're crazy to come here with that, but they're not." Todoroki said it. "They're fools, but they're not dumb. If they came here knowing All Might would be here." Zack started breathing again, low and angry breaths while his fists clenched tighter and tighter. He had to release his right fist as it was clenching too hard, and he darted his eyes down to his right palm to make sure his nails didn't pierce his glove. "I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change?" The shadowy figure started stretching out to the sides and continued in his deep voice, "Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part one I'm to play." Zack started walking forward, but he was closer to the back of the group, and two others stepped out in front of 13 first. The teacher had just lifted an arm and popped open one of his fingers which he would be able to use his quirk black hole through. Hiroshima and Bakugo leapt up in the air first though. Hiroshima slashed through the portal user's body and Bakugo made a huge explosion into him, and smoke covered the area for a few seconds. Zack lifted his arms to cover his mouth, while staring forward in surprise that two others beat him to the punch. What was I going to do anyway? Tackle a shadow? Though now that I think about it, what would? His eyes started to widen as a low voice spoke over Kirishima's victorious taunt. "Oh, that was dangerous." The shadowy figure reformed as the smoke and dust settled down. He had a silver brace around a portion of his shadowy body while his glowing yellow eyes re-emerged on the swirling shadows above it. "That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. This is bad." 13 did not feel good about this situation and he shouted, "You two, move out of the way." Hiroshima and Bakugo were in his way, and his power was too powerful and imprecise to use without getting them caught up in it. "My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death." The portal figure shouted before they could do anything. His body expanded and then shot forward, wrapping around the entire group in front of him. The purplish-black cloud engulfed all of them like a wind pushing against them, and only Iida escaped it with a few others. Tenya looked back behind him with the two he pulled out of there, and he shouted at the dome of dark purple shadows, "Everyone." Zack heard the shout, but it sounded like it was getting fainter towards the end. "Scatter us." Is this? He lowered his arms and got ready to run, but he no longer felt a solid ground beneath his feet. Everything was pitch black and he felt terrified, and then he started falling. The portal that he was falling from was over 10 feet off the ground, but Zack swung his arms around and tried flipping himself to land safely. He dropped down on his left knee and right foot, punching his hand down too as he did. He stared down at the floor where he just landed, surprised by how little that hurt. He had focused his landing on areas that he also used for fighting, which meant there were shock-absorbing paddings on the inside of his costume for when he used his martial arts attacks. The boy with spiky black hair lifted his head and glared ahead. He thought about what the portal guy said, and he glared straight at the man closest to him. Zack had seen them when he fell out of the air, all over the rocky area around him. "I'm in the mountain zone, across the building. Where is everyone?" Thoughts were racing through Zack's head as he got up to his left foot too, taking his left hand off the floor in front of where his knee had been bent. He glared at the villain in front of him who did not like the way the boy perfectly executed that hero landing, but the villain started smirking as someone crashed into the floor right on his butt and back to Zack's right. "Yow!" Kaminari exclaimed, sitting up and rubbing the back of his head that also hit down pretty hard. He panicked at the sight around him and jumped up to his feet. Then he jumped backwards as a villain near him ran forward and tried swinging a huge rock down at him he was holding with a stretching arm. Kaminari dodged it, but the smash was loud and it scared the blond boy who realized he would have been crushed if he had stayed there. Even worse, the stretching man pulled the rock back to do it again. While that guy brought his arm back though, another villain charged at Kaminari, a fast one with razor-sharp claws sticking out of her furry yellow hands. Kaminari's eyes opened wide and he started surrounding himself in electricity, only to never get the chance to shock the woman as a foot slammed into the side of her head and sent her off course, lifting off the ground. Zack spun around after landing the kick and landed in front of Kaminari facing the other villains. "What is going on?" Kaminari shouted, right as two girls jumped down from on some rocks above and behind them, Yaoyorozu holding a long metal staff, and Jiro holding a short sword that her classmate had just made for her with her quirk creation. All the villains charged at once right as the girls jumped out to help their male classmates. "What is with these guys?" Kaminari yelled while jumping backwards away from a guy slashing a sword at him. Jiro moved forward and swiped her own, making the villain jump back. Then the girl with short hair and earphone jacks for earlobes had to dive to the side as someone fired a projectile at her. It was not the fastest moving, but it was large and almost hit her as she ducked. It slammed into the rock cliff behind her. Then Yaoyorozu ran over and swung her staff to protect Jiro, who had yet to get up. These villains, Zack thought while running straight towards a bulky man holding a war hammer, except that when he looked closer he saw that the man's arm itself turned into a hammer at the end. The guy lifted it up and slammed down at the kid running towards him, but Zack sidestepped to his right a small amount. Then when the villain changed the direction to try and smash down at the boy dodging, Zack darted to his left while ducking. The hammer swung diagonally over the top of his body, hitting the ground on the right of where he would have been even if he had kept going straight. There are certain areas of the body you should be especially careful attacking, as you could cause a lot of pain or even permanent injury. However, if the situation calls for it, these are also the same areas where people are most vulnerable. Zack stepped on the man's side so he did not have a clear shot at what would be the most vulnerable, as well as the spot he did not want to attack the most, as it would make him feel like the villain in any situation. But here, he thought, while slamming forward his right elbow at the man he was about to run by. He strafed the villain and kept running while bringing both arms back up. Then the large man behind him dropped down to his knees. It took a second for the amount of pain to register to the guy who did not think the child would be able to do it, but as he felt the steel-plated elbow hit him in a kidney, he felt one of the worst pains of his life and could not help but let out a gasp of pain as he fell. His hammer had left a hole in the mountain zone and blasted rocks up with it when it smashed down, but the short kid who just ran by him dropped him in one blow. He can still move, Zack thought. Kaminari, zap him, he called out, while running back towards his classmates who were standing in a triangle formation and saying something to each other. Zack sprinted their way as he realized he was isolating himself from his only allies in the area, but he grimaced at the numbers surrounding them. "I'm telling you I can't," he called out, the same thing he just told Jiro, though he had said it loudly enough that he thought Zack had heard. "All I can do is be a stun baton," Jiro said with a smirk, right before kicking Kaminari in the back towards a villain who the boy had just dodged away from. "What are you?" Zack changed directions to run towards Kaminari, but the blonde boy started using his electricity and actually got the man Jiro pushed him into. The large boulder the guy with a stretching quirk smashed down before came down again, but Jiro spun and her earlobe headphone jack connected to her boot, and she fired a condensed sound wave at the boulder that shattered it. The guy swinging his arm down wound up hitting Kaminari with it instead of with the rock, and Kaminari's electricity coursed through his arm all the way to his body. Even as Kaminari took out a few others, Zack had to dodge to the side and then counter with a strong right hook into the villain's face. The thug got hit and stumbled back, but he grinned back towards the kid who stepped back at the sight of the man's face. He had left a red mark and there was some blood trickling out of the thug's nose, but if anything the guy just looked like he wanted to kill Zack more. Zack looked around and saw so many villains around them, more than I can handle. More than we can handle. He backed up another step, then Yaoyorozu yelled towards him, "Zack, get near me." Zack spun and started sprinting her way. During their combat training, he had seen how smart their class vice president was. She analyzed the situations quickly, and even back during the first day of class he remembered how she had not been fooled like the rest of them by the expulsion warning. I knew she'd have a plan, he thought, and he saw Yaoyorozu hunch over and her back start to glow. Other villains around them looked towards the girl hesitantly, unsure as to what her power was since she had not shown it since arriving with the other female student. They don't know her quirk or they wouldn't just sit there and watch this, Zack thought as he spotted a villain near him stop instead of chasing him when he ran past. It takes some time, Yaoyorozu said while the blanket popped up above her and shadowed over her and Jiro's heads. To make something big, she finished, while the blanket spread out to its full size, easily large enough for 3 people to fit under. Right as it was about to fall over them, Zack dove and rolled under the sheet's edge. He got in the darkness beneath the sheet, and then Yaoyorozu lifted the edge a bit and said, "It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick." Kaminari. Yaoyorozu dropped the edge of the sheet back down, grinning just like the other 2 under the blanket with her. "Nice thinking," Zack said, right as Kaminari yelled outside the blanket. "In that case, I can be really strong." Screams of all the villains outside reached the students under the sheet, and they each felt victorious as thuds followed those screams. The villains were dropping one by one, though as Yaoyorozu lifted the sheet, many of them were frozen where they were standing with smoke coming off of their bodies. A few more started collapsing, but as Yaoyorozu started, "Now then, I'm worried about the others," Jiro spun to Zack and yelled at him. "Look away." Zack's face was red and his eyes huge, and his hands shot up to cover his eyes even though Jiro had already gotten in between him and Yaoyorozu. Jiro spun back to the other girl and said, "Your clothes." Yaoyorozu nodded, then looked back at Jiro and said, "I can make them again." Her smile then lowered down as she looked at the boy behind Jiro, then back down at her chest. She had only thought of the problem of repairing her destroyed shirt, not the other inherent problem her power was going to cause. Yaoyorozu's eyes shot open wide and she spun from Jiro and Zack, which only made Jiro more nervous. "Kaminari, don't look over here," Jiro shouted. Then they all looked out at their fellow classmate in confusion, because he was walking around out there with a shit-eating grin on his blank expression. Yaoyorozu quickly repaired her shirt then shot up to her feet, and the other 2 followed her up. Jiro and Zack walked towards Kaminari who had both of his thumbs stuck up, some blood trickling out of his nose, and he was saying, "Wee," over and over again. "Guess he blew a fuse, or something," Zack mumbled, his cheeks still red as he avoided looking towards Yaoyorozu. "And he was already an idiot," Jiro added, smirking at the way he looked now. "All right, you two," Yaoyorozu said as she looked at them. She did not include Kaminari in the upcoming conversation, because she doubted he would be able to understand it as he was now. The blonde boy just kept pacing about while looking like an idiot, while Yaoyorozu spoke to the 2 who could still handle themselves. "We need to figure out the situation of the rest of the class. If we were sent here, then there's a chance the others were scattered to the other zones. Some of the others aren't as capable in fighting situations," Jiro said. She did not mean it as an insult, more she was saying it in a concerned way. "So we should move fast in case they're barely holding off the villains. Check another area, but, when we know where so many of them are." Zack turned his head and started walking towards the part of the mountain zone they were on that had a better view over more of the room. The girls wanted to say something to him about how he wordlessly started walking away, but they saw where he was going and figured that was a smart move to get a look around. If their leaders really think they can beat All Might, that means they must really have something strong. Something that even Aizawa-sensei couldn't handle. Jiro at that moment started talking about the villain's plan too, and Yaoyorozu turned to her to listen. Both were no longer holding the weapons Yaoyorozu had made for them, because they thought that they had defeated all the villains. That was why the 2 girls were so confused when Zack spun around and started sprinting the other way, his eyes huge and his fists lifting up. "I should have guessed it. With so many weak villains like this, there have to be more who are actually strong in this group if they've managed all this. If they have enough power to think they can beat All Might, then of course," he sprinted as fast as he could towards Kaminari and the villain who had been sneaking up on him. The villain moved faster when he was seen. Kaminari, the idiot who still did not notice the man right behind him, spun at the sound of that shout, and then his blank eyes opened wider as he was shoved hard in the side and pushed out of the way. The villain's hand passed Kaminari, but quickly changed directions for the other boy. Zack lifted his head with wide eyes, fear all over his face as the villain in a skull mask looked down through the eye holes at him. "You're real good in a close combat fight," the man said, right before Zack screamed out in agony. The villain's other hand shot down and hit Zack in the back, while the one he had reached forward originally wrapped around the boy's neck and yanked him up. He never gave Zack the time to get back in a fighting stance, or to try and come up with a way to fight him. Zack had pushed Kaminari out of the way, and the villain gained a different hostage. "It's bad luck, kid," the villain said while lifting him and turning to face the girls who had started running his way. "Don't move," he said, taking his other hand from behind Zack's back and putting it close to the side of the boy's head. One arm was wrapped around Zack's neck, the other started sparking electricity near his right ear so close that he could feel sparks. Yaoyorozu and Jiro froze, while Kaminari looked up in confused fear from the ground a few feet away from the villain's feet. He started getting up, and Yaoyorozu shouted, "He doesn't know." "I know," the villain said, stopping the girl from panicking and trying something which he knew she might do if she thought he was about to kill Zack. "That's why I went for him. I'd rather not hurt an electricity type like myself, and I wouldn't have to with him in that state. Not like this one." He said it, and the girls looking the villain's way looked back at the hand sparking electricity next to Zack's face. They looked at the blood on it and then back at the boy who was constantly wincing in pain while also darting his eyes to the bloody hand next to him that was so close to frying his brain. "I'm scared. This is bad. He's going to kill me. How bad is my back? It hurts. What do I do? If I start moving my arms he'll kill me. If they try anything he'll kill me. If you two use your quirks, I'll kill this guy," the villain said, and Zack's fear skyrocketed at how calmly the man said it. There was no hesitation in his voice, he just claimed that he was going to do it and none of them doubted him. "Zack," Yaoyorozu said, her voice pained. She did not know what to do, as she wanted to help him but knew moving would have the opposite effect. Her eyes darted over to Kaminari, but he was useless in the situation after discharging so much electricity. "What's he doing? What are they doing? They're not moving, to save me." "But, he's," the villain started walking forward as the girls put their hands up. "He's going to kill them. He's just getting close, then he'll kill them, then he'll kill me. If neither of you move, I'll let him go," the masked man said. "No he won't. Try something. One of you, just try. Electric types like you and Kaminari are natural-born winners, right?" Jiro began, and the villain stopped walking. "What is she doing?" Zack thought in panic, though the villain did stop moving to listen to her. "I mean, even if you aren't a hero, there are a ton of jobs. It won't work. I can tell what you're doing, I can see your earphone jack. He's experienced. He has us exactly where he wants us. Someone. Why am I waiting for someone to come? I swear all might, I'll become a hero. I'll do it without ever using my power to hurt someone. No, I can't consider that, even in this situation." "Ah." Zack pulled his head away as the villain moved his bloody sparking hand right up in front of his face. "Give it up," the man said. "Did you think I really hadn't noticed?" Jiro's headphone jack retracted and stayed in front of her where the villain could see, and all she could do was grind her teeth as her plan was seen through with ease. A kid's naive thinking only works on dumb adults. Novice heroes shouldn't make light of hostages. Zack's eyes opened even wider and his breath caught up in his throat, his whole body tensing up. "If you two don't put up a fight, I'll let him go." Both Jiro and Yaoyorozu started sweating worse, but they kept their hands lifted as the villain started walking forward. "Someone else's life, or your own. Ha ha ha." He started laughing and Zack bit down as hard as he could. "Taking it lightly, is that what I'm doing? My life or theirs? That's what it means to face villains. That's what it means to be a hero." His right hand started moving at his side, his thumb curling in while his middle finger did the same. "But I can't." His fingers hesitated, but the villain took another step and they moved again. "The other villains are getting up, no one is coming to save us. I have to." His thumb pushed up against the material on the bottom of his middle finger, and he dug his fingernail in as hard as he could. He knew it would work because of incidents that had happened in the past which showed him how weak his gloves could be, despite their power-negating qualities. They were made so that he could use his right hand like a normal person, not to be a cage for his hand that he could not get off. The fabric on his glove started to rip over his middle finger, and Yaoyorozu spotted what he was doing out the corners of her eyes. She did not turn this time though, afraid that by noticing Jiro's attempt at stopping the villain earlier, she had given it away to him what she was doing. Does Zack have a quirk? Yaoyorozu wondered, something she had wondered many times but never gotten a clear answer. Can it save us? If so, why does he look so? The entire building shook and the girls darted their eyes around, but they returned them to their enemy just as fast as the man did not react in the same way and just kept moving towards them, his terrified passenger twitching his right hand the whole time. Jiro got confused by the look on Zack's face, the regret and the guilt coming over it and making him look like he was in so much more pain than just when the villain had attacked him. The villain glanced down at the boy's face that he pulled back using his arm, though he was acting like he was just tightening his hold to make the girls stay where they were. Zack looked up through the holes in the villain's mask and his hand stopped moving. He looked into the eyes of the villain, but this time he did not see a villain's eyes looking back at him. He saw a person's eyes. His right hand trembled as he imagined that day. He remembered how his mom had taken his hand, how she had held it so tightly, and how it had slid out of his grasp when she collapsed. Tears filled Zack's eyes. I can't. The villain took another step. In his eyes he could see the girls. He could see them staring at him in fear, in confusion. Neither of them, just like him, knew what to do. They couldn't do a thing though. They were stuck like that, because they wanted to protect him. They were letting the villain walk straight up to them, to protect him. Now, the villain said, looking up at the two girls and smirking at them. Don't move. Zack's eyes shot open wide and he opened his mouth. Ah! The girls gasped, and Zack gasped, and the villain behind them started falling forward with two holes in his shoulders and blood splashing out of them. Zack started turning his head back as he fell, his tears still streaming, his mind blanking at the sight of the villain dropping. This attack, Jiro said. The other villains realized it too, and all of them looked the other way towards the very front of the building and the doors they could just see. They could not see the middle section of the room, but the doors were visible where they spotted a line of teachers. The sight of those teachers made the other villains who had been getting up around them start backing up, and the ones who could move started scattering. The teachers, Jiro's smile grew huge. That was Snipe Sensei's. Ah! Zack brought his hands up to the sides of his head and let out a scream. Across the room, Snipe lowered the gun he had fired towards the mountain zone. He cursed under his breath and clenched his gun so much harder. I was, too. Zack turned his head and looked at the man who had been shot in the arms, forced to drop him. He stopped screaming and scrambled back on all fours to the man, and he reached in with his left hand and grabbed the man's mask, pulling it off. Hey Zack, Jiro began, thinking he was about to do something stupid. Yaoyorozu took a step forward, lifting her hand and opening her mouth to say something. Then she saw the man's face when Zack took his mask off. No. Zack stared at the eyes of the man lying there, half open. He thought about the feeling he had when his right hand touched the man behind him, when the skin of his middle finger touched his opponent. For a second after he first screamed, he thought that maybe the man's clothes would have made his power fail. It was something he thought about when considering it, but he had decided to ignore since he would not risk it unless he was determined, and if it failed after he would have to figure something else out. It did not fail though. Whoa, what is? Jiro stared at the guy's lifeless face, and her heart started racing as she looked from it to the boy who fell back on his butt and put his left hand up to the side of his head. Snipe Sensei's attack is aimed for non-vital areas. So why did he die? She stared straight at Zack, then the boy looked down to his right while lowering his hand in front of him. He does have a quirk, Yaoyorozu thought, but her bottom lip started trembling as she saw the look on his face. He wants to be a hero. With a quirk like that. Zack stared at his hand, at the skin of his middle finger and at the rest of it. He watched as his skin returned from pitch black to his normal skin tone. He kept staring at it, and his face twisted in anger at the sight of the man just in front of him. I hate you, he whispered, before scrambling up on his knees and grabbing his right hand as hard as he could with his left. He grabbed himself by the wrist as if strangling it, but when that didn't do anything, he balled his right hand into a fist and punched it straight down. "Raw!" he yelled, before pulling back and slamming it down again. Zack smashed his forehead into the floor because the pain was so much that he tried to stop himself, then he kept punching his fist down over and over again. He must have punched a dozen times before he felt the arms grabbing him. "Don't touch me," he screamed, diving forward instead of getting mad at the two behind him who ran up and tried to stop him. As soon as he yelled it, Jiro stumbled backwards and then fell on her butt. She pushed her hands on the ground in front of her to move even farther back, because in that shout she did not hear anger at all like she expected he would be with them for trying to stop him. Instead, he sounded terrified. Jiro's heart clenched up and her body covered in sweat, because she realized she just touched the boy who apparently killed the villain with that right hand of his. She had grabbed his right shoulder and upper arm to try and stop him, and she started panting heavily as she saw her life flashing before her eyes. Yaoyorozu stood closer to Zack even after he shouted it. The boy scrambled back to his feet and spun to stare at the girls behind him, his eyes huge. Not just Jiro and Yaoyorozu, but also Kaminari, who looked to be regaining some semblance of sanity as he was back on his feet, were staring at him with wide eyes. Jiro had a terrified look in her eyes, while Yaoyorozu looked down at Zack's hand and said in a stern voice, "Stop it. You're hurting yourself." Zack looked back down at his right hand and his face twisted in rage, even at the sight of his broken fingers. His glove was ripped up and the last pieces of it fell off as he clenched that had into a fist so tightly his nails cut into his palm. His broken fingers hurt, his forehead too, where there was blood trickling out of a shallow cut in it and down right over his eyes. But what hurt the most was the sight of the man lying on the floor in front of him, between him and his classmates. The teachers came. They came. I was too hasty. I killed a man. I killed someone. I killed a person. For nothing. The tears filled his eyes and he turned his head to the right. The boy with short spiky black hair looked to his right and out over USJ. They stood in the mountain zone, and he started walking that way. He took 2 steps, then he froze. He froze while lowering his gaze down to the cliff edge he was nearing. "What am I?" He stepped back, and he fell to his butt. He brought his knees up to his chest and hugged them with one arm, lifting his other and covering his eyes with it. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu's eyes opened wide as she stared at Zack's back, as his white costume had turned very red below the hole at the top of it close to his left shoulder blade. Yaoyorozu had completely forgotten about the villain's first blow he got in before taking Zack hostage, and she started running towards the boy's back. She stopped before getting too close though, and her hesitation made it hard to start making bandages like she had planned. "Zack," she began softly. "It's just your right hand, right? I can touch your back." 2 figures shot up the side of the cliff and landed in between Zack and the others. Yaoyorozu leaned back, but the scary man in front of her in a pitch-black costume was someone she recognized and relaxed after getting a good look at him. "Ectoplasm Sensei," Kaminari began calling out. 2 versions of their teacher who could clone himself had landed in the mountain zone, but the one who landed closer to Zack leaned down and picked up the boy curled up there. Hey, Kaminari took a step forward. "What are? I'll get him to safety first," the ectoplasm closer to them said, while the other flew off carrying their classmate. "It's just a clone," Zack thought as he lowered his arm to look up at the teacher holding him. Back on the mountain, the other ectoplasm looked down at the body of a man whose eyes were half open, and the other version flying away with Zack shifted his gaze to the kid looking back at him. "If I touch him, when we're this high up," Zack's right hand twitched, but he clenched it into a fist and clenched his eyes shut in pain. "Why do I keep for the first time since why do I keep thinking about doing it?" Outside of USJ, dozens of cop cars and vans to take away the captured villains were lined up. There were cops gathered all over the place, and criminals were being led out in a single file line in handcuffs all linked together by chains. One detective stood in front of Class 1A, and he counted them all up in front of him. 17, 18, 19, he finished his count and nodded his head. Other than the boy who seriously hurt both legs and the one with the broken hand, everyone else seems unharmed. The detective turned to speak to another cop who stood near him, and the students who were told to gather for a head count started talking to each other. I was in the landslide area. They underestimated us just 'cause we're kids. Where do you think I was? Anyway, the detective started walking back over while talking to another cop. Let's have the students return to their class for now. We won't be questioning them right away anyway, right? Detective Asui hopped towards the man in a trench coat, distinguishing him from the other officers. What about Aizawa-sensei? The detective held up a recording where the doctor who sent the message described the extent of Aizawa's terrible injuries. Ashido then asked about 13 and the detective assured them that he was all right too. All Might will also be fine, he added, though the students did not seem worried about him anyway. Recovery Girl's healing is enough to take care of him, so he's in the nurse's office. After such an incident, the idea that All Might saved them and only needed to go to a school nurse made most of the students smile. What about Deku? Uraraka called out. And for Midoriya? Iida asked, talking about the same person as Uraraka. Kaminari looked towards them, then he spun to the detective too and added, and, Zack. Is he? Kaminari did not know how to finish his question. The detective glanced Kaminari's way, then back to the other two who he said, treatment in the nurse's office is enough for Midoriya. He got a frown on his face after saying it, while the two he spoke to looked relieved. He glanced back towards Kaminari and had a hesitant look on his face for what he wanted to say. Thank goodness, Uraraka said, before opening her eyes and lowering her smile at the way the detective was looking towards Kaminari. Now that she knew Deku was safe though, she was able to shift her worry. She had not heard anything about the other missing member of their class yet, but Kaminari's face looked nervous after that question. Around the class, a few others also noticed that Jiro and Yaoyorozu noticeably looked upset. His injuries would have been enough for Recovery Girl, the detective began. However, he is in a different location. The detective seemed to be hiding something from them, but the man noticed the other cop next to him spin fast and salute, and he turned around as well. The class looked behind the detective to see the principal of their school walking over, along with a police officer who seemed important because of how the detective also nodded respectfully and moved out of the way. Principal Nezu, Hiroshima whispered at the look on the principal's face. I am sorry students, but please listen to the police captain and follow his instructions, Nezu said, and the other students who looked like they needed to say something closed their mouths at the serious tone in his voice. 3 students are needed for immediate questioning, the police captain said, and the detective frowned as he had just told the students to go back to class as questioning could wait until later. Will Momo Yaoyorozu, Denki Kaminari, and Kyoka Jiro follow me? It was worded as a question, but it was not a request. Oi, hey, what's going on? Hiroshima asked as Kaminari started walking away from him and the others near them. Couldn't this wait until the detective who was just speaking with the students began? No, Detective Tsukauchi. Protocol is different when there is a fatality involved. Most of the students in the group in front of the police officer opened their eyes wide, leaning back at the sound of that. The boy we have taken into custody was. You what? Kaminari exclaimed. He stopped dragging his feet and ran forward towards the cop who stopped mid-sentence and frowned down at the boy. Zack was just trying to save me. He pushed me out of the way. Kaminari bit down angrily and then yelled, it wasn't his fault. Every student in the group behind the spiky blonde-haired boy in shock, even the 2 girls who had been following behind him. Yaoyorozu took a few seconds, but then she ran forward and began in a more calm way yet still stern to the police officer, Kaminari is correct. It was in self-defense that he. We can talk about this in private, the police captain said, looking glancing the girl and making Yaoyorozu close her mouth fast. Both she and Kaminari realized what they were doing and who they were talking about it in front of. They each grimaced as they imagined the looks on the others' faces, imagined what they might be thinking at the moment. For now, please just come with me. Thank you for telling me that though, as we were not sure what to think. The police captain's voice got lower as he led the 3 students, Jiro trailing a little behind the other 2, back towards one of the police vehicles. The principal stayed with the main group of students and repeated what the detective said, sending them all back to the classroom. As the 3 students were led away by the police captain, he said in a softer voice, all he kept saying, until he passed out, was, "I killed him. We don't know any of the details, so I will need you to explain the situation to me. Each of you, separately," he added. Yaoyorozu's eyes opened wide. They don't want to give us time to get our story straight. In case we say contradicting things. They're treating him like a real killer. Zack wasn't. Officer Kane, Officer Umbala, take one of the girls each down to the station. Kid, you're with me, the police captain said while looking down at the blonde who did not have a good feeling about this either. Kaminari looked left at Yaoyorozu who glanced back at him, both of them looking uncertain of what was going on. They each looked towards Jiro after, but she was just following one of the officers who motioned her to his vehicle. Yaoyorozu started for the other, but she looked down at the floor as she walked. I should have done more. Something. Anything. A day after the villain attacks at UA High School, the news on every channel was still talking about it. In a hospital in Musudafu, a boy laying on his back on a hospital bed turned off the TV in the room. Zack lay on his side facing the windows, not a scratch on him. Recovery girl had come by and healed him the night before, and she sounded like she got in a heated argument outside the door before it happened, but since then the only people to come in had been hospital staff and the occasional police officer. Zack thought about the last nurse to come in who had his lunch, how she had looked towards his right side and where his arm was surrounded by a black box halfway up his forearm. He thought about how when he watched her leave, he could see the 2 police officers standing outside his door. They said I wasn't under arrest, but I'm definitely under arrest. Zack stared out the window at the bright sky outside. I wonder if they're having class today. Probably are. The TV stations keep talking about how unprecedented this is, so if they take off any school, the whole thing will look even worse. UA is a symbol of heroes. His eyes clenched shut as he felt them watering up. What have I done? The sliding door to his room opened up and a cop in full uniform walked towards his bed. You have a phone call, the officer said. You're going to want to take it, he added, while Zack turned to look at the man in confusion. The cop had green skin and horns sticking out of his face, but he was the friendliest of the officers Zack had talked to so far. Zack lifted his left hand and the cop put the phone down in it, then the man walked back for the door and left him alone in there. Zack rose the phone and put it to the side of his head. Hello, he started. There was a pause over the line as the person he was speaking to realized he was there. Then, a low voice Zack recognized well began, young Sasuke. He heard All Might's voice and pulled the phone from his head, his thumb hovering over the end call button that he wanted to press so badly. I can't talk to All Might. I can't face him. Zack's finger hesitated though, and then he brought the phone back up to his ear. All Might, he whispered. His voice was hoarse and he gasped out 2 more words before the tears built up in his eyes again. I'm sorry. You have nothing to feel sorry about, All Might said. Young man, you were a victim of. I killed someone, All Might, Zack whispered. He lifted his left arm and put it over his eyes, leaving the phone on the pillow next to his head so he could rub his eyes. He stopped rubbing them and just left his arm covering his eyes, and he continued in a hoarse voice that cracked with every word, it wasn't an accident this time. I chose to, I decided. Zack bit his lip but had to stop after a second because of how much it already hurt from biting through it all night and all morning. And now, the things they're saying about UA's a symbol of the hero society. Zack heard a surprised gasp on the other side of the phone, and he turned to look at the lit-up screen next to him. You were even thinking about that, All Might said, and Zack could not help but bite down on his bottom lip again. All Might's words let him know that he was not just being paranoid, because the hero said it like he had been thinking about that same thing. Zack, I wish I could have visited you in person, All Might began, while he looked down at his injured body and grimaced. But before I am going to be able to do so, I felt I needed to speak with you. I heard from your classmates the circumstances. Snipe Sensei showed up in time, Zack gasped out. He was there, but I didn't know but I should have waited but Zack started coughing as he was trying to speak despite the sobs forcing themselves out at the same time. Talking to the cops, he had kept it cold, he had stayed with exactly what had happened. He had tried telling them exactly the situation, once they had gotten him to stop repeating how he had killed the villain. There was no response over the line for a few seconds, then Zack stopped sniffling and he said with tear streaks covering his face, "And now the news is saying someone has to be held responsible for what I did. They're blaming teachers, and they're blaming the school. And I even heard someone blame you, All Might." Zack gasped and his voice was so pained as he reached for the phone and put it back up to his head. I'm sorry, All Might, I'm so sorry. Zack, this is not where you're All Might, Zack said. He stopped crying and stared straight up at the ceiling above him. Do you regret telling me to follow my dream? No, All Might responded. Zack lay there staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. He hesitated. Zack lowered the phone from his head to the pillow next to him. Tears stopped coming out of his eyes, and he stared straight at the ceiling without moving a muscle. All Might started saying something inspirational to him next to his head, but Zack just drowned it all out. Of course he does. The League of Villains didn't manage to kill All Might, but what I did caused so much damage. The school getting attacked is one thing. Students fighting villains too, but barely anyone got injured. But when the world heard that the villains attacked the top school for heroes, and that one of those heroes in training killed a villain, I corrupted the Hero Society. What are they teaching their students? Why won't they release the name of the student involved? These students held off a villain attack, but were their actions justified? It's not just me. Everyone would have been treated like celebrities, but no one cares about any of that. It's not long before someone in my class says something to the news, or even to just a friend of theirs who tells a friend who tells the news. Zack lifted his left arm and wiped off his face before sitting up and leaning back on the wall behind his pillows. He looked down at the black box on his right hand. All Might was just saving someone. That day, he wasn't really telling me to be a hero. He said exactly what a hero should. He got a suicidal kid to stop thinking those kinds of thoughts. But in his head, he probably hoped that I would change my mind. He probably thought that my goal to be a hero, that with my quirk, I would realize it was hopeless and give up. Instead I did something stupid. I spent my whole life working towards this goal, and now he can't even tell me the truth. He knows how much it would destroy me, how much I'm destroyed right now. Zack felt his chest clench up in so much pain. There will be a school review when you get back. Do not worry though, the other teachers all understand what All Might, Zack said in a quiet, pained voice. I can't return to UA, he whispered. I can't return to that class, he added. I can't face the others, he said the last part louder and then let out a sob and turned his head away from the phone. You were wrong. It wasn't a magnificent dream. My quirk is death. He sniffled and then reached back for the phone. What kind of hero kills people? What kind of hero kills his parents? Zack ended the call and then called out, I'm done. The police officer opened up the door and looked across the room at the boy who was sitting up and turned away from him. He started walking over and saw the phone sitting on the side of the young man's bed closer to him. As he neared it he began, Our posting outside of your door has just been called off. The review is officially over, and we've called your aunt. She's coming here to pick you up. Zack spun with wide eyes, and the green-skinned cop leaned back at the red-eyed, tear-streaked face of the child who he thought would have felt better after a talk with All Might. I'm free to go? Zack asked, his voice shocked and shaky. But you're not under arrest, the cop said, something he had told the boy a few times already. No charges have been filed against you, and the department has marked the incident as self-defense, as it should be. The cop smiled at the boy whose whole body started shaking. Your name has not been released to the public, and it's up to you whether or not you decide to say anything. The officer did not know what else to say, so he just gained a softer look and said, things will work themselves out. He turned to go but then paused and added, you'll have to wear that box for a while. Your school is going to take care of it though. Zack watched as the cop left, then he leaned back against the wall again. All Might knew I wouldn't get in trouble. So did the other teachers. They already knew that I'd be back in class, but even when All Might said it, I still thought maybe. Zack looked towards the door again, but he did not see silhouettes through the glass. They're really leaving, he thought. Just leaving me. That's it. The incident is over for them. The guy the first killed, damn it. Zack lowered his gaze towards the black box around his hand and lower arm. I failed. 8 years ago. It's okay. Why? Because I am here. All Might called out to the crowd as he held the villain he just took down in one arm, and some hostages in another. All Might turned and looked towards another part of the street where another hero who had been at the scene before him was looking his way. Titanium. All Might thought, his eyes widening as he recognized the other hero. All Might cut his press conference short, and he caught the other hero after he left the scene and was already another street away. Titanium. All Might began after catching up. The other hero looked back at him and gave him a small smile. All Might, thanks for coming when you did. I didn't know how I. You should be home, All Might said. I am here. I can take care of hero duties in this city for a few days. There's no need. Titanium shook his head at the stronger hero. I appreciate your concern, but I can do this. The strong man with spiky black hair going straight up over his head a few inches clenched his teeth after saying it, trying to force the smile out. All Might. A citizen walking around nearby called out. Oh look, it is All Might. Titanium. I saw on the news. I am sorry. I'm fine, All Might, Titanium said, turning and walking away, which made some citizens near them look at the heroes oddly. All Might smiled at them to show nothing was wrong, then he jumped up and into the sky. Although he did not want the citizens to think anything of their confrontation, All Might was not finished yet. So he returned to Titanium's hero agency, and when he got inside, the first thing a young female sidekick who ran up to him said was, "Please, All Might. Help Titanium." All Might headed to Titanium's office and walked in while the man was over at his windows, staring out into the city. Titanium, All Might began. It has only been a day. Go home. All Might stopped smiling once he was out of the main room where Titanium's sidekicks and staff were gathered. I hear you have a son. Be with him. I can't, Titanium shouted, spinning and glaring at All Might furiously at the suggestion. All Might leaned backwards. He had worked with the other hero before, and they had always gotten along. They were not close friends, but All Might considered him a comrade in the same field. He thought he knew the man, yet he had never seen such an expression of this on a man's face. Any man's. Titanium was sad, grieving, but his expression was furious, and yet he tried forcing a smile, because he was a hero. I can't look at him, Titanium said. So I need to go to work, to get away from him. So he doesn't see me, look at him like that. I don't understand, All Might began. He killed her, All Might, Titanium said. He stepped towards the more muscular hero and hissed through his teeth, my son, killed my wife. They're testing him right now, testing his new quirk, but I already knew. He pursed his lips, and All Might stared at the man in shock as he said, we both knew. My wife and I, but we didn't say anything. Because he's not. Titanium seemed to realize what he was doing and he leaned back, regaining a calm expression on his face and frowning in a stern way at the other hero. All Might, I ask you don't repeat. Sasuke, All Might said, using the man's name while stepping closer to him. What are you talking about? I promise, I will not repeat it. Titanium bit down so hard that he had to turn his teeth into titanium to prevent them from breaking. Sparks came out from between his teeth that ground over each other, then he opened his mouth and in a raspy voice said, the boy. His power had manifested, but not like we didn't know what it was, but our dog died, it just died one day, while playing with him. He thought it went to sleep, and we told him it ran away. But we brought it to the vet to see what the cause of death was, and the vet said he never saw anything like it. The dog's heart just stopped for no reason. A young dog, healthy, its heart stopped, so we thought, maybe it was a heart attack. After all, he was 6 already. He shouldn't have gotten a quirk if he didn't have one by then, but then, Titanium pursed his lips again, but All Might nodded at him to continue. He came home from school one day, and he told us that the class pet had died. He said they held a little funeral for him, but when we asked how it died, because we needed to ask, he told us that it just died right after they took him out to play. The teacher said that, things happen, but things without explanations don't happen twice around the same person. That person becomes the explanation. Titanium's lips trembled as he pursed them again. We knew, but what are we supposed to tell our son? That when he gets close to animals, plays with them, he kills them. Instead we made up an excuse, telling him that the doctor just found out that he's allergic to animals. We were too stupid. I was too stupid. Titanium put a hand on his forehead and he rubbed it so hard All Might was worried he would turn his hand to steel and rip through his skin. But it had never happened with people before. But then my wife, Titanium gasped and stared into All Might's eyes with huge ones of his own. The boy I can't use his name. I can't talk to him. I can't even tell him it's all right. He's so scared, but I can't even look at him. Sasuke, it is not the child's. I loved her so much, Titanium gasped out. She was my world. He reached up and grabbed his chest in agony. Do you love someone, All Might? With all your being, love someone? All Might hesitated for a few seconds, then Titanium continued, well, if you do, can you imagine if someone took them away from you? Can you imagine how you would feel? What you would want to do? But you know you can't do it. You know you can't get revenge or justice, but worse than that, you have to look at this person who you can't do anything to, and not just look at him, you have to love him. I can't handle this. I couldn't handle a simple beeping job. Titanium spun and slammed a fist towards the window behind him. The force of the punch shattered the window and he screamed out into the air over the city. Titanium, All Might shouted, reminding him by using his real name what he was doing. The glass falling out the window could hurt innocent people, and All Might had to run outside, plant his feet on the wall of the building across the road, and shoot himself down to make sure that the sidewalk was empty, which it was. All Might looked up as the glass fell towards him, and he punched all the shards to small pieces that would be harmless even if people were to step on them. He jumped back up for the window and looked in harshly at Titanium, who was leaning back on his desk, hands on top of his head and a shocked expression at what he had just done. You are a hero, Titanium. Overcome this, All Might shouted, and Titanium's eyes grew huge. Go to your son. As much as you are feeling this pain right now, try to imagine the kind of pain he is feeling too. As I said, I will take care of hero duties here, so you need not worry about any criminals you may have stopped in the next few days. Take some time. All Might walked to him and put a hand on his shoulder, and he added at the end, you can mourn. Present. The door to Zack's hospital room opened. He turned to see if his aunt had arrived to take him home. It had been a little while since the cops left, but it was not his aunt standing there. Zack stared at the man in a white t-shirt and green pants, and he said, who are you? The man at the door had blonde hair in a weird style, with two long bangs falling down the outsides of his face and the rest of it wavy and pushed back over his head. He had a very sharp jawline, and his eyes were dark while he stood there with his mouth flat. The man closed the door behind him and Zack tensed up where he was sitting. Is it a villain coming for Rev? Young Sasuke, the man inside the door began. Zack blinked a few times, his body relaxing while at the same time flinching and starting to sweat. What? He thought, then said, what? In just as confused a tone out loud. He looked the man up and down again, then down and up, then he focused on the bangs sticking down the outsides of the man's face. He looked at how loose the clothing was, then at the bangs again and the position they were falling from. If those bangs stuck up and out, and his body could get muscular, nope, I don't see it. He tried picturing a change from the man in front of him into All Might, but it still did not work. Listen, the figure in front of Zack coughed and blood splashed out of his mouth, making Zack drop his jaw. Do you want the bed? Zack asked, wondering if this was a patient who had wandered off and actually needed to be laying down. He had concern in his eyes, as dark as those eyes were. Young man, I want you to listen to me, All Might said. His voice was the same, the biggest reason Zack could hardly breathe while staring at this figure. You have what it takes to be a hero. Your friends told us what happened, every detail. Wait a second. Zack stumbled over his words but managed to get it out. I don't get this. I'm not your All Might. All Might nodded his head, then he continued to the boy who finally accepted it and freaked out for real this time. All Might kept a serious look on his face though, and Zack's calmed down after a few seconds too, an even darker look returning to it. This is why I said I could not come earlier, All Might began. Not many know this secret, but when I heard what you said to end our call, I needed to come. All Might, you are a talented young man, but I want to take back something I said earlier. Zack looked into All Might's eyes confusedly, then the skinny man with blood trickling down from the corners of his lips said, I do regret it. Zack's eyes opened wide, and All Might walked over and took a seat at the foot of Zack's bed. I could not say it, but my hesitation told you the truth, did it not? All Might let out a low chuckle, then he said, you are very perceptive. Zack stared in confusion at the man at the foot of his bed. Why would you come, just to tell me that? Because lying to you was the wrong choice, All Might said. Which is why I have come here, in my true form. All Might turned and he reached down to the hem of his shirt, lifting it up and showing Zack his side, and the terrible wound he had hidden there. I'm getting weaker, because of an injury I received 6 years ago. All Might lowered his shirt and finished, I can only stay in the form the public knows me as, an hour and a half each day. After this most recent event cut down my time limit once again. All Might, Zack whispered. Why are you telling me this? I just told you that I was dropping out. I don't want you to do that, All Might said. That's why I am here. I came to tell you the truth, and to offer you a proposal. All Might sighed and slouched over again, turning away from Zack to look towards the wall the door was on. He spoke while facing that way, I regret what I told you that day. But I do not regret saving you. You should never consider killing yourself. I did again, Zack whispered. All Might spun to him wide-eyed. After I did it. Right after. I'm not anymore, but if I do it again, no, I won't do it again. I say that yet. Zack clenched his mouth shut and he leaned his head on the wall behind him again. All Might, he whispered. I regret telling someone with your quirk to follow a path that would result in you needing to use it. It was foolish of me. I treated you like a child, but you had already been through so much that you were prepared to take those words to heart. And because I was the one who put you back on that path, who told you to follow your dream, I could not tell you to give up on it. Then you passed the entrance exam. All Might curled his fists and he leaned his head back. I was terrified that this day would come. But I told myself it would be far in the future. I told myself again, that you would realize your dream was impossible when you could not use your quirk, and that you would give up. But you're not one to give up. All Might looked back down and turned to Zack again. That is why I feel so troubled now. After all of your hardships, after all your loss, after all you have struggled to get past, for this to be the reason you give up, I could not accept it. Zack's eyes started to widen more, his heart speeding up as All Might got up off of his bed. So I regret it. I regretted it for so long. But when you say that you're finished, because of the guilt you feel over an action that protected other students' lives, I cannot accept that. The hero in front of Zack looked angry as he was saying it, angry at himself more than anything. To have even considered staying where I was, accepting that you had finally given up on your dream, it left the most disgusting taste in my mouth. The symbol of peace would mean nothing, if I were to let you leave on that note. All Might rose his arms at his sides. So try again, All Might said. But you just said, you wish I would give up, Zack said, his eyes huge as everything All Might was telling him was contradictory. And I didn't protect the others. Snipe-sensei saved us. He would have saved us, even if I hadn't. You don't know that, All Might said. Perhaps it is true, perhaps it is not. But you pushed young Kaminari out of the way, and tell me, for whose sake did you use your right hand? Zack's eyes shot open even wider, and in his head he saw two faces. The two girls who were standing in front of him, terrified looks on their faces as they held their hands up. How defenseless they looked, the laughter of the villain, how he knew the villain was going to kill them because they were trying to protect him. Zack's eyes started watering up again, but he held them back as he pursed his lips and stared into All Might's eyes. So this is my proposition. I want you to return to UA. I know you are afraid of what will happen. I know you do not think right now that you can still be a hero, but you have just been introduced into the villains' world at such a young age. You have seen what they can really do, and you will become stronger from this. Zach's breathing started speeding up. How many first-year students ever experience something like this? Not many, and now you will use this experience through the years we spend teaching you at UA. You will build off it. All Might's arms rose up higher at his sides and he tilted his head back. Do become a hero. You have what it takes. All Might had such a frustrated look on his face that he had to keep looking at the ceiling for a few more seconds. I do hope I will not come to regret this too. He thought it. Then he said aloud in a lower voice, prove me wrong. Is that him, still being honest? Zach thought, his heart racing as All Might lowered his gaze and looked at him. He hates that he's doing this right now. All Might knows that I could hurt more people. The safest thing would be to let me give up, but his emotions are in the way. The responsible thing to do here would be to leave on my own anyway. Wouldn't it? But if I left now, the answer would always remain the same. Zach bit down as hard as All Might was doing, and he got just as frustrated a look on his face as the hero in front of him. Was it good that I was born? Zach said. All Might's eyes opened wide at the sight of the boy's face as that question escaped his lips. All I've wanted is to change the answer to that question, he said. Saving people, bringing life, instead of taking it away. Zach shook his head and his left fist clenched hard, and then his right did as well inside the black box that he turned to look at. I've considered myself a curse on this world, many times. Because I love this world so much, he said, turning back to All Might to see if he understood. The hero was just staring at him with huge eyes though, and Zach shook his head and continued. The people, our society, heroes, nature, it's all so amazing. Yet, my mother, who saved so many lives, and my father, who saved maybe even more. Zach shook his head a few more times and then he said while closing his eyes. And how many others would they have saved, if I was never born? I ask myself it, every night. So not just the lives I'm responsible for, but the ones they would have saved too. Even if I spend my whole life as something other than a hero, I doubt I can save 2 people, let alone all the others I need to save, in order to make it worthwhile. If I killed myself, I would have been nothing but a plague to this world. Zach lifted his gaze again into All Might's, but his expression was stronger than the last sentence he just said that sounded like he was putting himself down. That's why I'm going to keep trying. If you think I have what it takes, then I'll try again. I'll make it so you don't have to live with the regret of telling me to follow my dream, because you're a hero and you don't deserve that. What a heroic thing to say, All Might thought while leaning away from the boy's bed. Zach lifted his left hand and clenched it into a fist in front of him. I've seen what villains can do. That man, he's not the worst of the villains out there. I know I'll have to face others like him again. But next time, I'll be ready for them. He swept his arm across the front of his body and said, I'll do it. Yes, All Might called out, feeling motivated himself by the boy's motivation. Show me, Zach Sasuke, the type of man you will grow to be. A few hours after All Might left Zach's hospital room, there was a knock at the door. Finally, Zach thought. He looked towards the door, then his eyes opened wide as it cracked open and a head poked through that he was not expecting. Yo, the blonde boy who leaned his head in grinned and said, how you doing? Kaminari, Zach said, his voice soft as it usually was when speaking with people he did not know well. I'm fine, Zach said, as he saw the other boy looking over towards his right hand and the strange box around it. Another person walked in the room behind Kaminari, and Zach looked at the girl with a black ponytail and large bust in some surprise that she was there too. He looked behind her, but Yaoyorozu turned and slid the door shut behind her. No Jiro then, Zach thought. Kaminari frowned from closer to his bed as he saw Zach glancing behind Yaoyorozu with a sadder look. We asked the teachers if they knew where you were staying, but they wouldn't tell us, Kaminari began as he got right up next to Zach's bed. Zack was sitting up with his back against the wall and he was wearing a white hospital gown which made him feel weird since the other two were in their school uniforms. Zack gave the other boy a confused look after Kaminari spoke though, and he scrunched up his face and asked, "Then how'd you?" Yaoyorozu changed how she asked, saying she wanted to bring you the work we did in class today. Kaminari pointed behind him at the girl walking up to the side of the bed too. She had a more serious and composed look on her face like she expected this to be a more serious conversation, but Zack was glad Kaminari did not walk in and start getting all depressed on him. Was Midoriya back in class? Zack asked. Since I shouldn't know anything about today, since All Might was never here. He thought it made sense that he'd ask it, though then he remembered that All Might was the one who told him about Midoriya's injury when he asked earlier if anyone else had been hurt. Hope they don't. Yeah, he was fine, Kaminari replied. The blonde boy got a little more serious of a look on his face and he scratched the back of his head while looking away. Listen, I'm sorry. Zack's eyes widened a bit, and Kaminari continued while looking to the side. My power's strong, but it short-circuits my brain. It's like a double-edged sword, and well, I'm sorry you had to save me. Kaminari looked back at the boy in front of him, a look of regret on his face. Don't be, Zack said. His lips twisted in a difficult way as he tried to make a smile, but then he wound up still frowning as he added, if Snipe-sensei hadn't shown up when he did, then, it would have been better that it was me there. Kaminari stared at Zack with his eyes growing huge. The last he had seen of him he was still kind of out of it himself, but what he had heard from the police when he tried defending Zack made him worried about the black-haired boy's mental state. You're doing all right then? Kaminari asked. Zack smiled and opened his mouth. He froze with it open, air coming out but without any words forming. He tried thinking on all he and All Might had talked about, but it did not help. Not really, he replied finally. He figured it would actually have seemed stranger if he had smiled and said that everything was fine, but that did not make him feel any better that he just said this to two of his classmates. What do? He paused and tsked, turning away as he was planning on just finding out himself when he showed back up at class. What does everyone think happened? He asked while staring towards the windows. Kaminari frowned and he leaned back from Zack's bed. Unfortunately, everyone in the class heard it was you who did it. Zack shut his eyes as he knew that already. But we didn't tell them, it was some cop. We told everyone not to talk to people about it after they let us go back to class. Idiot cops spent over an hour asking me the same stupid questions. You guys got questioned? Zack asked while still facing towards the windows. He already knew a lot of this from All Might, but not the details. Then thanks. I got released from their custody. There are no cops standing outside the doors anymore at least. He looked back at them and tried smiling in a genuine way to show he appreciated what they must have said about him. Yaoyorozu looked so frustrated when Zack looked back towards her. He made eye contact with her, and then his eyes opened wider than they did when Kaminari apologized, as Yaoyorozu bowed to him. She bowed her head so far that Zack could see most of her back even from his sitting-up position. Whoa, Kaminari said, leaning away as he was not expecting that either. I'm sorry Zack, Yaoyorozu said. I am so sorry. Yaoyorozu, Zack began. In your eyes, when he was marching you towards us, the girl had to clench her eyes shut while staying in her bowed position. I saw you asking for help. Zack's eyes widened even more, and Yaoyorozu continued in such a regretful tone. I did not understand though. I thought you wanted us to save you from his hold. I thought wrongly that I could come up with something in time. My judgment was wrong. No, it wasn't, Zack said. Yaoyorozu's head lifted up and she straightened at the sight of Zack shaking his head at her. You were right. You have good judgment, better than mine was. I never even considered that the other teachers would show up in time. Maybe if I had thought about just trying to stall him like Jiro, maybe if I had fought back or thought about fighting in a way other than using my quirk. I've spent so long training in just martial arts so I don't have to use it, but I couldn't think of a single way to break his hold. The second he grabbed me, with the pain and the fear, my go-to reaction was thinking about my quirk. All I could do was panic, thinking about using or not using it, when I should have just forgotten about it from the start and tried coming up with a different idea. Kaminari looked down at the boy sitting in front of him, an odd look on his face at everything he just rambled. His gaze shifted towards Zack's right hand again. So your quirk, what does it do? You saw, didn't you? Zack asked. Then his eyes widened and he spun to Kaminari after his short curt response. Oh crap, sorry, he said, remembering how Kaminari was pretty out of it and might not have actually seen. Kaminari looked confused at the different reactions Zack just had, thinking maybe he was more right about that mental state thing than he first thought. My quirk, Zack began. He opened his mouth to continue, but he found it hard again to make out the words. I've never actually told anyone what my quirk is, he whispered. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu stared at him in surprise, and then he continued quietly, everyone who knows, found out from other people. And I had to write it down on my application form, but, yeah, this is the first time. He whispered the last part really quietly before lifting his gaze again and looking from Kaminari to Yaoyorozu, whose eyes he looked into as he said it. Death. That's my quirk's name. Kaminari gulped on his left side and got a bead of sweat on the side of his face. That's ominous as hell. Closer to the foot of his bed, Yaoyorozu took a step towards Zack and kept looking at him in the same way. I am sorry, we made you use it. He opened his mouth to argue again, but Yaoyorozu continued quickly, because if we were not there, you would not have, correct? Kaminari looked at Yaoyorozu in confusion, then back at Zack, who he got even more confused by his wide-eyed reaction. I always thought, Zack began while looking straight into Yaoyorozu's eyes, that I would rather die than use it. Aga. He froze midway through that, then he clenched his mouth shut fast and he winced as he brought up something he should not have. Kaminari stared at Zack in shock for a second but made sure to wipe it from his face before the other boy opened back up his eyes. But, when it wasn't me whose life was on the line, he continued, seeing Yaoyorozu still looking at him expecting him to go on. He faded off at the end of that though, and he shook his head before smiling in a soft way, I'm just glad, everyone was okay. Kaminari grinned at the guy in front of him. All right then, on to what you missed. Kaminari sat down on the side of Zack's bed close to where Zack was sitting himself, making the other boy scoot away. Zack threw his legs off the side of the bed while moving to Kaminari's right, and then Yaoyorozu sat down on his right side. She took her bag off her back and started going through it to get some papers, while Kaminari started going on about the sports festival that was coming up. The UA Sports Festival. I'm actually going to be competing in that big. The door to Zack's room slid open fast and the three sitting on the side of Zack's bed looked up to see a woman standing in the doorway. She was frowning and had a bag in her right hand with a change of clothes in it. She had short black hair falling just above her shoulders, wore a pair of thin glasses, and she narrowed her eyes through them at each of the children on Zack's sides. Her eyes darted to the girl on his right, then to his arm which he held in front of his body with the black box around his hand held between his legs. She humphed at the location of it and the protection they had around it, while Zack looked towards her and said, Hey Aunt May. The others looked in at Zack in surprise, then they stood up to introduce themselves. Zack stood up too, but he began before the other two could start, I'll see you guys in class. I have to go. Hello there, the woman began to the girl who turned back to her. My name is Mei Sasuke. Please give me and my nephew the room. Kaminari spun back to the woman in surprise too, and he felt like he should say something considering the attitude he had about her. Zack put his left hand on Kaminari's arm though, and he just nodded at his new friend with a small smile, telling him it was okay with the nod. Kaminari nodded back and then grabbed his bag that was leaning against the wall next to the bed. Well, see ya, man, Kaminari said, heading for the door and looking away from the woman whose gaze was piercing. See you tomorrow, Zack, Yaoyorozu said, smiling at him too and bowing her head a bit as she excused herself from his hospital room. They left the room together, then Mei closed the door behind them. She looked back towards Zack who lost his smile fast and bowed his head at the look she gave him. Put these on, I'll get you home, she said, then she walked over towards him and held out her bag. While Zack reached for it, Mei kept an eye on his right hand, a dark look in her eyes as she stared at the black box around it. She turned her back to him once he grabbed the bag, and Zack reached in to grab a shirt from his own closet. Just like her, she went in without asking. Even though it's her name on the lease, I wish she wouldn't do that. He started putting on a casual change of clothes, and he said in a quiet voice as he did, "Did you bring Sura?" "No," May replied. Zack frowned deeper at the reply, which was why he asked while putting his shirt on. "I haven't seen my cousin in years now." "Of course," he said as he finished sliding his shirt on. He walked forward, and when May heard him approaching her back, she started for the door and opened it. They walked down the hall, Zack trailing 10 feet behind his aunt, until they reached the front desk and May had to sign him out. They got in her car and drove in silence for 10 minutes. As they neared his house though, Zack looked towards the rear view mirror in the center of the car because his aunt spoke. He looked at her face, though she continued to look through the windshield as it came out. "You used it again. Like I knew you would." Zack opened his mouth. "It's been years. I had to. People were in danger. I was going to die." None of the excuses he wanted to shout at her came out, and his mouth just closed again. "I don't need to justify myself to her. Of all people. You really are such a..." His aunt shook her head before she finished, then she just drove him the rest of the way to his apartment in silence. He got out of the car, and he responded when she asked if he needed her to come up with him, "I'll be fine. Thank you, Aunt May." "Don't do it again," she said. The window of her door closed and she started driving away. The way she said that sounded like a threat to him, and he wondered what exactly she was threatening him with. He watched her car drive down the street. "I'm such a what? Why did you have to trail off? Monster. Burden. I hate you, Aunt May." Zack sat at his dinner table, staring at the cup ramen in front of him. He did not feel like making himself a big dinner. The lifeless eyes of the man he killed stared back into his own while he gazed at the cup ramen. "I really messed up," he whispered. He brought his right hand up and put the box on the table, starting to feel a little tired of lugging it around everywhere. It was not very heavy, but it was made of steel, and after carrying it for a whole day, it was starting to wear him down. He brought his left hand up next and rubbed his forehead with it, clenching his eyes shut as he saw the villain's eyes on the black box too. All Might seemed worried about the League of Villains. He dragged his left hand down his face and then stared forward in his dimly lit apartment where only the light in his kitchen was on. Their main guys got away. The creepy guy with the hands, and the portal guy. Did they really have a way to kill him? That's not why he's worried, but it's why I am. Why kill All Might? It's because of what he stands for. It must be, to people like me, All Might in an untouchable force of good. The symbol of peace, he's called. If that symbol is destroyed, peace is destroyed. This hero society, this world, how could I ever make up for that? Maybe there is no way. Zack lowered his head down to the table, pushing his instant ramen away from him as he no longer had an appetite. Was it a good thing that I was born? I helped tarnish the symbols of peace in our world. I do more damage than good everywhere I go. But All Might is right. If I stay at UA, I can be forged into a force for good. The longer I'm there, the better a hero I'll become. Zack closed his eyes while laying partly on the table. He was exhausted, and he fell asleep before long. Knock 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 knock. Zack lifted his head and looked towards his door. "I fell asleep without eating my ramen." He glanced at the cup, but it looked old. "I left the kitchen light on too." He heard the knocking continue and he finally pushed himself out of his chair. All Might or Jenny, he wondered, while fishing around in his pocket for his phone. He remembered that he had left it back at school when he had changed into his costume before leaving for rescue training, which meant it was still there. The boy sighed and just checked through the peephole. He saw Jenny standing there, but really all he saw was the top of her head and her long red hair. He froze as he stared out there at the girl who had looked down and was lowering something to the floor. She had brought him something, but he did not care about that. "Mom," he thought, staring at the long red hair and imagining her lifting her head and having his mother's face. When the girl lifted her face up though, she was far too young and freckle-faced to be his mother. "Why would I think that?" he thought. "Mom's been dead for years. I wonder if Recovery Girl healed my concussion completely. I'm hallucinating. He turned and walked back into his apartment, but this time he went for his bedroom to pass out in. I gave myself a concussion. I broke my own hand. Recovery Girl sure chewed me out for that. I was ignoring everything she said at the time though. There were more important things. He fell onto his bed and lay there flat on his stomach for a few seconds with his face pressed into the blankets. Those things still are more important. Zack flipped onto his back and stared at the ceiling of his dark room. Mom, Dad, how do I become heroes like you were? You can't, a voice said above him. His dad's face appeared blurry in the air above him. You're not here, Zack muttered, but he stared up with a trembling lip anyway at the sight of his father. The father he was looking at was titanium, not the face of the man in the final years Zack knew him. You, who killed your mother, his father said it while looking down at him, and Zack lifted his arms and put them both over his face. I'll never forget about that. Sometimes I pretend like it was a dream. Like I imagined it, which is why he never brought it up again. Zack stared into his arms in the darkness, and he heard another voice over his head. We're sorry. He was once a great hero. All Might didn't say anything about it, Zack thought while his expression darkened much more. When he said the way I ended the phone call made him come, I thought he was talking about how I said I killed them. If he had argued with me on that point though, I wouldn't have listened to him. Did he know that, which is why he didn't try? Or, does he agree with me? Zack lowered his arms down to his sides and stared up with a dark, emotionless glare. He knows why my father did it. I thought he would tell me it wasn't my fault, but it was. I killed him, but not like I killed Mom and that villain. It wasn't fast. I didn't stop his heart, halt his brain functions in an instant. I made him fall apart. Zack stared up and saw the face of titanium appear again, then watched his expression slowly distort and his face get wrinkled and scraggly. His sad look turned angry and erratic, and Zack reached a hand up towards it. Reaching his hand made the images he saw above him fade away, and he shook his head as he knew they were never there to begin with. Aunt May was around so much back then. I don't blame her. I don't really hate her, not really, right? No, she's family. She just loved her brother. He was her hero. And I made her watch him deteriorate. She saw him go from his worst to his best, standing with him the whole time unable to do a thing about it. Then he killed himself, because of me. But by then, she had abandoned him like the rest. I remember how she snapped at him that Christmas, yelling how she couldn't have him near Sura anymore. How long was it after that? I knew she blamed herself because of it, but more than herself, she blames me for pushing him to the point that she had to say that. Doesn't she? Zack narrowed his gaze at the ceiling. For some reason, sleep evaded him. He was so exhausted not that long ago, so he did not know what was causing this. All he could do was lay there, lost in his thoughts, for hours. His thoughts were as dangerous to him as his right hand though, and he started thinking hard on the rescue training again. 13 told us. He told us our powers weren't meant to hurt people, and I agreed. Then I went and killed the first villain who ever gave me a little trouble. That was so beeped up. No, Yaoyorozu was right. All Might was right. I did it to save them. Even if it wasn't selfish though, even if it was for the sake of others, I still ended a life. If I don't treat life as sacred, then it'll all be true. I really will be just a monster. A monster with control over death. With the power to kill strong people. He thought it, then froze and his eyes opened huge, sweat covering his body and a dark feeling creeping through him. That's right. That's how I knew it. Even before I pulled his mask off, I knew, because I had that feeling. That sensation. It's what made me scream more than just the realization of what had happened. That feeling I got when I used my power. The feeling that made me laugh. When my mom, it was the same feeling that I had not felt since back then, but stronger. Waves of grief and regret pushed it aside, but it was there for a moment. Is it just a part of my quirk, or did a part of me feel like that just because? Why did I feel pleasure? Zack sat up fast. He had been groggy and still half asleep, thinking about just going back to bed again when he felt himself fading from consciousness. Then he heard the birds. Then he remembered something as he thought about checking the time. His half-asleep state did not register it very quickly, but when he patted his pockets for his phone he realized he was still wearing pants. Then he remembered why he was wearing pants, as he had not changed since coming home from the hospital. And then it hit him that he did not have his phone either. And that reminded him that he no longer had his alarm clock either. The 15-year-old jumped out of bed and spun to his windows, to see a lot of light coming out the cracks on the blinds. He ran over and pulled them up, then he grimaced at how bright it was. I'm supposed to go to school today. He ran into the other room and looked into his kitchen to see the clock showing 9:30. Oh man, he muttered, falling onto a recliner next to his couch. What am I doing? He put his hands over his eyes and let out a groan while leaning his head back. All right, he muttered into his left arm, pulling his right away as he had just smacked himself in the face with the hard black box and it kind of hurt. He looked down with his right eye at the box, then imagined how he would walk into class now. Hey, what's with the box? Why'd you kill that guy? What's your quirk? Is it like 13's? Maybe they already know about it though. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu seemed pretty surprised though, and they even saw it up close. I guess they were expecting some strange power, not just death. How do I avoid questions when everyone knows it's me? They'll all know it has something to do with my right hand for sure, even if I wasn't wearing this box. My fighting style during combat training didn't involve my right hand at all, Midoriya mentioned, loudly. Zack rubbed his forehead and then sat up and got off the chair. The longer I wait, the later to school I'll be. Maybe they'll give me a break today. An hour and 10 minutes earlier, Aizawa Shota looked over to the things he had with him as a phone started ringing. He grabbed it and turned off the third phone alarm that morning, which was making him annoyed at this point as this one was not a wake-up alarm but one labeled, "Time to leave." I don't know whether to call him organized or forgetful. He turned off the alarm and put the phone back with his things, so that he could give it back to its owner later that day. His sweat dropped as he continued driving towards UA himself. If it's the latter, will he even show up? Present. Zack threw open his door, wearing a collared shirt and some khaki pants. He had left his school uniform in his locker when he changed into his costume for rescue training, as he did with his backpack too. He had the papers his classmates brought to him in the hospital folded up and slid into his pockets, but he did not look like he was prepared for school at all. He took a step out the door, but he stopped before his foot came down. He looked down at the metal tin on the floor with some tinfoil over it, and he moved his foot away to pick it up. Jenny, he thought, glancing to his left at his neighbor's door. She's in school already, he reminded himself, walking back inside to put the food he brought for him on his counter. He checked the contents and grimaced, before opening his fridge and putting it in there. Hopefully it doesn't go bad, he thought. The boy headed back out and he started his long walk for school. I'm already late, what's getting there even later going to do? He thought, countering his idea to run all the way to UA. I'll just make my clothes sweaty, and I'll look like a mess when I get there. Well, if I'll be changing into my uniform anyway, I guess it won't matter if these get a little sweaty. He picked up his pace into a jog and tried ignoring the looks from passers-by who stared at his right hand. Really, how am I going to do this? He thought, unable to distract himself with the city around him as he jogged his route to school. All Might, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu might have accepted what I did already, but what if everyone else freaks out? I am not prepared for that at all. I don't even know what I'd say. Sorry, I did give UA a worse reputation. I did keep them from being applauded for standing up to villains. UA was coming just around the next corner, and Zack found himself slowing down again. I barely got into the hero course, and I've only come on, he shook his head around. I made the decision to come back. Now, I've got to deal with what that means. Zack turned through the front gates of UA, and he started for the doors of the high school. As he neared the entrance, the doors opened up and Zack grimaced at the sight of the principal standing there with Midnight, looking like they were waiting for him. He slowed down and gave them a hesitant look, but both the teacher and the principal smiled at him and they moved to the side for him to come in through the door. He walked in and Principal Nezu began in his cute, high-pitched voice, Zack Sasuke. Could you please come with us to a disciplinary review? The mouse-dog-bear hybrid started walking and Zack followed behind him. Yeah, he replied, already figuring this was going to happen from what All Might had told him. I thought maybe they would give me a little time first though. Not first thing when I come in. Pretty late there kid, Midnight began as she walked on Zack's side. He lowered his gaze and muttered, sorry. I left my phone. It's fine. Aizawa mentioned something about that earlier, Midnight said. Zack looked up at her in surprise. Aizawa-sensei did. She smiled back at him, and Zack was starting to feel confused about the mixed vibes he was getting here. The principal led him to a board room and he and Midnight went in first, telling him to wait a second for them to call him in. Zack stood anxiously outside the door for only a few seconds before he heard the principal's voice calling him into the room. He gulped and then opened the door and stepped inside. Zack walked to the middle of the room and turned to look at the curved table of teachers with an opening on his side. The table had a U shape with 6 teachers sitting around the sides and the principal sitting at the curve of the U, straight ahead of him. He wondered if he was supposed to move into the center of the table, but the principal started speaking when he was just at the edge of it, so he figured there was fine. Zack Sasuke, the nice policemen of Musudafu City have left the decision of what to do with your right hand in our hands, Nezu began. I get that they're heroes, and my teachers, but really. Zack tried to keep a calm expression and not bite down on his bottom lip nervously, though he was glancing around at the teachers with a concerned look in his eyes. Aizawa-sensei's here, he thought at the sight of the man closest to him on his right side. And I know the other teachers already knew about it, but they're not saying anything about how I'm here while All Might's like that. He looked past Smentos on Aizawa's right to where All Might was sitting. Then he saw the principal, followed by Midnight, then Snipe, and finally Ectoplasm closest on his left. Aizawa stood up and he walked towards Zack. The short boy leaned back as the teacher with long black hair stepped in front of him. Hold up your right hand, Aizawa said. Are they gonna cut it off? Zack thought, while at the same time lifting his hand up in front of him. Careful now, Nezu said. I got it, Aizawa began, while pulling out a key and turning Zack's hand to put it in the keyhole. Zack's eyes widened, and he said quickly, I'll unlock it. Aizawa paused with the key in the hole, then he nodded and walked back over to his seat. But, is it really okay? Zack lifted his head when he was about to unlock it himself to ask his teachers. We have decided that you will not be punished for the events at the rescue training, Nezu said. The small mouse-like creature gave him a soft smile and Zack lowered his gaze back to the black box. We have also acquired a new glove, with the same specifications as your old one. The same, Zack whispered while staring at the box he had yet to open. The glove did as it was meant to. If you had ripped through it accidentally, it would have been a different story, Aizawa said. But since it was intentional, we don't see a need for an upgrade. However, in the upcoming sports festival, and for future UA training purposes, we have included an extra piece of equipment for your uniform to make doubly sure of the other students' safeties, All Might said. Zack lifted his gaze over to the thin, triangle-faced teacher with long blonde hair. But this is not meant to be a punishment, solely a safety precaution, as we are upgrading UA security on every scale after the recent attack. All Might, Zack whispered. He looked back at the box, and he turned the key. He heard a clicking noise and the box split down the middle. He grabbed one side of it and pulled it apart from the other, and the box was held together on the bottom so it did not fall apart when he opened it. Zack stared at the light skin of his hand as he lifted it out of the box, still with some dried blood on it. Although Recovery Girl's treatment had healed his hand, it had never been taken out of the box for them to look at it. It had also not been cleaned either. Zack grimaced as he thought it might smell, and he realized as he thought about it that he had not taken a shower since rescue training either. Almost as if he knew what Zack was thinking about, the principal began, when you go to get your school uniform from the locker room, you may take a quick shower. Zack snapped his head up, and he nodded slowly at the principal after a few seconds. Is the principal a mind reader? He wondered. Are you a mouse, a bear, or a dog? He stared at the principal for a few more seconds, then his sweat dropped as the small furry white creature was not saying anything. There is one more thing, Zack Sasuke, Snipe began. Zack looked over at the teacher in a cowboy hat, then around at the others who all stood up at the table at the same time. Present Mike is currently teaching your class English, so he could not be here, but he wanted to give you this message as well, Nezu continued. Though this message is from the entire staff here at UA. All at once, the heroes around the table started bowing their heads. Zack leaned back, his breathing speeding up rapidly. We apologize, the group of 7 said at the same time. What? Zack mumbled. He wondered if he was really seeing this right now. The teachers lifted their heads, and they could see the child was very confused at what just happened. As administrators, it is our job to provide for our students a safe learning environment, Nezu began. Not only was our school attacked, but all the security measures we have in place were useless, Midnight continued. I myself was supposed to be at the rescue training, but I arrived late, All Might added, grinding his teeth together after it came out. I took too long to take my shot, Snipe added, his voice full of regret. And I took my eye off the portal user, and he was able to scatter you all from 13. 13 also sends his apologies, Aizawa said while looking straight into Zack's eyes, the boy staring back at him in utter shock. As heroes, Smintos said, we failed you. As teachers, we failed, Midnight added. To allow a student to feel the need to use his quirk to take a life, on school property no less, Ectoplasm said. It is our greatest shame. No, Zack exclaimed, it wasn't any of your faults. That's just what the media is saying. This time, the media is right, Aizawa said, though he frowned as it came out. We won't tell you not to feel regret for what you did, but don't think you can tell us not to. Zack spun to his homeroom teacher again and saw him giving Zack a harsh look, and he continued, we're adults, and heroes, and your teachers. The second you enrolled here, you became our responsibility. It's as simple as that. Zack got such a conflicted look on his face as Aizawa spoke. He looked around at the teachers and the principal, and he did not know what to say to them. After they had just apologized, it seemed weird to thank them. But it also felt like they were trying to make him feel better, and though it aggravated him that they were accepting the blame for his actions, he did feel like they were making some sense. It did not make him feel much better, but it did relax him as he realized all the panic he had for how his teachers were going to react was unfounded. If only my classmates are this cool about it, he thought, then he grimaced as he thought about the day before, and the absence of a girl he thought would have shown up when Kaminari and Yaoyorozu did. Is that all? He asked after they had waited for him to give his response for what they all said for a few seconds. The teachers glanced around at each other, a few of them frowning as they had hoped for a better reaction than he had. Nezu smiled at the boy and nodded though, telling him he could go to the locker room now. Hold on, Aizawa said as Zack started to turn. Forgetting something, Aizawa held up a plastic bag with a black glove in it, along with a cell phone. Zack's eyes widened, then Aizawa slid the bag across the table in front of him for Zack to walk over and grab. Shouldn't rely on your phone so much, he said, and Zack nodded at him back apologetically for his lateness. The boy backed up and bowed his head to the teachers, saying, excuse me, then he walked out of the room. The teachers glanced around at each other once he was gone. A kid like that, Ectoplasm began. An incident is bound to happen again. Are we sure this is the route we should take? Zero punishment, or expulsion, Nezu said, putting his hands together behind his back as he looked around at the other teachers. When those two options are the most logical, it is a difficult decision. The principal smiled though and continued, but he has the desire to be a hero. Our failure to protect the students cannot be a cause to take away his dream. If it happens again though, Ectoplasm began. He knows the consequences, Aizawa said. We won't be able to punish him if he does this again, because the police will keep him detained this time. Whether or not it's justified, I don't see them letting him go a second time. Not unless they take that hand of his. Zack walked towards the locker room, and he had already put his glove on. In case anyone started leaving classrooms, he did not want to risk anyone accidentally bumping into his right hand, even if it was in the middle of a class period. He took the glove back off when he reached the locker room, then he took as quick a shower as possible, really just to wash off all the dirt and blood on him. He barely washed his hair at all, but then when he got out he realized that his hair was going to be soaking wet when he got into the class. It's gonna look like I just woke up. Not that I got up that long ago, but Zach went over to a mirror and started spiking up his black hair. He stopped while he was dragging his fingers up through it, looking down the whole time and wondering why he still did this. My dad hated me, he thought, pulling his hands back from his head for a second. He paused while looking back into the mirror, and then his face filled with shock and he brought his right hand back to his head again. Zach spun around and checked the locker room fast, but no one else was in there. He ran over to where he left his glove and he put it back on. Why did I fix my hair with both hands? I never do that. I should have recovery girl heal me again. Did she say something about seeing her when I came back? I can't remember at all. Is that why I don't remember? Zach's chest was heaving and he was breathing so hard he was starting to wheeze. He sat down on the bench in front of his locker, a towel wrapped around his waist and lower body. That was, for years he turned and looked back towards the mirror he had just been staring into. I just imagined it, he thought, shaking his head and chuckling while clenching his right hand in its glove. His eyes lowered down to that black glove and he saw both of his hands shaking, trembling, and he could see the mirror in the corners of his eyes. It's my imagination. This damn concussion. I shouldn't have smashed my head into that mountain. Deciding that it was a concussion that kept messing with him, Zach stood back up and started getting changed into his school uniform. As he got dressed and left the nice clothes he brought to school behind in the locker, he wondered what happened to his hero costume. The doctors probably ripped it up to try fixing my back. I'm just glad no one was stupid enough to try and touch my hand. Zach finished getting his clothes on, then he reached up his left hand and finished spiking up his short hair. It'll dry faster this way, he thought, though he was being specific about which parts of his hair he ran his hand through. He finally had nothing left to do except get to class. He pulled his phone out and checked the time, almost time for lunch. Nope, still got time. Period is about to change though. I shouldn't walk in and interrupt present mic, so I'll just go in between classes. But that means there'll be nothing to keep everyone from asking those questions. If I walk in now, I could just sit down quickly without yeah. And then present mic will tell them to be quiet if they start asking anyway. So just go in, and interrupt the lesson, and it's present mic after all, so he might start shouting an apology like the other teachers, giving away other stuff that happened too. Geez, such a hard decision. Zach decided to wait until the lesson was almost done, spending a few more minutes in the locker room, then he headed towards his class in a slow way. He thought that maybe if he walked in close to the end, but not too close, present mic would still have stuff he needed to finish in his lesson, so he would finish getting that out of the way before saying anything, if he said anything at all. Unfortunately, by the time he reached his classroom he had had so many doubts about the plan that he wondered how he even came up with it in the first place. He wound up hesitating so long that he stopped believing he would make it into the classroom at all before the end of class, and he just stood there in the hallway near his door for another 5 minutes, checking his phone constantly. It was time. Present mic opened the door to go out on his break, then he lifted his eyebrows and stared through his sunglasses in surprise at the boy standing there right in the hallway. Hisashi Yamada closed the door behind him, then the hero looked back at Zach and said, "Decided to skip English, huh?" He leaned forward with his hands on his hips, and Zach lowered his bottom lip before apologizing fast to the teacher. "Hey, well get on in there. And you know, Zach grimaced, then present mic just put his hands behind his head and started walking off. "Well, I'm sure they told you anyway." The kid actually let out a breath of relief that the teacher did not say it to him. It was strange having the people in positions of authority in his life act like that towards him. Zach turned from present mic though and looked at the door in front of him. "All right," he muttered, "I can do this." He reached forward and grabbed the door handle, and he slid the door open. Zach stepped into class 1A and a hush fell over the room. He looked left at all the students sitting or standing around. Class had just ended, so a few people had gotten up and were standing next to their classmates' seats. He saw his usual seat was left open, and the blond boy who sat near him grinned after a second of surprise. Zack also saw a relieved look on Yaoyorozu's face, and he wondered if she had been worried because he had not shown up that morning, even though she had said, "See you tomorrow," to him at the hospital. Most of the other looks were just surprised, as the majority of the students thought Zack would have been out for longer. Kirishima had talked to Kaminari about it earlier though, and the boy with spiky red hair called out while turning from Tokiyami's seat he was standing next to, "Zack. You're back." Zack felt a huge amount of relief that was the first thing someone said to him. Thanks Kirishima, he thought, right before leaning back as that boy and a few others came running towards him. Kaminari, Asui, Sato, and Shiro all came up to him right near the door. Shiro started with a look of surprise on his face. "I thought you got arrested." Zack looked towards him in surprise that was the first thing he had to say, and Shiro continued in an annoyed voice, "It was really getting on my nerves. Thinking that fighting villains could make us villains ourselves. The TV stations were freaking out about it. Did you see them?" Sato said, wondering if wherever Zack was he had a television with him. "Why yeah, I saw," he began in a low voice. "You guys have no tact," Asui mentioned, and Zack looked left and down at the girl just a little shorter than him. "Are you all right, Zack?" The others quieted down for a second, and then Zack nodded his head. "Yeah. I'm good," he replied, nodding at the girl with the quirk frog. "That's great." Another girl popped up, jumping between Sato and Shiro. The girl Zack knew before any of his other classmates, since they met at the entrance exam, grinned wide at him as she leaned forward. "We were really worried." "You were." Zack glanced around at the group standing around him, none of whom he had felt all that close to besides just being classmates. The group kept asking questions and talking about the League of Villains attack, as they had been for the past day now. Then Kirishima looked down at Zack's right hand and said, "So what is your quirk?" Zack got a hesitant look on his face, and he saw Kaminari behind Kirishima and to his right a little get an apologetic look. Kaminari had wanted to tell them not to ask, but he also felt that by saying anything he would be making it seem like something crazy, as well as give it away that he knew something about it. "We were all guessing when we found out you had something. I thought you were quirkless," Sato mentioned. Zack looked his way in surprise, since he remembered telling Sato that his would not be good for the situation back when they teamed up for combat training. "Thought you were just embarrassed about it," he admitted and scratched the back of his head. "I'm thinking, it's like 13's, Shiro said. Like you take off that glove, and it's a black hole. Or a warp to a different dimension. That would be worse, I guess," Zack wondered to himself. "A glove probably wouldn't even be able to contain that," he mumbled aloud. "So that's not it," Shiro said, sounding a bit disappointed but also excited since Zack was answering. "Is it a magma fist?" Sato wondered. Or, Ashido began, but the boy they were questioning cut them off first. "It's," Zack began in a soft voice. The group around him held their breaths in anticipation. Kaminari looked at Zack hesitantly, with a look telling him he did not have to say anything if he did not want to. Zack could not see well past the two on his left who were blocking most of the class, but it was pretty quiet in there as he took his pause, and he figured every person there was listening to him. Not yet, he thought, as the pause was taking so long that he knew he did not want to say it. "It's a secret," he replied. "Ah." Shiro released his held breath in disappointment. Mineta eased back in his seat, some sweat on his face at that response. "A secret? That's spooky," he whispered. Shoji glanced at him from a seat over, then he wondered, what if just talking about his hand is dangerous? Like, the quirk that cannot be named. The muscular boy with 6 arms looked over in an interested way, right as the door opened up and the group over there had to start getting back to their seats as Smintos walked in. It was time for modern literature to start, their last class before lunch. Zack headed across the room, trying not to look around that much as he made his way for his seat. He could tell most of the others were still focusing on him, staring at him. There was one person who was not staring though, and was in fact trying to do the opposite by staring straight down at her notebook. Jiro, Zack thought as he got closer to her, since her desk was right behind his own. Kaminari followed Zack since his was only one back and to the right of him, and he began as they neared their seats, "But hey, where were you this morning? And you got that black box off too." "I overslept," Zack admitted, looking back at the boy he was walking with. Kaminari laughed, and then Zack lifted his right hand and mentioned, "They got me a new glove too." "Same as the old one." "Really?" Kaminari asked in surprise. "That's cool. All right everyone, please settle down." Smintos's low voice started up and the class got out their modern literature books as they all sat in their seats. The class went by slowly, with Zack noticing looks from all over the room, mainly from the students who did not come up to him at the door. Near the end of class, when Smintos handed out papers for the students to pass back down their lines though, Zack held the papers over his shoulder for a few seconds without the girl behind him grabbing them. He clenched his teeth hard, then he turned his head and placed the papers on the edge of her desk, even though he was using his left hand. He looked back forward without a word, and he never made eye contact with the hesitant girl behind him. Kaminari turned his head and looked at the girl at his side with a funny look, lifting his eyebrows at her as she was being weird. Jiro darted her eyes to him in annoyance at his look, then she reached for the papers to continue passing them back. Her fingers froze right before grabbing the papers Zack had just been holding though. "Don't touch me." She grabbed the papers and let out a gasp of air she had been holding. Jiro passed back the papers to the person behind her, while grimacing as she looked back towards the back of the head of the boy in front of her. "Is it just his right hand?" "It is. Why am I so?" "Don't," he really thought, "we were going to die." In his voice, he thought he was about to kill us. Jiro started breathing heavier. Her ability was reliant on sound, and when she plugged her earphone jacks into things she could hear even faint heartbeats. So she could not get the sound of his voice out of her head. She could not stop thinking about the tone as she had grabbed him by the arm, because out of the whole rescue training, it was the one time she really expected she would die. She thought maybe there was a delay, and while she sat on her butt after falling away from him, she expected for so long that her life would start draining for grabbing him. Jiro opened her mouth and leaned forward towards the back of Zack's head after a few seconds of sitting there staring at it. She thought about how he had avoided looking at her face when he half turned his body, which she only saw out of her peripheral vision as she had looked away as well. "I need to say something." She paused with her mouth open, then Smintos started talking about the sheet that had some homework on it for them to do by the end of the next week. The sheet itself did not look very hard and like they would need that much time to do it, but they were all going to be busy the next 2 weeks training themselves and preparing for the sports festival. Their teachers understood it too, and they were not giving the students a heavy course load during this time. The girl sitting behind Zack listened to Smintos for a couple of seconds, then she leaned back in her seat and frowned. What was I going to say anyway? The whole day went by faster than Zack thought it would. He was able to avoid any hard questions from classmates, and through the day he got a better feel on how his classmates all felt about what he had done. At lunch he sat next to Yaoyorozu, then Todoroki who sat across from her, and Tokiyami and Shiro who sat on Todoroki's right side. They talked a little about rescue training and the attack, but their focus was mainly on the sports festival and how they were going to be spending most of the afternoon training for it. Zack was surprised to hear when Ashido sat on his left side that the other classes had gathered outside their room the day before to check out their competition. Ashido looked a little hesitant as she mentioned it, then Shiro began while leaning over the table. "Some guy from 1B was being a real jerk. Said stuff like our class almost got the entire festival cancelled, trying to blame us for it all." Shiro looked like he wanted to be more specific but also like he did not want to continue. Yaoyorozu continued for him though on Zack's right side. He called out asking which of us. She stopped but Zack knew what she meant and nodded at her with a darker look on his face. But Bakugo called him an extra, I believe, and then told them all to get lost. "It was that guy over there," Shiro added, motioning towards a table where some Class 1B students were sitting. "He's the blondie with the annoying-looking face." Somehow, Using that description, Zack was easily able to pinpoint the boy they were talking about. The boy with combed-over blonde hair in Class 1B was one Zack decided he would make a point of avoiding during the sports festival, though he hoped avoiding the guy would not make it more obvious that he was the one he was looking to root out. Zack was also glad that apparently none of the others in his class said anything about it being him who killed the villain, though he was not getting his hopes up that it would remain that way forever. After lunch, Zack was intercepted by Iida, who tried getting him in a secluded place. The class representative apologized deeply to him, bowing farther than any of the heroes or his fellow students, with maybe the exception of Yaoyorozu back at the hospital. Iida said he was too slow to get the teachers, and that he could have been faster, but Zack interrupted him and told him not to apologize. He did not get into it, instead just telling Iida that it would not have mattered. Even though he thought about how it totally would have made a difference in his head, he did not want the class representative who he voted for himself to go on thinking that he could have done something. He did not know if Iida was convinced, but he managed to end the conversation like that so he could get back to class. The second half of the day, though, was dedicated to practical studies, which really just meant sending the students out to train for the sports festival. Zack was a bit surprised that the school was still doing the sports festival and taking it so seriously, but he knew they had to make it look like the villain attack had not done much damage. If the UA sports festival had been cancelled, Zack told himself he never would have been able to show his face at school again. The students got on the blue workout uniforms that they wore on the first day for their quirk apprehension tests. They were told they could use ground beta on campus, which was an urban environment setting and had been reserved for their class today. Zack walked out towards the standard urban area to join in training with the rest of his classmates. They were all talking about the sports festival, but Zack noticed a few of them were staying quiet. They're the ones most into this, he thought, spotting Todoroki unfocused on anyone around him, walking near the front of the group with a far-off look in his eyes. He saw Bakugo's expression serious, not his usual smug and grinning self. Iida was leading the class, but even he was not as talkative now that they were heading to the training ground. This is the biggest event in Japan all year, after all. And after what happened, everyone's going to be watching our class closely. The ones who fought villains, and I bet they're going to be guessing which of us is me. Zack's eyes focused on one of his classmates as they neared the training area. A few people started splitting off to use different training areas, and Kaminari, who was walking on his left talking to Kirishima, mentioned how he was going off on his own to an empty rocky area outside of the training ground where he could use his powers more freely. Zack headed into the training grounds with most of the other students, but then they all broke off into groups or to train alone. He was one of the ones who jogged off on his own, but he was not just planning on going for a run the whole time. After 15 minutes of warming up by running the streets of the urban area, Zack started a search. Zero flew overhead as he ran down a street, using the tape coming out of his elbows to shoot through the air from telephone posts up onto roofs. Right after Zero flew over him, he saw Ojiro jump from one roof down the road to the one across from it by smacking his tail down hard on the roof behind him. Zack picked up his pace after seeing them. Then he ran towards a skyscraper and sprinted straight through the doors. He sprinted to the stairs and started going up the steps, taking every single one while moving his feet rapidly. He reached the 8th floor, which was higher than most of the other buildings, roofs around it. Then he ran the outside of the floor while looking out the windows. There, he thought, then sprinted back to the stairs and was less intent on hitting each one on his way down. He was careful about how many he skipped at each time, but the trip down was still 3 times shorter than the one up. He sprinted across the 1st floor and out onto the street again. He ran down the road and around a corner towards a part of the training zone where the buildings were knocked over and set up as if a natural disaster had hit the place. On a street in the area, Uraraka had just made a bunch of debris float up in the air, and Ashido and Aoyama were using their powers to destroy that rubble. When Ashido saw him running towards them, she lowered her hand that she just threw some acid with and cupped it to her mouth. "Hey Zack, come use your secret power to blow away the debris." He ran closer to them and then right past Ashido, while saying in a soft voice, "My power can't do that." The pink girl he ran past just hummed after he said it, and she scratched the back of his head, as if that got her a step closer to figuring out the secret while also stumping her, as her best predictions all seemed flawed now. Aoyama had sweat over a lot of his face as he watched Zack run by, and Zack had noticed the boy with the belly button laser took a step away when he had ran close to them. Uraraka turned to watch the spiky-haired boy who kept running, frowning and thinking that Zack looked sad when he replied to Ishido. Zack glanced down a street to his right when he neared another intersection. He was around here, he thought. He looked up as he saw someone falling, and his eyes opened wide at the sight of Kirishima dropping from the top of a building. The red-haired boy was smirking though as he crossed his arms in front of his falling body, and his whole body hardened and smashed through the ground with such force that the street broke and dust shot up around him. He was not looking for Kirishima though, but this was the road he definitely saw who he was looking for on not long ago. Alright, all out sprint to find him then. Zack bent down and put his hands on the floor in front of him, a starting position for sprinting. He pushed down hard with his front foot and swung his arms back, sprinting forward down the road that Kirishima was climbing out of a hole on. He grinned as he looked Zack's way, happy that someone saw how far he just dropped without getting a scratch on him. Kirishima opened his mouth to say something, but Zack sprinted towards him and jumped up on a turned-up piece of street from what Kirishima had broken apart. He landed on the side of some pavement, then jumped off to a different cracked chunk that wobbled beneath his feet, but he did not stay on that one long enough to see which way it would fall either though. Hey! Kirishima called after him. Did you see? Nice fall. Zack called out without looking back. Kirishima's sweat dropped and scratched the back of his head. Where's he going in such a hurry? The boy with the hardening quirk tilted his head to the side as Zack reached the end of the road and snapped his head back and forth. Then Kirishima really got interested at the sight of a smile forming on Zack's face. What's he looking for? Kirishima wondered. Zack started running right down the road he just reached, and he called out towards the back of the person jogging ahead of him, Midoriya. Nice, the road is empty, Zack thought, while Izuku Midoriya turned his head in surprise at the sight of the boy running towards him. Midoriya looked back and his eyes widened at who was running his way, Zack. Zack took a few deep breaths as he slowed down in front of Midoriya, but his sprint did not last long and it did not take much to catch his breath. Hey, Zack began, gathering up his nerves as he stood before the boy close to his height. He looked Midoriya in the eyes and gained a more serious look to his face, making Midoriya lean back nervously as he wondered what the black-haired boy was doing. You mind training with me for a bit? Zack asked. Me? Why? Midoriya asked, as it felt like from the way Zack called out his name that the boy had been looking for him. Your quirk and mine are both hard to use, Zack began. Midoriya's eyes widened a little more as Zack said that straight out, then they grew even wider as he continued, and since you aren't training yours right now, I figure that means you still can't use it without hurting yourself. Midoriya got a confused look on his face and he said, why does that mean? I can't use my quirk either, Zack said. To train at least. I don't know whether or not you're planning to use yours during the sports festival, he added, but he was saying that he had made the assumption that Midoriya was not going to break his own bones during the training. Midoriya looked more intense after that though, and Zack could see he was thinking hard on the sports festival. He's going to take it pretty seriously too. Everyone is, he added to himself, as even the people he saw training with smiles around ground beta were doing their bests. Anyway, I figured I could use a sparring partner, so if you're not going to be working on your quirk, are you down to train with me for a bit? Midoriya glanced over his shoulder, down the street he had been jogging on. He already had his after-school training scheduled down too, along with his weekend plans down at Dagoba Beach. Most of it consisted of running and muscle training, push-ups and lifting weights. Midoriya lifted a hand to his mouth and looked down as he refaced Zack. I didn't think about training with a partner. If the sports festival has a one-on-one combat part though, as it does most years, then that would be great training. And in the festival we wouldn't have our costumes in order to keep it fair for everyone. I won't be able to use one for all without hurting my classmates, but I did control it that one time against the villain. I just need to focus on picturing the egg in the microwave. But that would still be dangerous, and in most situations I should try using it as little as. Zack got a bead of sweat on the right side of his face and it slid all the way down before he wiped it off and said, "All right, so that's a yes." Midoriya had been mumbling mostly incoherently for 10 seconds, and finally the boy with dark green hair lifted his head in surprise like he almost forgot why he started muttering in the first place. Midoriya nodded, his look intense. Zack pointed towards a building on their left side. "Let's fight in there." His classmate looked through the windows and saw the first floor of the building was mostly empty. "Let's do it," Midoriya said. The two of them walked in, and the curious boy at the end of the street just around an intersection grinned from ear to ear at the sight of it. "Zack and Midoriya are going at it." Kirishima looked behind him to tell someone to come watch with him, but the road was empty and he frowned. He looked around the corner again, and then he started over for the one that the two had just entered. "All right, so just on the feet fighting sound good?" Zack asked as he stood across from Midoriya between some support pillars on the first floor. There was a 10-foot gap between them, and Zack continued while lifting up his arms into a fighting stance and spreading his feet apart from each other. "If you go down, we'll just call that a point." Midoriya's sweat dropped while getting in a fighting stance of his own. "You're really into martial arts, huh, Zack?" Zack nodded his head. "You know the boxing hero, Gr. Grappler." Midoriya exclaimed faster than Zack could finish. "He's a manly hero who saves people in Hosu City. He has half a dozen sidekicks, but he could have more. He just only picks people with fighting-type quirks," Zack cut in, thinking that that was how Midoriya was going to finish. "I know. I've been watching the free self-defense courses he puts online for years. In most of the newer videos the past couple of years he repeats stuff he's already taught, but even when he does he always brings new experiences from fighting villains." Zack cracked his knuckles while stepping towards Midoriya with his back foot, and he changed up the fighting stance he had been in, opening up his fists to instead have both hands opened up with his fingers curled. "But you're pretty good too. Your fight with Bakugo got me really fired up back in combat training." His smile is real, Midoriya thought. It was a strange thought to have as they were about to fight, but the entire day he had seen Zack during class and lunch, and the whole time he saw the other boy smiling, he had thought it was fake. Right now though, it looked like all the worries and doubts and regrets that Zack had were washing away. "Thanks," Midoriya said, referring to how Zack said he was good when it was clear to him that the other boy knew what he was doing. Zack's a fighting type. It's not his quirk, but to come up with a defense against it, only he just showed me he could switch up which fighting style he uses easily. And Grappler is the boxing hero, but he has a lot of different fighting styles too. Whatever counters I start using is that why he showed me two different styles. He knows that I come up with ways to beat my." "You ready?" Zack asked. Midoriya stopped thinking so hard and just nodded his head, getting serious as he clenched his fists tighter. "He's going to try and feel me out the first few rounds, see which styles I use the most." "Midoriya, I didn't pick you just because of your quirk. If anyone could come up with ways to beat me in just a regular fight, if anyone could show me where my weaknesses are in straight-up combat, it'd be you." "Then let's go," Zack said, and he ran forward. Zack swung his right fist forward, and Midoriya's eyes widened as the black glove came towards his face. He pulled away fast, only to realize that the fist was stopping short anyway. His eyes darted to the side at the sight of Zack's left arm really punching forward, and he tried lifting his arms to block it. He brought both hands up and stopped Zack's fist, but his momentum still pushed Midoriya's hands back into his face. Midoriya stumbled a few feet back, then he brought his hands down only to have to duck as Zack swung his right leg around in a roundhouse. Midoriya ducked and he dove forward to try and grab Zack's other leg that was planted on the ground. If he got that one off, Zack's balance would be gone. Before Midoriya's hand touched his planted leg, Zack slammed his right leg back down right on Midoriya's back. As Midoriya's elbows and knees hit the ground, Zack jumped back with his leg in front of Midoriya's hands and the one on the boy's back. He landed a few feet away, while Midoriya looked up with a pained look on his face from that hard stomp. He did not complain about the pain though or how serious Zack was with the kick, and he got back up on his feet fast and lifted his arms again. Midoriya ran in first this time, and Zack started to turn his body right to dodge Midoriya's right fist that he punched forward. His dodge was just a feint though, as he knew Midoriya's first punch was going to be. He reached up his right hand looking like he was going to grab Midoriya by the wrist of the arm passing him, making Midoriya hesitate with his left leg he was about to swing up. Zack bent his elbow before grabbing Midoriya's arm though, and he used his right elbow instead of his hand to knock Midoriya's arm painfully across the front of his body. At the same time he snapped his left hand forward and hit Midoriya in the side of the face with his palm, while Midoriya's head had been turning with wide eyes to focus on his own arm that was quickly redirected in front of him. The green-haired boy lifted off his feet and flew a few feet away from Zack before hitting the ground on his side. Midoriya turned so he was on his butt, then he took a deep breath and got on his feet again. He sprinted forward and punched with his left hand this time. Zack reached up and actually grabbed it this time with his own left hand, but Midoriya seemed to be expecting that and he kept up running forward while throwing his other arm around Zack. Zack lifted his right arm and bent the elbow to slam down on Midoriya's back as the other student had put his head against Zack's side and thrown his other arm around his body to push him back. Zack had lost balance, but he was going to make Midoriya let go before slamming him to the ground. When he brought his right elbow down though, Midoriya let go of the tackle and leaned back fast, yanking his other arm away from Zack's left hand as Zack was focusing all his current strength on his right elbow. Midoriya leaned back enough that Zack's right arm went past the front of his body, then he punched forward with his right hand. Zack's left hand that had lost its grip on Midoriya's slammed forward while clenching into a fist too, and he slammed it straight against Midoriya's punching fist so their knuckles collided. Both of them winced, then Midoriya punched his left arm up underneath where their arms were punching. It was an uppercut and Zack was too close to pull his head back fast. He brought his right hand in to stop the punch, but he kept moving his arm and used his forearm instead to block it, making him wince in pain at the feeling. Midoriya had expected it before, but the uppercut was more of a test than actually trying to get Zack under the chin as he knew it could be blocked easily. He doesn't use his right hand at all while fighting. The teacher said that my new costume has something else to put on over this glove for when I'm fighting. Even if I did use my right hand usually, I wouldn't right now. Zack pulled back a few inches and opened up his left fist. He grabbed Midoriya's fist as it kept pushing forward with his momentum. Then Zack used that momentum to yank Midoriya even closer, while bringing his right knee up. He slammed his knee into Midoriya's gut while the boy who was just thinking about Zack's right hand tried to change what he was focusing on. I don't need my right hand in a fight though. But he figured that out pretty quick. Still, people in other classes and even our own won't rely on me not using it. Other classes because they might think it's some sort of secret weapon, and our class because they might just be afraid I'll use it if they take advantage. He grimaced at the thought of that, but then lost his dark look as Midoriya stayed on his feet after stumbling back from that knee in the gut. Zack ran forward and jumped up while pulling his right fist back, his right leg bent, and then his left leg spun around while Midoriya brought up a guard on his left side to protect from Zack's right leg. He kicked Midoriya and the green-haired boy stumbled to the side, but he stayed on his feet again and then turned punching towards where Zack was running towards him. Zack was not expecting that quick a reaction and tried pulling his face away, but Midoriya's hand skimmed his left cheek and pushed his face even harder away while a bruise started to form. Zack got in close though while Midoriya's arm passed his face, then the green-haired boy brought up a knee just as Zack did when they had gotten closer before. Zack lowered his left hand and caught Midoriya's knee, before bringing up his own for the other boy's gut. Midoriya slammed a hand down though and stopped Zack's knee just as Zack had stopped his own a second ago. Damn, Zack thought in annoyance, expecting that one to connect. He's quick, but I spent a lot of time honing these skills. If I was just beating on him though, this would have been pointless. Don't get frustrated. Despite what he told himself, each time he knocked down Midoriya, the following round lasted much longer. This is my usual style too, he thought one time, as Midoriya swung a fist in front of his face, then followed up with a kick in his side while his arm had blocked Zack's side for a second and made it impossible to see where his next move would be. He staggered back, Then he reached up and caught Midoriya's right foot as the boy tried swinging it up at him as a roundhouse. But he clearly doesn't use kicks like this usually, Zack thought, as Midoriya had no balance at all when Zack caught his leg. He almost fell on his own, but then his right hand balled into a fist and he leaned forward, pushing off the foot that was wobbling and using it to dive at Zack instead. Zack tried pushing back on that leg he had grabbed, but Midoriya punched his fist already and it nailed Zack in the face. Zack's head snapped back and his right foot stepped backwards, and while Midoriya hit the floor after his punch and winced from the position he landed, Zack also fell back on his butt and reached his left hand up for his face. "Ow," he muttered after a few seconds, lowering his hand from his face only after the angry snarl had wiped from it. "Lucky shot," he said, then scrambled up onto his feet fast. Midoriya got up quickly too though, and the green-haired boy narrowed his eyebrows in with an intense look on his face. "He's coming up with ways to knock me down again. That's not a lucky shot, he's going to keep getting better. Is he some sort of genius or something? A natural?" Zack started to get sweat on his face, then he realized what was happening and he let out a long breath, before breathing in and stepping his back foot up and spreading his legs farther. He rose both hands as palms and then curled his fingers out while Midoriya leaned back. "So, you know about All Might too." Zack ran forward as he said it, then uncurled his fingers and slammed only his left palm out into Midoriya's chest while twisting his body to put his back into it, knocking him back and onto the floor. He flattened Midoriya in a second, but Midoriya just sat there with a stunned look on his face as he stared up at the other boy. "WHWH, what are you talking about?" Midoriya asked. "Stuttering that much isn't a very good cover," Zack said, stepping back and then stomping down hard with each foot and slapping his hands down on his knees. "Shouldn't get caught off guard just because of something your opponent says in a fight. The guy we went up against in the mountain zone was experienced, and when Jiro tried that, he didn't fall for it for a second." Midoriya's eyes opened even wider at the mention of that, since his mind was still racing over that last thing. "Sometimes your opponent distracts you," Zack said, though he was really trying to back it up to himself with these excuses as he felt like that was a pretty cheap shot. He waited for Midoriya to stand back up, then he rose his hands from his knees back into his sumo stance. Midoriya stayed in the fighting stance he had been using, though Zack noticed some changes in it since the start of the fight. "He's definitely matching more of what my first style was. His stance doesn't have as many holes in it as when he first got into it. Hopefully this training helps him too. I'd feel kind of bad if I took away time from what else he could be doing." "All right." Zack started forward, but Midoriya was clearly distracted now. Zack changed out of his sumo style before he reached Midoriya, surprising the boy again as he got back into his original stance, and he used a move that Midoriya had already countered before to knock his training partner down again. Zack frowned at how easy that was, and he knew Midoriya wanted to ask him something. At the same time though, Midoriya really did not want to ask him anything, in case Zack had just been distracting him with something random. Zack got out of his fighting stance with a sigh as Midoriya stood back up, because the other boy looked too unfocused to try and go another round while thinking only of counters and ways to fight him, and that's what Zack wanted Midoriya thinking about while they sparred. "He told me you knew too," more of an offhanded mention than anything else. "I don't actually know if he realized it himself," Zack added while scratching the back of his head. "He was just telling me about after the fighting was over and everything, and when I asked about how you were doing he mentioned how it doesn't really matter." Zack shook his head, and he said, "I just kind of figured it out on my own," he said, scratching his head as he did. "So you do know, right?" Zack asked, as he still had not really said what he was talking about, since Midoriya had not yet confirmed it. As sure as he was of what he had concluded, All Might had given him his trust, and he did not want to break it on an assumption, even a well-thought-out assumption. At the same time, Midoriya did not know whether Zack knew what he was talking about. So he thought of something to check, and he said, "Droopy bangs." To anyone who did not know what they were talking about, it would not have made any sense at all, but Zack cracked a smile as he thought of the strange appearance of the man who had appeared in his hospital room. "They sure look weird when they're not pointing up," Zack said with a small smile. Midoriya's eyes opened wide, and then Zack continued, I want to be a great hero, like All Might. But it's more than that now, after seeing that. We've gotta become good heroes, faster. In case those League of Villains show up again. Like, at the sports festival, Zack said it in a softer voice and looked up at the ceiling after it came out. Would they do something that bold? Most of them seemed weak, but the leaders got away. They got away from All Might and a group of pro-heroes. That's pretty impressive. No, really impressive. I don't think they will, Midoriya said, and Zack lowered his gaze. His opponent had seen the look of worry on his face, and Midoriya continued, after the attack, they're going to buff up security at the sports festival to a point the villains would have to be really stupid to try anything. I don't think they're the type to do something like that, just to get caught. Yeah, Zack said softly, then he rose his voice and nodded his head, yeah, you're right. He shook his head around and got a small smile on it again as he rose his arms back up. Then instead of worrying about villains at it, let's worry about all the pro-heroes going to be watching us. And let's get ready to show them our best. Midoriya looked surprised again, then his thoughtful expression vanished and a smile spread across his face instead. An intense, determined smile, and then Midoriya lifted his fists. Yeah, our bests, Midoriya said, and then the two of them ran at each other. Outside, Eijiro Kirishima walked away from a building with his arms up in front of him, a serious look on his own face as he punched over and over in the air in front of him. Those guys were being so intense in there. That's manly as hell. He punched a few more times, then did an uppercut before stopping and glancing over his shoulder. What were they talking about though? All Might, droopy bangs, whatever, I've gotta get into it too. 2 weeks went by fast. Zack wound up joining Midoriya on afternoon training for a few days after school. He was the first training partner Zack had ever had, as his fighting training had always been mock fights with the training dummy on his roof. The fight with the villains showed him, despite the hits he landed against the enemies, that he was not a master in any fighting styles like he had imagined he was. He was better than his training partner, but Midoriya caught on fast and pushed him harder every day they sparred together. They spent a lot of time training on their own too, but 2 days before the UA festival, Zack told Midoriya before their final spar that it would be their last round. The suns were setting over the water while they faced each other on an empty part of a beach that Zack had thought was supposed to be covered in garbage until the first time they trained there. They faced each other and got as serious as could be before starting a fight. It lasted longer than usual, and the two of them punched each other in the faces to end it. They each stumbled backwards, then neither of them fell, but they both still left their fighting stances and stood straight up. Finish this at the festival, Zack said, panting and rubbing a fist across his face to get some blood away from under his nose. Midoriya nodded at him and then took a deep breath and looked down at his red knuckles. I guess a day to rest my body is a good thing. Just to not be sore for the sports festival. But I should still. Before he could start a rant, Zack started laughing at his habit of muttering that he never seemed to notice until someone told him to stop. Midoriya looked up and Zack stopped laughing to just grin at the boy in front of him. See you there then, he said, since the day before there would be no school, so they would not see each other again after this until the day of. Zack gave Midoriya one last competitive look while the other boy started staring at him, then he turned to leave. Midoriya stared at Zack's back in a hesitant way. He bit down on his bottom lip and looked frustrated. Zack, Midoriya began, his tone serious but hesitant. Zack stopped walking but did not turn around, his smile lowering at the sound of that tone. Don't ask, Zack started thinking. About the villain attack, Midoriya said, and Zack grimaced even more. What about it? Zack asked, looking half over his shoulder so he was just looking back at Midoriya with one eye. His training partner hesitated at that look, but then his look got more serious and he asked, did you need to? Zack turned his head away from Midoriya. He stared the opposite direction, and he heard the boy behind him ask in a softer voice, I didn't ask, because I just assumed you did. But then I heard. He paused and looked away. Never mind. You heard. Zack turned his head again and looked back at Midoriya completely this time. From who? No one told me, Midoriya said, his voice apologetic. I just forgot something in the classroom after school yesterday. When I went back to grab it though, I heard Kaminari and Jiro arguing about something. I didn't mean to pry. Yesterday, Midoriya reached for the door handle but froze at the sound of the voices on the other side. And you're avoiding him like the plague. You could let up a little. He was trying to save you. I'm not avoiding. Midoriya heard Jiro's voice snap back at Kaminari, but she did not finish that sentence. The heroes were there. If he had waited, Midoriya turned and rushed off, not wanting to eavesdrop on any more of this conversation. Inside the classroom, Jiro faded off and then looked away at Kaminari's annoyed look. There could have been other ways. Yeah, maybe, Kaminari said. But you're still acting weird. Just give him a break already. It's not going to kill you to be a little nicer to the guy. What if it does? Jiro muttered. She shook her head, then looked back towards Kaminari who was looking at her in surprise, and then he frowned at her for saying that. I can't help it, she said, her voice quieter as she admitted that to the blonde boy in front of her. It's not about what else he could have done, or what we could have done to stop it, it's just how easy it was. Not the decision, but just how quick his quirk. I mean the guy just died. Instantly, Jiro said it with wide eyes like it was an insane power, and Kaminari kept frowning but he nodded his head. Death, Kaminari thought about the name Zack gave him for his quirk. He opened his mouth to say something to Jiro, but then he closed it and just furrowed his brow at her. I shouldn't, but, out of everyone in the class, I feel like I should tell her that at least. Listen Jiro, I don't get what you're thinking about, but can't you just think about how he feels when you avoid him? The others are probably easier for him, since they don't know what happened. But you were there, and you're still acting like this, so everything he's worried he did you're pretty much confirming it, don't you think? Jiro stared blankly at the boy in front of her for a few seconds, then she turned away and muttered, for an idiot, you make sense sometimes. Present. Unfortunately, Midoriya only heard a part of the conversation. He asked anyway though, because it had been something he thought on even before he heard that conversation but had always pushed from his head. She doesn't think I needed to, I knew that, but, Zack bit down hard and ground his teeth while staring away from Midoriya. He spoke while looking away, you want to know, if I used my quirk rashly. If I killed someone without thinking hard enough about it. Midoriya held up his hands defensively to say, of course not, but Zack continued before he could, well I did. Midoriya froze with his arms lifted and mouth open, and his eyes slowly started widening as he stared at Zack's back. There were things I could have done. I can't say that I didn't have time. If I had waited another 5 seconds, 10 seconds, we probably still would have been saved. I didn't even think about distracting the villain, try to make that time longer so that the others could think of a better plan than mine. I didn't even threaten him. I could have told him, I'll kill you, but I didn't want to risk him killing me before I could do anything, I guess. I thought that if I tried telling him my quirk and how quick I could be to finish it, that he might just be faster. So I just killed him. I did it, but there were other options. Better options. I did it, but she's right, I didn't need to. Zack started walking again. He walked away from Midoriya who lowered his arms down to his sides and just stared at the other boy walk away. There were things he wanted to say to Zack if that was his answer, things he had thought about beforehand. His own power was one that could easily kill people, and when he went to punch Shigaraki Tamura, he was ready to punch with everything he had. But he never regretted that decision, because there were people he was trying to save. As he stared at Zack's back as he walked off though, he could not say anything, because even though he did not regret it, he wondered if he would feel the same had his fist collided. The boy walking away on the beach with short, dark spiky hair glared ahead of him with such an angry look on his face. I could have done so many things differently. I try not thinking about them, but right there, I was able to come up with so many ideas on the spot to tell Midoriya. Why did I panic so much in that situation? Why didn't I try threatening that villain? I could have put my hand near him and started the threat, or even put 4 fingers on his leg and start intimidating by saying what would happen if I put down the 5th. He could have zapped me, but I could have lied and said if I took my hand off him it would kill him. Would he have believed it? Just because of my glove, that's not a very convincing argument. And no one's ever heard of a death quirk before, so he'd have thought I was bluffing. But it would have gained me time as he called my bluff and I countered, probably telling him truths to get him to listen. Told him about Mom, but before I would have even got to that, Snipe would have been there. I just had to say something. I rushed it. I killed a man, for no reason. I thought it in the moment, and I tried to tell myself otherwise since, but even with this time to think, I still did it. Number of saves, still 0. Number of kills, a lot plus 1 more. At the UA Sports Festival, Zach made it through the first round by the skin of his teeth. He ranked 31st, making it into the second round in the lower tier of 42 students to get through. For most of the obstacles he felt confident he was staying in a good place in the pack. He had dodged all the robots instead of fighting them. Some of them were fast, but since all he had to do was avoid and not attack them this time, he realized their attacks were advertised more and easier to dodge than normal humans were. Each time one attacked him, all he had to do was fake that he was dodging a different direction at the start of the robot's attack, and it would attack in that direction each time. He had thought he was going to make it before Midoriya for sure, as he had seen his training partner lagging behind him while carrying a sheet of metal from a destroyed robot. Zach had been focused on certain classmates of his more than others, as he expected some of them to make it into the later rounds for sure. It was how he avoided Todoroki's ice in the beginning, and why he followed Yaoyorozu, who he expected to do well and wound up clearing a path of the largest 0-point robots. When he was halfway through the minefield though, he heard a loud explosion and looked up, only to see Midoriya shooting his way into first place, using that metal sheet he thought his classmate had been dumb for carrying around. Of course he found a way to use it, Zach had thought, before picking up his pace and taking longer strides while staying careful of the land mines. Midoriya never used his quirk, but he came in first anyway. It annoyed Zach, until he heard the rules for the second event. He almost felt bad for his training partner getting stuck with the 10 million point headbands while the rest of them had ones in the single, double, or triple digits. He only almost felt bad though, because along with everyone else around him, Midoriya was suddenly the target they needed to take down the most. Whoever gets his headband wins. As every student still stared at Midoriya, Midnight called out, "That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. There's no way I can join Midoriya's team. 2 people without being able to use quirks, and everyone gunning for us. It's smarter to try and take the first place's headband than try to hold onto it the entire time." Zach started looking around at the others as Midnight began explaining the rules. A quick look at Midoriya told him that his training partner for the last 2 weeks was already feeling the pressure of having everyone targeting him, but Zach knew who else was already targeting him from the beginning. Teams of 2 to 4. If I could get on Todoroki's team, it would be a sure placing. Not only is he the strongest in the class, but he made that declaration of war to Midoriya before we started. We'll be going after the 10 million from the start. Headbands have to be worn from the neck up. I'll keep mine around my forehead, can keep it tighter that way since I don't want to tie it tight to my neck. At 31st place I'll have the 60-point headband. That's not bad. It'll be good for the higher placed players to want lower headbands too to even it out. But, then again, Zach stopped feeling so confident as he looked around at the other students in Class 1A who were starting to look for partners. No one looked his way for very long. That's right. They all know I don't have a quirk I can use well in this. Todoroki's aiming for the top, so is everyone, and what's getting an extra 60 points on their score going to matter if I can't do anything to help them out during the battle? Zach started breathing heavier, and he listened to the 2 girls in front of him talking. Midnight just explained how the teams would be staying on the field the entire time, as unlike normal cavalry battles, there was no getting out even if their headbands were stolen or their team fell. Ashido put a finger to her head and said thoughtfully to the shorter girl next to her, "Then one strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you'll be more free." Asui put a finger to her own chin and looked up while replying, "It's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina." During the game, It'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it is still a cavalry battle, Midnight explained. Zack's eyes started to widen and the corners of his lips lifted a little again. Midnight continued, you'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. Zack relaxed a little bit as Midnight was finishing up. He spotted Bakugo turn away in annoyance as he heard they would be disqualified for a red card, and he almost laughed at the reaction. He had to be serious though, and his lip flattened out as Midnight gave them 15 minutes to make teams and prepare themselves. He turned his head as a large number of people gathered there started walking off to go into the stands. All of the students from the first event were still down there, but only the 42 remaining were going to stay on the field to pick their teams. Zack saw Aoyama walking away, grabbing his stomach while Hagakure tried cheering him up after going so far only to get 43rd place and get left out of the second event. Hagakure then stopped and stayed behind too, and Zack looked back at the board to see that she had made it in as well. Ooh, that's rough. I think he's the only one in 1A who didn't make it. Wait, now's not the time to think about that, Zack shook his head around. Alright, Hagakure, no, invisibility won't help at all. I need one person with a good quirk. Just one. He looked over towards Bakugo, but Bakugo had people all around him asking to join his team, lots of people with good quirks. He tsked and looked for Todoroki, but he spotted Todoroki going around and picking people out like he had a team in his head already. How about, he'd be perfect. Zack started jogging across the field, but he spotted Midoriya looking towards the same spot. Oh no you don't. Zack picked up the pace and then called out early, hey Ida. The tall class representative turned his head towards Zack and looked at the shorter boy in surprise as he got close. You want to team up? I figure with your engine, we can maneuver around without anyone catching us. I can be the rider, and I can block anyone trying to take my headband as well as get past others if we try taking some. Ida nodded his head as Zack spoke, as the other boy did have skills at hand-to-hand combat that Ida had witnessed before. But then when Zack finished speaking, Midoriya caught up with Uraraka with him, having ran over to try and catch Ida before he made a decision. Midoriya looked at Zack and Zack looked back competitively, only to lose that look to a darker one at the expression Midoriya was giving him. That's right, we didn't leave on great terms. Then, Midoriya's expression returned to a competitive one and Zack looked at him in surprise before he spun to Ida. Ida, before you decide. I have a plan where the three of us. Actually Zack, Midoriya, Uraraka, Ida stopped them before they could continue trying to recruit him. I already have my team. I'm sorry Midoriya, I am sure you have a wonderful plan as well. But Todoroki and Bakugo aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. He turned to Zack and added, my apologies. Is he saying that cause he still feels guilty about the rescue training? Zack thought in annoyance. I guess it's better that he just says that though, instead of breaking from his team to try and make it up to me. Zack nodded back at him, no problem. I'll find a team. Though he said it, Zack was getting nervous as people were getting picked fast all over the place. He spun around, then he heard Uraraka behind him say quietly, Deku, why don't we ask Zack? He pretended like he did not hear her, and he started jogging towards someone whose team he did want to be on. Whatever Midoriya's answer would have been, I still don't want to be on his team. Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, the best in the class are all going for him. I want to be his rival too. Hey, Ojiro, he started. The boy with a thick tail did not turn to him, and Zack got a confused look on his face as he kept jogging over. Ojiro was standing still next to another boy, and Zack put a hand on his arm. Hey, you want to team up? Ojiro did not turn around, and Zack was starting to get creeped out. Then a different student came walking over with a kid from Class B walking behind him. We're already a team, Hitoshi Shinso said. The other three near him turned their heads towards Zack at once, and Zack took a step back before spinning around. What the hell is going on there? He thought while quickly walking away. He looked back over his shoulder after a second and saw the boy with spiky bluish-purple hair talking to the other three and all of them just listening to him. Ojiro, is he? Hey, a hand clapped down on Zack's shoulder and he spun back forward. Standing in front of him was a blonde-haired boy who made Zack's eyes open wide. Behind Kaminari, Zack spotted someone else that made his eyes grow even wider. Todoroki's coming this way. No, there's no way it's me he's coming for, it's gotta be Kaminari. Do you? Yeah, let's do it, Zack said quickly, lifting up his left hand in front of his body with a big grin on his face. You can use your lightning to keep people away from us, without shocking me too though, right? Zack wondered, realizing after he accepted it really quick that his partner might not actually be able to use his quirk. Kaminari grabbed his left hand with his own and grinned. Oh yeah, with the amount I'd be using against the others here, I won't zap you that much at all. You want to be the rider though? Kaminari asked. Zack saw Todoroki slow down behind Kaminari, but he avoided eye contact when the boy with red and white hair stared his way. Find a different fourth member, Todoroki. I saw you already got Yaoyorozu. He thought it in a little annoyance, as she was one of the first people he looked around for, only to see Todoroki reach her first. Then he got Iida too, which he noticed after seeing Iida look towards him when mentioning how he already had a team. I was thinking I could use my hand-to-hand fighting to keep people from grabbing our headband. It wasn't much of a plan, if you thought you would be. No, that's a great plan, Kaminari said, waving his hands in front of him. I saw what you could do in the mountain zone after all. You were really quick to react while I was still freaking out at what was going on, so I was hoping you'd have a strategy ready. I wouldn't call it a strategy, but thanks, Kaminari. Alright, then let's get 2 more people before everyone's teamed up. Kaminari nodded at him, and then they split up to try and cover more ground in the minutes they still had. Over there, Zack thought. He spotted the person he had run through the tunnel just behind during the first event, and he headed over. Most people are sticking with their own classes, except Ojiro and that strange guy, but everyone in my class looks like they've already got partners. Even Todoroki looks to be having a hard time finding a fourth. Class B is all grouped up together, but it's worth a try. Hey, Zack began as he neared the boy. The figure in front of him turned and looked at Zack, who was smiling at him. The boy's skin was pitch black from what was showing, so dark it was less a skin tone and more just darkness. He had wavy white hair and thin eyes, and he was frowning as he turned to this boy he didn't know. Shihei Kuwaro recognized him though, thinking about how they entered the tunnel at the same time. They had both started sprinting to the end, and he had made it there faster but only by a second. Do you have a team yet? I've only got one partner so far. I'm Zack, by the way. Shihei Kuwaro, the boy with the quirk black, replied. And why me? You ran fast, Zack replied. I did cross country and track through middle school, but you still beat me back in the tunnel. I was really surprised. Zack wished he could have blamed it on a quirk when the two went head to head and started sprinting. They knew it was the final stretch and gave it their alls to beat each other, and Zack had been disappointed by the result. Anyway, I have Kaminari from my class as a horse already. He can use electricity to keep people off of us, and... You're from Class A, aren't you? A boy asked behind Kuwaro, stepping up next to him and frowning at Zack while looking down his nose at him. Oh crap, this guy. Zack looked at the blonde boy hesitantly. This is the one, Ciro pointed at. He's the guy. I can't believe I'm seeing a Class A asking a Class B for help, Monoma said in mock shock. Aren't Class A students supposed to be better? You all who fought the villains and survived, even if one of you did kill one. Monoma narrowed his eyes at the boy's reaction to him saying that. We're not better, Zack said, while frowning at the blonde boy who was really annoying him at the moment, and not just because he brought up how he had killed the villain. We're all just trying our hardest. Class B doesn't need help from Class A to show we're better, Monoma continued, a smug look on his face that made Zack think he had some sort of plan already. So many in Class B got in, but they all came in around me. What were they doing, holding back? I can't imagine so many in Class A were actually better at the obstacle course. There must have been a plan, yeah. Did this guy make it? Class A should stay with Class A, don't you think? Monoma finished, giving Zack a harsh gaze to finish it that made the shorter boy ease back a little. Zack turned to Kuwaro again, but the dark boy was looking in at Monoma so he could not see his face. Zack turned and started heading back towards his class, then he heard a low voice behind him, "Hold on." He spun around in surprise, and Monoma spun to his left with huge eyes. Kuwaro glanced back at Monoma and frowned, then he started walking towards Zack while saying in a low voice, "I'm glad someone finally said it. I'm really not into this whole Class A Class B rivalry thing, Monoma." HMPH, Monoma lost his shocked look, and he just started frowning at his classmates' back. "When the rest of Class B makes it into the next round, you'll be sorry you sided with someone from Class A." "Maybe," Kuwaro said, but he just kept walking forward towards Zack, who lifted his mouth into a small smile. The other boy kept frowning though as he reached Zack, and Zack turned and told him to follow him back to their other teammate. When they got to Kaminari, the blonde boy was surprised that Zack grabbed someone from Class B, and he said that he could not get anyone else from their own class to join them. The time limit ran out and they went to get their team's headband made. With Kaminari's 95 points, Zack's 60, and Kuwaro's 65, their point total came out to 220. They went to an edge of the battle zone and stood on the grass to make a plan as everyone else did the same. They did not have a lot of time, but Zack did a quick scan of the other teams before starting up with a strategy. Midoriya got a good team with him even without Iida. And Todoroki got Jiro to replace Kaminari. She'd be some good defense too, I guess, and those headphone jacks could snag headbands easily. "Our point total right now isn't enough to get us in the top 4, Zack said. "So from the start we have to try taking others' headbands. We're on the lower side too though, so we don't need to worry about defense from the start." "That's a problem," Kuwaro said. "From what you've said, your quirk would be good for defense, right?" He asked Kaminari. "If I zap everyone though," Kaminari mentioned. "While they're stopped, we can grab their headbands." "But we'll get zapped too if you try that," Kuwaro said. Kaminari held up a finger like he had a counterpoint, then he lowered it slowly and scratched the back of his head. "No, you can't use your indiscriminate shock," Zack began. "So our defense is only great when another team is close, same with offense. What we need to do is figure out a team with enough points to get us in the top places and go after them. If we go for too low a team though, then one of the other teams between us and the top 4 could grab other lower headbands and bump above us. The score total we need right now to be top 4 is probably lower than what we'll need to really get 4th. So we need more than 415 more points," Kaminari asked in a panicked voice. Zack looked up at the scoreboard that now had all the teams' names and point totals up on it. Todoroki's team is in 4th with 630. "If we get Mineta's, where is Mineta? Do you see Mineta anywhere?" Zack asked. "He has Shoji and Suo, that's just not fair." Zack frowned as he looked across the field and watched as Shoji lifted his arms and made a sort of cave for the 2 smaller classmates to hide inside of. "That's actually going to be hard to beat. And with Suyu's tongue, we should stay away from them." Kaminari turned to Kuwaro and said, "She's got the quirk, frog, so her tongue can shoot out really far." Kuwaro nodded, then he hummed to himself and looked to his left at a different portion of the field. Monoma devised a plan for the first event. The other two turned to him and the pitch-black boy continued, "We stayed behind Class A on purpose, knowing that around 40 students would get into the next round. We were checking out the opponents' quirks, but I didn't really like the strategy. I know it's a good one, and I would have been on Monoma's team, but I want to get a higher score." Zack nodded at him, and then the boy in front of them took a deep breath before saying, "For you to just casually talk about your classmates' quirks, without caring that I'm from another class, it reminds me that we're on the same team and we need each other to get to the 3rd round." "So what are you saying?" Kaminari asked. "Let's go after Tetsu," Kuwaro said. The other two spun back to look at the scoreboard and saw that it was the Class B team in 2nd place overall like they thought. The 4 of them who made that team were the ones who didn't really listen to Monoma. They have good quirks too, which is why I didn't join them when they ran out ahead early on. I wouldn't suggest this if I had stayed with Class B, since Monoma has been telling everyone we need to beat Class A together. But Tetsu is really hard-headed. His defense is great because of that, but he's stubborn and quick to anger. If another team makes him mad or gets his attention, he won't be focused on us at all. That's great, Kaminari began in an excited voice. What about the others with him? Zack asked, as he could see there was more to what Kuwaro had to say. Shiozaki and Honanuki both have really strong quirks with long ranges and good defenses, Kuwaro said, and Kaminari's sweat dropped as it suddenly did not seem like a good idea to go after them. They're going to be looking out to make sure Tetsu doesn't lose his headband. So what we should do, if we go after them, is go in from Awase's side. He's the one wearing the white and blue bandana. So the back left, Zack said. If we can get a good angle, it could work. Riders, get on your horses. Midnight called out, and a countdown started on the board to show the event was about to begin. All right, let's do this smart, Zack said, as the other two bent down so he could climb up in a good position on their shoulders. It was not the best setup with only two people, but they managed to get a pretty sturdy horse up. You guys okay? You're a little heavier than you look, Kuwaro admitted. But we'll be fine, Kaminari said. I'm short, but muscle is heavier than fat. Still, I'm only 135. I guess I would have trouble carrying almost 70 pounds on my shoulders while running around though, damn. We really could have used a fourth person. Kuwaro's speed won't mean much if I'm weighing them down. One more thing, Kuwaro said, after hesitating for a few seconds more until the countdown had almost finished. I didn't want to say, because he's my classmate and friend, but I think he's going to be targeting us, so I can't just hide it. Sorry Monoma, I know you want it to be a surprise for Class A, Kuwaro mentioned the last part quieter. Alright, so Monoma's going to be coming after us. Maybe not from the start, since he'll go for someone who can get him into the top 4 first, but once he's in a safe spot, he'll be after us. And that's bad, Zack wondered, looking back towards the blonde kid he could see looking their direction at the same time. There were only a few seconds left of the countdown, and Midnight had her black whip thing raised up in the air ready to swing it down like the start of a car race. He has a strong quirk too. He can use the quirks of people he touches, it's called copy. For 5 minutes after. We have to stay away from him, Zack said, his voice hurried and sweat forming all over his face. Kaminari looked up with wide eyes too and a nervous expression, and Kuwaro saw this first before looking up to see why Zack thought that. Zack was looking towards Monoma in panic though, then he shot his gaze up to the stands where the UA teachers were sitting. Looks like he done figured it out, Snipe said, and a few other teachers around him let out sighs of relief. All Might slouched in his chair as he had glanced over towards Zack's team again after watching Midoriya get ready for a while. Snipe continued after saying it though, but Monoma's looking towards him. I didn't think it'd be a problem, but Kid had to grab someone from Class B right in front of him. Couldn't be a worse situation. What'll we do if he touches him? Power Loader asked, a hesitant look on his face as he looked around at the tens of thousands of people in the audience around them. All those people were cheering and excited to watch the cavalry battle, and he wondered, stop the match. Smentos knows the situation, All Might said, though his voice was a little nervous too. If Monoma gets close, he'll block it. Do the teachers know the situation? Of course they do. Begin. Midnight shouted, and Zack spun his head back forward with huge eyes. But if they have to step in, there's no way we make it to the next round. It'll be my fault too, that Kaminari and Kuwaro don't get to the third event. What are we doing? Kaminari asked as they started running forward, he and Kuwaro finding a good pace for them both to move at while keeping Zack feeling as light as possible on their shoulders and arms. Same thing as everyone else, Zack said, and the horses below him started running that way. Let's get Midoriya. He spun to the boy whose headband everyone there wanted, but he made sure to keep Team Monoma in the corner of his eyes. Damn it, I'm going to have half focus the entire race. Why can't we get near Monoma's team? Kuwaro asked. What's your quirk? He had asked before, but Zack had said that his was too dangerous to use at a sports festival and that was it. The way he and Kaminari acted though, it made it seem like it was more than just dangerous. It's not something Monoma can copy, Zack said. I mean, it is, but if he does he won't realize what he's doing. Zack darted his eyes over again, then he snapped his head up and watched as Midoriya's team jet-packed overhead using some gear that a girl from the support department made for them. Tokiyami's dark shadow won't be easy to get past, and that's some good equipment too. They're not the best team to go after. He realized it, and then he realized that a lot of others realized it at the same time. So quick for this to become chaos, Kuwaro said. Let's go for them, Zack said, pointing at a team of 2 chasing after the team with the guy with spiky indigo hair. That guy again. He's got Ojiro and 2 people from Class B it looks like. No, that's Team Tsunotori, Kuwaro said, though he started running with Kaminari in the direction Zack said. The 70-point team, he added. But the team in front of them is the 360-point team, Shinso. I don't like the feeling of the Shinso guy, Zack said. He looked to his left as he saw some people charging, and he said, Kaminari, block. Kaminari looked left and saw a team of 3 from Class A coming towards them. Sorry Hagakure, Kaminari said with a grin, and both of the large boys beneath her got panicked looks in their eyes as Kaminari held out his left hand towards them. The invisible girl on top let out a yelp, then Kaminari slammed his left hand down and sparked lightning out of his hand at the floor and in their direction. Both Zack and Kuwaro clenched their teeth as the shocks jolted through them, but it was not as bad as the yelling they heard from the others. Change directions, Zack shouted. The other 2 realized what he was saying, and they stopped defending from Hagakure's team and ran towards her instead. Sato and Kota were large boys, and Hagakure's head was up high, but Zack knew that if he reached, they got close and Zack saw movement behind the other team that was momentarily stunned. The 3 of them were looking at Zack in panic as he reached up for Hagakure's headband, and Zack also saw fear in Kota's eyes too that made him grimace but reach harder. Then Zack pulled his arm back hard and yelled, sprint right. The 2 beneath him stopped short and cut to the right, while Zack ducked away and made them wobble as he shifted his weight so hard. What's? Kaminari started, before looking over his shoulder and going wide-eyed as Monoma reached out and snagged the headband off the unsuspecting girl who was just confused at why Zack pulled away. Ah, hey, Hagakure called out. The 2 beneath her started feeling able to move again, but instead of chasing after the guy who shocked them, they were only focused on getting their own headband back now. Get back here, Hagakure called after the blonde Class B boy sitting on 3 of his classmates' shoulders. They got Rin to replace me, Kuwaro thought as he saw the other boy in their class who Monoma was using as a horse. He had expected from the start what team Monoma would make, and he had been hesitant to leave them, but even doing so, he did not feel like he had made them his enemies. Monoma, Kuwaro called towards the blonde boy who was running off a different direction at the moment in order to avoid the people behind him. Don't copy my rider's power. The area around them was loud enough that not many people heard it, but Team Hagakure chasing after Monoma did and their eyes widened which Monoma spotted on the 2 horses on bottom. Sato remembered the guy they were chasing though from when he confronted their class, and his expression returned to normal fast as he saw Monoma glance their way. Let's get our headband back, Sato yelled, running faster and making Kota do the same so they could get to the other boys who did not have as long as strides as them. Monoma frowned as he looked back towards Kuwaro though, after looking at his rider and then the horse who had reacted below him. Zack and Kaminari were wide-eyed that the other member of their group would call that out, after saying how he did not want to give away his classmates' power. And Monoma stared into Kuwaro's eyes darkly, because he knew that his classmate would not have shouted that just to make him angry or to make him lose. Then, he thinks he needs to shout this at me. Why? That guy's right hand, it's in a strange glove. His power must be dangerous. And for Kuwaro to shout it that seriously, Monoma frowned but nodded back towards his classmate. He's more reasonable than I thought, Zack thought, as from what the other boy had said and done so far seemed like he might just ignore that. The nod was definitely a serious one though. Then Monoma pointed towards an area where Zack spotted Bakugo, and he remembered how someone had told him Bakugo told off Monoma before. And after Bakugo called out how he was going to be number 1 in front of everyone, that, Class B is better, Fnatic must want to take him down. I should warn Bakugo, since he kind of defended me with that but Kuwaro told us Monoma's power just to help us, not to help our classmates. Sorry Bakugo, you're on your own. Behind us, Kuwaro said. To our left, Zack ordered, and the two below him who were running in no set direction turned the way their rider said. As they turned left, Zack turned his head and glanced behind them to see who Kuwaro was talking about. Good, Zack said. They came to us. I thought that might be the best way of getting them. What are you talking about? Kaminari asked. He looked back and saw the number 2 team from the start, Team Tetsu, charging at their backs. Kuwaro, we're getting your 220. The rider of the other team shouted. Tetsu's body was not made of iron at the moment, as Zack expected, since that would be tough for his teammates to hold. I saw what the horse in front could do at the start when they attacked Midoriya. He'll make the floor turn into some sinking material, then when we're low down they'll snag the headband. Let them get close. Slow down just a bit, Zack said quietly while looking back forward and pointing his hand out like they were trying to run from the second highest team. Over there, he yelled out, pointing near an open area where there was another low-ranked team. So we pretend we're going for them, then I zap them when they get close. Kaminari asked. Then he said, whoa. As the ground beneath them became less solid and he and Kuwaro started sinking down. Zack looked down like he was looking at the ground, but he just smirked while looking at Kaminari's spiky blonde hair. That's it, Kuwaro, clench your teeth. Kaminari, make it a bigger one this time. Right when they're point blank. Oh man, Kuwaro muttered, but he did as Zack said right and clenched his teeth as Kaminari started turning to the group behind him. Kaminari smirked and his fingers started sparking. Pull back Tetsu, Shiozaki called out while her hair started extending and wrapping around the front of their bodies. Tetsu was leaning down though as they ran just along the side of the other group, and Zack remembered what Kuwaro had said about his classmate. When he's that close, he'll go for the extra reach before pulling back. She might have good defense, but Zack thought, then he started getting electrocuted with the rest of them as Kaminari emitted it out of his body in a strong blast. After Kaminari let it out, he took in a deep breath and then let it out with a serious look on his face, though a partially blank expression. Ah! Zack could not hold it in and let out a groan of pain, and he heard something similar below him from Kuwaro. Where Kaminari tried directing the electricity though, there were much louder screams of pain. Tetsu had been hit before Shiozaki could get her green hair wall up in front of him, and the electricity passed through Tetsu and into the others who Shiozaki had been able to block. Still, they managed to avoid some of the brunt, and Zack grit his teeth as the horses beneath him tried hard to change directions and lift their feet. Honanuki's power failed while he got zapped, and the ground lifted back up so Kaminari and Kuwaro could move. They ran forward while Shiozaki's hair was pulling back, and Tetsu tried raising his arms to block them, but he flinched and could not move them up fast enough. Team Sasaki ran past Team Tetsu, and Zack swept his left hand in front of him with the other team's headband on it. Cheers rang out through the stadium at that moment, and Zack's eyes opened wide as he realized how big it was. Present Mike even shouted over the microphone, "Yow! Team Sasaki comes out of nowhere, jumping into third place. An extra 700 still only puts us in third." Kaminari asked in disbelief, panting hard and the results showing. He's slowing down. Team Monoma's already over 1,000. There's still a lot of time left. They're not going to let this slide. They're coming after us. They're coming after us. Move. Zack called down, looking behind him and seeing the team they just robbed running after them with angry looks on all their faces. "We're going to get you for that, Kuwaro," Honanuki yelled, trying to turn the ground beneath the ones they were pursuing into something unstable again. "They won't fall for it again," Kuwaro said. Zack put the headband on and over his head where it fell down to his neck, and he nodded in agreement with Kuwaro while glancing around to see what they could use to help them out. The guy chasing them could not use his power over a huge distance, and it seemed to work less the farther it was, so they were managing by staying out of his range so far, but Zack did not think it would last long. "Let's run over there," Zack said, pointing towards a group of 5 teams who were all battling it out with each other. The other 2 looked up to see if he was serious, but Zack's face showed he definitely was. "Why, we just got into third," Kaminari exclaimed. We'll be targeted by everyone, Kuwaro agreed. Yeah, and when they all come after us, hopefully your classmates give up on chasing us and risking Kaminari zapping them again, Zack said, and the two beneath him grinned at the plan before charging towards the other area. The thought of an actual plan and not just a panicked escape made them speed up even, but Zack could hear them both panting beneath them. For Kaminari it's not just physical. Another big blast and he'll be too tired mentally to really listen to my orders, probably. Kaminari, think you'd manage one of those again without short-circuiting? Kaminari began. I could probably follow simple commands. Like point and say, run, and I think I can do it. Kuwaro looked next to him, wondering with a sweat drop rolling down his face if the guy next to him really did get that idiotic with the weakness they told him about. All right, they see us, Zack said, unable to comment on what Kaminari just told him as two of the teams looked his way. They remembered what Present Mike had shouted and their attentions shifted from Team Kendo, which also had a lot of headbands already around their rider's neck. Kendo looked over too after seeing some of her pursuers leave, then she told her team to stop chasing another one of the lower tier groups who were running from her, instead having them turn towards Zack's team. They're all coming towards us, Kaminari began hesitantly, though he did not slow down. I'll block them all, Zack said, lifting up his hands and curling his fingers. He looked towards his right hand and grimaced but kept it up like he was going to block with it, though he knew if he had to he would only swing the arm to deflect. Team Sasuke stopped short, and the other three charged in. Zack's head snapped down and he saw his horse's feet got stuck in the floor right when they were about to get past. No, Zack said, realizing it in that moment. He lifted his arms defensively, while saying in half shock, they're far enough back that they realize one of these three will get their headband before they do, but they're counting on it. Either they just don't want to deal with Kaminari again, or this is payback, Honanuki called out before laughing, since Kendo reached forward with a large growing hand and tried grabbing Zack's headband. How do I block that? Should I? Kaminari began. No, Zack said quickly. We still have half the time. He could hear Present Mike in the background just start talking about how there was half time left a few seconds ago. We're losing these headbands, he said, and the other two went wide-eyed at how accepting he was of that. But that doesn't mean we won't struggle. Try and get out, he told them, but though the two beneath him tried, Team Tetsu was only getting closer and making it harder for them. A tongue flew by the huge hand Zack was pushing against with both his left arm and his right crossed beneath it. He tried leaning away fast as he saw it, but the tongue curved right at the end and snagged the lower headband from him. Asui ripped it off his neck, then Shoji turned and started running while the girl over his head handed the headband off to Mineta. Ha ha ha, thanks Zack, Mineta called out from the shadows of Shoji's arms, sounding more menacing than Zack had ever heard him at the safety of what he felt was his fortress. The other teams near them spun and started chasing Shoji, with Kendo pulling her arm back and telling the girls beneath her to go. She glanced back at the headband on Zack's head, but then behind him, and she did not want to get near that team with how intense they looked at the moment. We need to get another, Zack began, after the teams in front of him had gone. Then his eyes opened wide and he started turning his head, as did the other two who had almost forgotten their legs were stuck in the ground up to the knees. We'll be taking that, Yosetsu Awase said with a grin, as Tetsu pulled back with their team's 220-point headband. Oh man, Kaminari said, watching as they started running away and the ground slowly pushed them back up. Like I said, Zack repeated while they rose up. We were losing the headbands, both of them. Now Kaminari, it's up to you if we get enough points to win this. Kaminari looked up in surprise, and Zack looked down at him. Their team did not move even though they were back on solid ground, and Zack started looking around to get a better tell at where all the points had gone. There were a lot of teams with no points at all like theirs, while teams like Kendo's and Monoma's already had 3 or 4 each. We'll have around 5 minutes to pick a target or targets. Then, we wait until as late as possible to give you a little time to recharge, and so that we don't need to hold on to the headbands for long at the end when we're the slowest, since I can tell you're both tired already. Just take a minute, breathe deeply, let's take a break. A break, We have 0 points, Kuwaro reminded. Shouldn't we at least try for something else before the final? Trying for anything now will just wear us out. If you two are too tired to make the quick sprint at the end, it won't mean anything. All we need is when Kaminari paralyzes groups in the final moment, for you two to be able to recover quick enough to start running to the teams that are still shocked. I'll try and recover fast too so I can grab their headbands. We'll do it with 30 seconds left, and we'll take whatever team or teams are around us who Kaminari can catch in a single blow. The two below him got serious looks on their faces at the tone in Zack's voice. This is an all or nothing. If they block it, or we can't recover fast enough, or Kaminari uses just a bit too much electricity, then it fails. That's why we need to take a minute. Check the other teams who still have headbands. See which ones have enough points. Check the scoreboard. Think about which powers can stop this final attack. Yaoyorozu, Kaminari said, and Zack nodded fast in agreement. She made that insulation blanket for you guys during the invasion. And she and Todoroki think fast too, they wouldn't fall for it, Zack agreed. Shiozaki can block too, and they're already back up over 400, Kuwaro mentioned, as it seemed his classmates who stole their original headband had taken another. Team Kendo and Team Monoma, and Team Midoriya, Zack said. Those three are our best targets. We can't go for Monoma. He won't try and copy your quirk, Kuwaro said. That nod. I know, Zack said, confusing both of the people below him as he said it. But that wouldn't be fair. Telling him he can't take my quirk, and then going after him. We just can't do it. Sounds good to me, Kaminari agreed. That wouldn't feel like a win. Plus, he's probably copied a few good quirks at this point, Kuwaro mentioned. So, Kendo and Midoriya. Team Midoriya is over behind that ice with Team Todoroki, Zack said, repeating what he just heard Present Mike shout. 5 minutes left, Kaminari said, then that was repeated loudly over the whole stadium. Let's start moving, Zack said, and the two beneath him began a light jog towards where some of the other groups were fighting each other. 2 of the teams in the pack of 7 of them had a lot of headbands, so there was a group of 3 teams chasing one and a different nearby group of 2 chasing one. Class B has almost all of them, Kaminari said in surprise, as it was teams Kendo, Monoma, and Tetsu who all had more than one, though Tetsu's was chasing Kendo who had more. Team Mineta has a lot of points too, and that Shinsogai has some as well. Shoji's moving around on the outside though, running fast and away from everyone. They know all they have to do is keep that 705 they got from us with the points they already had. 3 minutes, Kaminari said, getting a little nervous as they still did not have a plan, and he was getting tired again even though they had not been running for very long. They kept chasing after the groups as they moved closer to the area where there was a ring of ice on the edge of the field. Should we try getting the drop on those 2 high-scoring teams? No, we'd be too slow to catch Iida, and Tokiyami's defense is too good. Kaminari made mention of another minute going by, and all 3 of them were feeling nervous. Pick up the pace a little, Zack said. Let's get between them all. No one's going to pay attention to a 0-point team running with the pack this late in the game. Team Tetsu will, Kuwaro said, but the boys beneath listened to Zack and sped up. Both of their legs and arms were hurting, and they were panting harder as they tried to reach the other groups. Lucky, Zack said, as they caught a break with the direction Team Kendo turned. Their team was more focused with the groups chasing them from up close, not the team still far. When they turned though, now both of their teams were running towards each other, which closed the distance twice as fast. Kendo started turning a different way, the teams behind her all turned as well. On their left, Team Monoma started to panic as Bakugo shot in and snagged 2 of the headbands away from Monoma. Zero pulled Bakugo back after, and the countdown hit 1 minute. This isn't close enough, Kaminari warned, as he and Kuwaro pushed down harder to chase after Kendo. Run faster, Zack exclaimed. 50 seconds. Bakugo's team is still after Monoma while they run, but Tetsu's team doesn't know what to do since they changed to chasing Monoma so late in the game. They still have just over 400. We still have 0. He reminded himself to stop focusing on things so far away, as they reached 40 seconds remaining. Then his eyes opened huge and time started slowing down for him. They were not yet the closest team to Kendo's, and the other teams between them did not have any points either. Every single one of them was speeding up. They all know it's the end. Everyone's trying as hard as they can. The others who don't have any points are making last-ditch efforts too, and Kendo's team wants to hold their points. Kaminari, he said, his breath picking up. Aim as best you can, then do it. We'll just have to push through the pain of a bigger one. They were not at 30 seconds yet, they were not in the perfect range, and Kuwaro hated the sound of this, but he clenched his teeth and picked up speed anyway. All right, Kaminari said, lifting his left hand and covering in electricity. Brace yourselves. The teams in front of them and to their side heard Kaminari's shout and they started turning their heads. All of their faces turned blue at the look on Kaminari's face, the drip of blood coming down from his left nostril, and the electricity sparking off his hand. 1.3 million volts, Kaminari shouted, shock. He slammed his left hand forward and towards the ground, and the lightning zapped out of him and into all the students in front of him who tried running to the sides at the last second to no avail. A chorus of screams came out of almost a half-dozen teams at the same time. They were loud and painful, and the crowd did a collective, ooh, of pity as they all started flinching and spazzing out from the pain. The electricity stopped. Behind Team Sasuke, Bakugo's team shot in out of nowhere and snagged the final headband from Monoma, and they instantly continued on towards the ice area where the first place team still was, which was now Todoroki, as Present Mike just shouted. Present Mike yelled about Bakugo too, then Midoriya's team, which just took another headband back from Todoroki. Guys, Zack said, his voice hoarse and his eyes cracking open. He stared forward and saw two of the teams in front of them collapse, and smoke coming off of the two others. Kendo, he started, lifting a shaking hand and pointing at her. Kaminari made a strange noise, lifting his head and looking at Zack in a blank way like he did not understand the statement. Zack's eyes widened more, his plan ruining in front of him as the timer clicked down below 20. And Kaminari looked like a complete idiot with no idea of what was going on. Kuwaro reached over and grabbed Kaminari by the front of his shirt. Kuwaro stepped forward and yanked Kaminari with him. Move. Kuwaro shouted, turning his head and pulling Kaminari another step. Kaminari lifted his left hand and a large number of people in the stands near them stared at him wondering what he was doing. Kaminari lifted his left fist, and then his thumb stuck up out the top of it. He turned forward and started running, and Kuwaro gasped but had to start moving his legs faster to keep up. Kuwaro was in a lot more pain than the idiot who did not feel the electrocution, and his legs were barely listening to him. Get ready, Kuwaro shouted through clenched teeth. 10 seconds. Present Mike yelled. Almost there, Zack said, lifting his left arm more as it trembled in front of him. Go right a bit of them, Kuwaro shifted directions a bit, pulling Kaminari along too while holding onto Zack as tight as he could. Zack was bouncing around on their shoulders and their grip was looser than ever, with Kaminari seemingly forgetting why he was still holding on. Zack held his breath as he reached for the back of Kendo's neck with his left arm. Kendo pulled away. They had been far enough that they were the first of the other teams to regain control, and even her horses started to move while their heads were turned sideways with looks of panic on their faces. Zack reached out farther though, as Kendo was moving slowly. He reached and his fingers brushed against the headbands, and then he reached out farther and clenched. His hand twitched from the pain of the electricity as they ran by. Time up, Present Mike yelled. Kuwaro collapsed beneath Zack, and Zack fell to his left completely onto Kaminari, who collapsed as well while letting out a surprised, huh. The three of them lay in a heap in front of Team Kendo, who looked down in shock at the boy on top of Kaminari, the boy who had two headbands in his hands. 2. Zack whispered as he stared at them, then lifted his head back to Kendo's head to see one more headband still there. The whole crowd started cheering, yelling at the top of their lungs because of what just happened all over the arena. 225 and 70, Zack read out while staggering up to his feet off of Kaminari. Kaminari rolled on his back and stuck a thumbs up. We. Not we, idiot, Kuwaro muttered. He put his hands on the floor at his sides and tried pushing himself up, but he wound up wincing again in pain and clenching his eyes shut. When he opened them though, they widened more than Zack had seen them to before. Shihei Kuwaro reached up and grabbed Zack's hand, and the girls who were looking at them angrily lost some of the anger in their gazes, which turned to mainly frustration. "You idiots," Kanoko Komori said after they helped Kendo down in front of them. She took slow steps to the two standing next to the idiotic electric type on his back. "Taking two doesn't mean anything, NN," she winced and then lifted and crossed her arms. The girl with long brown bangs that covered up her eyes said in annoyance. "Now, neither of us are going to get top 4. Not that we would have anyway," Kendo said with a sigh. She lifted up the 165-point headband she had and they all sighed while looking up at the scoreboard. 460, really wouldn't have gotten us close, Zack started to say, only to look at the scoreboard oddly as it was very different from what he saw a minute ago. He had not seen Bakugo's team steal the last of Monoma's points, but Monoma was back at 220 somehow even after losing those points. "That's our original number," Zack realized, and he turned his head to look over near the ice where Team Tetsu and Team Monoma were arguing for some reason, each team with one headband in their hands. Team Monoma had tried in the final seconds after Bakugo had stolen their points desperately to get points back, while Tetsu's team had turned to look for Team Kendo when Monoma had lost his. They were so focused on getting some more points, that they only managed to pull away enough to avoid getting both of their headbands stolen, similar to what Kendo had done. Even with the points scattered though, I'm surprised, Zack thought, while looking back up at the scoreboard. 5th place isn't bad, he said, looking towards Kuwaro, who shrugged and nodded his head in agreement. Zack reached down and grabbed Kaminari by the hand he was still holding up. "Hear that, big guy, we got 5th. The girls in Class B all cracked smiles at that. As annoyed as they were at the blonde boy, seeing him look like this much of an idiot made them feel pretty good. Kuwaro let out a sigh, then he grabbed Kaminari's other arm and helped him to his feet, and he and Zack stood on opposite sides of him to hold him up. Still, Zack thought, while hearing some cheers from the stands near him that made him a little embarrassed that people had been watching his team and cheered for their friendly action. He turned his head and looked towards the edge of the arena where Asui, Mineta, and Shoji all looked confused, as did the three on the team of the guy with indigo-colored spiky hair who was walking away with a handful of headbands, including the 705.1 they had stolen from Team Tetsu at the start. How did that Shinso guy get so many points? He's in 2nd place, but no one on his team looks like they have any idea as to how they did it. Ojiro looks like he's apologizing as Mineta shouts at him. After an hour break for lunch, the students returned to the field for the afternoon activities. Present Mike shouted to the crowd while the giant screen revealed that the final part of the sports festival was going to be a tournament with the 16 people from the 4 teams who made it into the finals. The top 4 teams had had a big lead over all the others, and everyone cheered as their faces appeared up on the screen. All the classes were out on the field listening as Midnight talked about the final event and how they would be drawing lots, and the others around Zack were getting really into it. He heard Shiro and Kirishima talking about the different one-on-one events they had every year, and he let out a small sigh that he did not get to take part in them. After years of watching this, more than half the years have been alive at least, I really wanted to make it in for my first. Excuse me, Ojiro raised his hand and Midnight stopped before she was going to draw lots. Everyone looked in towards the boy with the long, thick tail who had a conflicted expression on his face. Ojiro, Zack wondered as he looked towards him. Ojiro looked down but he said firmly with his hand raised, I'm withdrawing. Ojiro, why? Midoriya spun and asked. This is a rare chance for the pros to see you, Iida added in shock. Ojiro lowered his hand but while still keeping his gaze down he continued, I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. That's it. Zack turned his head and looked towards a different section of the field where one of the general studies classes were. He knew exactly where to look, because he had already looked for the guy on their way out there. I know this is a great chance, and that it's foolish to waste it. Zack looked back towards Ojiro and grimaced at the frustrated expression on his classmate's face. But everyone here competed by giving it their all. I can't, I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. He looked down at his lifted fist and then brought it up to cover his eyes as the girls behind him tried telling him not to worry about it and just focus on the finals. I'm talking about my pride here, I can't. He paused and everyone looked at him with pity at how he was feeling. Also, why are you guys wearing cheerleader outfits? It was a question Zack had but did not want to ask. No point in questioning a good thing after all, but he looked at the girls to see them all gulping and looking down like they themselves were unsure as to why that was. Then he spotted Mineta and Kaminari grinning at each other, and he could not help but crack a smile at it all. Over at Class B, two people looked at each other and nodded. The two of them stepped out of their class's formation and headed over to the stage where Midnight turned to them. I'm Narangeki Shota, I'd like to withdraw for the same reason. Me too, his classmate added. The hairy boy in a pair of glasses continued, Jirota Shishida. You can take my name out. He looked frustrated and bared his teeth after, but the hairy boy just turned away and walked back towards his classmates who were all confused by his frustrated expression and what was going on. His whole team, Zack thought, clenching his teeth and fists at his sides. That guy. Zack turned and glared towards Shinso again, this time narrowing his eyebrows in and hoping the other boy would make eye contact with him. I want to fight him. Narangeki gave his reason for thinking that it would go against the spirit of the festival if they got to advance, and then the two announcers, Present Mike and Aizawa, each wondered what Midnight was going to do about it. Midnight lifted her whip while beginning, youthful talk like that is something. She smacked the whip forward and shouted, I like. Shota, Shishida, Ojiro, I accept your withdrawals. She decided based on her taste, Zack thought, along with everyone else around him as they could see the blushing face of their teacher. In that case, Midnight began, putting a finger to her chin and looking around. We'll have to move up 3 people from the 5th place cavalry battle team. Zack's bottom lip started lowering as he still had not put it together. Hiroshima spun to Kaminari on his side and gave him a big smile, and Kaminari looked confused for a second before his eyes opened huge. Over in Class B, 4 girls standing behind Kuwaro gave him dark looks, while he sweat dropped in front of them. Kendo sighed after a second though, and she put a hand down on his shoulder. Kuwaro looked back and saw the girls behind him all start smiling at him. You worked hard for this, Kendo told him. Go get it out there. You're the only one from Class B after all. Midnight smiled and smacked her whip forward, which works great. Since the 5th place team only had 3 members anyway. Kaminari ran over to Zack and grabbed him by the shoulders. We did it, dude. Zack's eyes were still huge as he stared at the stage, and at the woman who turned his way when she pointed the whip at him. And with that, Kaminari, Kuwaro, and Sasaki all move on to the finals. The crowd burst into loud cheers, echoing over the stadium. The people who had seen the effort the group put in their final stretch were yelling the loudest, but even the people who had focused more on the top team's fights were cheering too. Zack's lips trembled for a few seconds, then the corners lifted up and he looked into Kaminari's eyes in front of him. Yeah, he said, we did it, we did it. He yelled, and his classmates around him all looked to him in surprise, most of them never having heard him yell that loudly before. Only a few had, and his shout reminded them of that moment. Seeing him now though, the excited and determined look on his face looked the opposite of what they saw that day. The 2 girls standing next to each other, in cheerleader outfits, glanced at each other. Yaoyorozu smiled, and after a few seconds Jiro nodded along and gave a soft smile back. Jiro looked back towards Zack afterwards, and her smile lowered down a little. I don't want to fight him in the tournament. Let me draw a lot far away from his. Let me draw a lot close to his, Zack thought at the same time, turning his head again and looking towards general studies. This time he made sure, and he stared Shinso straight in the eyes with an angry look of his own. Shinso leaned back, as did the other general studies students who were around him and all looking towards the boys who just got in Class A. You're going down, Zack thought, Hitoshi, Shinso. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.